One team is a step closer to immortality.
While two more are yet to seal their fates.
Ako si Hans Galeria.
At ako naman si Kalusi.
And welcome to the very first Best of 7 series natin in Season 15, Kalusi. This is gonna be another edition of the Clash of the Titans. Another edition na makikita na naman natin na magpalakasan ng dalawa sa lower bracket finals.
The stakes are higher than ever with a grand finals appearance and to be the next representative for MSC and EWC 2025.
At dahil dyan, kailangan nilang maglaban at naghihintay sa kanila sa dulo ay ang Onic Philippines. Biruin mo no, M4 World Champions going up against the M5 World Champions, and the one that's waiting right at the top are the M6 World Champions. I still cannot believe I'm saying it.
You're exactly right, Hans, and the players that have won Season 12, Season 13, and Season 14 MPL Philippines champions. Pangmalakasan na talaga to dito sa Champions Arena, Hans. This really is their quest from becoming legends to immortals.
You know what? Ano pa bang hinihintay natin? I think it is now time para magsagupaan ang dalawa because only one can stay alive and only one can come out on top. This Champions Arena, welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15, the playoffs!
And yes, from the land of champions, we are still here with two teams set to the path to immortality. I'm Rockhart, and this is Renmar Santa Cruz, really bringing you the action right here from the panel, right above the teams as well. If you can see where we are, we flying high, just like the Falcons, and TLPH are right here as well. How about you, Renmar, today?
I am quite nervous, of course, as a very vocal Falcons guy. But at the same time, it just feels so good to hear that we're going to have, for the first time in the history of MPL Philippines, a best of 7 lower bracket finals. It is that important to make it to the championship match. The first to, you know, by the end of it all, you'll be able to call yourself immortals, but then at the same time to make it to EWC 25.
That's right. EWC 2025 is the biggest stage of them all, at least right after MPL Philippines Season 15, where teams from all around the world are actually vying for their own slots and their own slots, the wild cards as well. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because right now we have two teams who have just been at each other's throats for the better part of like almost 1.5 years.
Yeah, if you are a wrestling fan, this is the matchup that you would chant, "Fight forever!" over and over again, because they always just seem to meet up with each other in very important matches in MLBB history.
That's right, the biggest ones, specifically the S13 and Season 14 championships. Sorry, Season 12, 13, and then 14 obviously is Onic. But yeah, they're basically, every single team that are remaining right now in the playoffs are championship caliber. And that's not just saying it, they have the trophies to prove it.
Yeah, so much history and illustrious achievements between these two teams.
That's right. And of course, they are going to be equipped with all-day 120 FPS systems. The next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro, it's the new official tournament gaming phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines.
Yeah, from the GT20 Pro, we are now the GT30. So I can't wait to find out more about that magnificent device as the time goes on, because I feel like, I mean, we're only just getting introduced to it.
This is new. Actually, I haven't actually touched it yet.
Yeah, not yet.
So they're the ones experiencing it first. Obviously, only the best of the best for the best, esports athletes in the country. And of course, don't forget, MPL fans and X-fans, get ready to witness the best student teams battle for glory at the Infinix Campus Cup Philippines local group stages.
Yeah, that's going to be live streamed from June 14 to 15, and the national finals will be on June 28, only on Infinix Philippines Facebook page. Once again, the Facebook page of Infinix Philippines. This is XCCPH, hashtag where legends rise. The collegiate league of Philippines MLBB continues to grow, continues to get bigger, and yeah, I'm gonna spoil it later. We are gonna be interviewing the champions of the UAAP, the biggest campus esports tournament in the country.
That's right. Infinix Campus Cup going global, by the way. We're going to see a few teams from other countries as well, but that is going to be news for a different time. For the meantime, though, we're going to look at the current journeys of these two teams. Honestly, it's not been the easiest journey, I would say. We did see Onic have their time in the sun, becoming our first MSC 2025 finalist from the Philippines for this one. And then, of course, Falcons, they got their losses, they got their wins, and they're going to be facing TLPH right here, right now. And again, it is a best of 7. Both these teams are very familiar with how grueling a best of 7 can really be.
Yeah, they faced off each other with max series ever since, if I'm not mistaken, MSC 24. They met up with each other and other well after that. You mentioned how difficult it is. Yeah, Onic has had their time in the sun, but it's as if they forgot to put on sunscreen. They were almost eliminated by Twisted, almost taken down to the lower bracket by Aurora, but then they were able to get over their personal hurdles, as Kelra put it, by sweeping Team Liquid Philippines, while Falcons were almost taken down by the Phoenix Army in their return to their playoffs after 5 seasons. Or 5 seasons? 6 seasons. Almost, yeah, after like 5 seasons. And the Team Liquid Philippines, of course, getting the last laugh against Falcons, reverse sweeping them before they fell down to Onic in yesterday's upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and you heard that right. It's a reverse sweep. And that's going to be happening here today. TLPH versus Falcons. The first time that these two teams actually faced off against each other in a very major finals, season 12 or season 13.
13, yeah.
And that was a sweep.
Yeah.
So that was really something that a lot of us weren't expecting. I guess you could also say very unexpected is the way that they actually fought against each other as well in previous games. And again, you mentioned they have been pushing each other to the limit, to the maximum, ever since that fateful day. And that's the days when we start to call them really the Titans of MLBB.
Yeah, from the southern part of Metro Manila to Riyadh to Malaysia, multiple times in Manila, online and offline. These two teams know each other so well. Of course, with the shared DNA and history between the two, with the players that have transferred between them, but then most importantly, of course, with just how much they faced off against each other all throughout. I'm missing one country. Kazakhstan. They even faced off in Kazakhstan.
There. Exactly. So very storied. So many shared events and so many shared talents in between these two teams. I mean, some of them actually share trophies in World Championships. So you can really tell that they're very intimate with each other in terms of how they play, of how they move around the map, maybe even their strategies. Obviously, Trevor has also had some time with Carl TZ in the past. And again, all of these are it just boils down and creates a very, very interwoven thread of a story between them. And that's something that I don't know could really spell disaster or really a big boon to either team, depending on how they use their experiences.
So this is it, the Clash of Titans, the final fight for immortality. They told each other in interviews, I wish we would be able to represent the Philippines again in MSC. Let's have another run in Riyadh. But only one of them will stand tall today, and only one of them will be able to fight for immortality against Onic Philippines waiting in the grand finals. Carl TZ, the young goat on the side of Team Liquid. Kyle TZ, once shadowed by Carl, now has risen up in his own right. Here is the history between the two.
Yeah, we got what we mentioned earlier, that sweep from Season 13 that really was unexpected for a lot of us. But then again, facing against each other in MSC 2024's knockout semifinals, that's when Falcons actually had the upper hand. But in a major event, that was the last time. Because after that, the Season 14 regular season, the Falcons actually were able to really get a lot. And then Season 15 came, and this is where the story kind of changes. Yeah,
for the longest time, it was Liquid asking Falcons, well, Falcons AP Brand at that time, how do we beat you, man? We couldn't beat you in Riyadh. We couldn't beat you in Central Europe and Asia. We couldn't even beat you in Malaysia. What do we have to do? Then everything just clicked in Season 15. Of course, with the introduction of OHEB into the squad, Team Falcons has yet to beat the team, heralded and led by the man on your screen right now, Carl TZ.
That's right, the man, the myth, the legend, publicly acknowledged by Kyle Teasy himself to be his idol,
Yeah.
really has gone the distance, recently achieving his 2,000 kill mark in MPL Philippines, the first MPL PH player to do so. And we are going to see them face off against each other. This is a very, very stellar head-to-head stat, Renmar.
Yeah, actually, when you look at Carl Teasy and Kyle Teasy, there's a shared hero between them, the Lancelot. Of course, Carl Teasy has had significantly way more Lancelot games, 51 compared to the 9 of Kyle Teasy. Games played rank, the most played hero, or the player with the most games on the Lancelot is Carl Teasy, higher than KD, higher than win rate. But of course, I mean, Carl Teasy's been playing in the league much longer, and Lancelot's been around almost as long as Carl Teasy has been in the league.
Right.
So maybe today, you know what, not maybe, hopefully today we get to see Lancelot pop up between these two. Maybe one game apiece, one for Carl, one for Kyle.
I wouldn't knock it. I wouldn't knock that idea because in previous games, you know what, even Onic Philippines have been very happy to bring out the Lancelot in the clutchest of clutch moments, like Game 5 situations.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't blame it. And I think these pro players are really hiding some knowledge about Lancelot here that we haven't fully grasped yet, and how the Lancelot works in specific scenarios.
Yeah, but Lancelot is only one of the pieces. I mean, we're very familiar with the meta of the jungle right now. We'll be able to discuss that more as we head into the draft, getting closer into the game. But heading into this playoffs match, Carl Teasy has actually been trumping Carl Teasy in objective security compared to how much they've secured and the games that they've played. Carl Teasy does have 5 more turtles over Kyle, but he's played less games compared to Kyle Teasy in that regard. Oh, actually no, that makes Carl Teasy more efficient. But the Lords, Kyle Teasy has secured significantly more Lords over Carl. But I think it's not just going to be us here. Our friends will join us.
That's right. We're going to be joined by our casters for today, by the way. We got Leo, Ingan, and Brigida. And again, we're going to try to talk about like maybe our predictions a little bit. How are you guys feeling there on the desk?
I would like to think I'm good, but no. I have to acknowledge the fact that emotionally I am told because of, once again, the stakes of this Clash of Titans.
Yeah, one team will get their hearts broken, and of course, one will rejoice as they will advance also to MSC and the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I got enough rest too, but that's all the more a bigger question for Team Falcons, you know, because like they've been here since day #1. So, however, the momentum looks really good. So let's just see what happens later.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a community poll here to see what the community thinks about what's going to happen here, which time we win the final fight for immortality. And again, they're missing MSC trophy. Yeah, that's a big stakes as well, right?
Yeah, let's go Liquid. Our Falcons are here. Remember, there are 3 two-time world champions in this matchup. All of them don't have an MSC trophy just yet. I think it's time for our casters to share their predictions with our awesome emotes.
What's it going to be, guys?
Ingan, no more switching.
No more switcheroo.
No more.
I'm going to be the Falcons guy today, so because Renmar's slick thick, so I'm going to be a Falcon flap teasy guy. Woo!
He got both of it.
All right. He has 2 Falcons emotes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me.
That leaves me with no choice but to reveal that I am actually a liquid girly. In case you haven't known.
We've known that for so long.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not a secret.
That is MPL Philippines Season 15 lore, Brigida.
Okay,
So I have to break the tie here. Contrary to what the forecast says, I'm going to go Falcons here.
There you go. That's
I,
interesting.
I bleed green.
All right, we're getting more Falcons guys on the desk now. Rockhard, what's yours?
All right, we're going. I'm gonna go Falcons here today.
Whoa!
Just because I just have a good feeling about what I saw yesterday.
Yo, the 2% is growing.
The 2%,
It's
man.
not just me anymore.
2%.
Heck yeah! Let's go! Falcons Army getting bigger.
Let's go!
He has been itching to bring that out earlier.
Getting more Falcons people up in here. All
As
right.
you can see, guys, the desk and the panel, of course, have been very, very adamant about this. And don't forget to get those new battle emotes as well, available until August 5 for only 109 diamonds. So flash them out as much as you can. They're going to need all the support they can get. You can also get emotes from Rora, TLPH, and Twisted if you got them Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes are also returning.
Yeah, so you see our desk hosts, our desk right now showing off their predictions. Share your predictions as well. Don't forget to buy the battle emotes. And yeah, I'm nervous. I'm straight up just gonna say I'm nervous right now.
No.
I think it is deserved. So I hope that you guys have a fun time later on casting and bring us the games. it's going to be us for the meantime. So we'll see you later, and that's going to be it. Bring him high.
All right.
Bring those emotes up.
I'm going to take this off for a while first because
There
like,
you go.
I don't want to draw the ire of the cavalry. The cavalry do have a special place in my heart, but right now, Falcons guy, but I'll just keep that there.
Especially with just how they performed, right? The tempo that has been set by Falcons from their game yesterday, that fire, that doing that reverse sweep,
Yeah.
that came out almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I was looking at the community beats online, and it seems like even members of the Cavalry are getting quite vocal about how worried they are heading into the series. Of course, with them not being able to take a game against Onic, they got swept and they've looked iffy, even in some of the drafting decisions, game decisions in their first series against Falcons earlier in the playoffs. The belief is still there, but the doubts are creeping in. Meanwhile, Falcons have just been reinvigorated. Of course, the 2% army. By the way, there was a poll online about the predictions for champions, and the Falcons only got like 2%. And their emphatic win against Aurora yesterday. So it's such an interesting point right now in the clash of titans, because we're starting to meet in the middle, and at the end of the day, they're going to be going separate ways.
That's right. And finally, right, like at least for a while, it's going to be settled, because 100% sure that one of them is going to MSC and one of them will be taking a rest for the rest of the season until season 16.
Right.
So yeah, the 2% squad, if you guys are wondering where that's coming from, if you see 2% somewhere there, it's from a big poll of who the fans think are going to be going to the championship or the MSC. And that, yeah, the 2% that they're talking about, like Flap TZ mentioned it in an interview yesterday, is about those people who really believed in them when everyone else really doubted their power.
Yo, but 2% gang,
2%
you
gang.
see the side like right behind Rockhard, that is the cavalry coming out in full droves, and every time Team Liquid plays, they are some of the loudest fans. The chants that they dish out, the drums that they have, and right now, the Falcon side is looking kind of thin. So in a way, it's home court advantage for Liquid. That they've got that going well for them.
That's right. So if you're wondering, maybe it's a little early sometimes. Where you start the matches, they're not there yet, and then they suddenly fill up like literally 2 minutes later. So
yeah,
we'll probably see people walk in later on. And again, if you are a big fan, vote on the poll as well. Like I think that was A for Falcons and B for Team Liquid. Let us know.
Other way around. A, let's go Liquid. B for Falcons.
There you go. So let us know in the comments as well, and then we'll try to count them out, and maybe we'll get those percentages up a little bit. For the meantime, though, we do have a VTR. I think we have a little surprise from TTRacing.
I don't know if you saw, but those were some cheers brought to you by a collaboration between Naruto and TTRacing. And of course, we have their representatives for making it happen. Yan ang inuupuan ng ating mga manlalaro all throughout the season. We have here, of course, Honey Glazer, Angelica Cortez, their content development manager, and of course, David Simon Reyes, TTRacing's country head. Welcome, guys. It's nice to have you here today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for actually having us, and thank you, MPL family, for this wonderful opportunity.
Now, with that being said, I want to know, all right? I want to know from you guys more about TTRacing and the gaming chairs. What separates the brand from all of the other gaming chairs that are already existing?
That's a fantastic question, Hans. So I believe every single gaming chair out there is relatively comfortable. But the question is, how long can they stay comfortable? So right here in TTRacing, we actually spend a lot of time doing our designs. And aside from that, but we do a lot of R&D to ensure that our chairs stay comfortable for a long, long time. That's why we offer a 2-year-long local warranty.
I like that. 2 years warranty.
Yeah, and speaking
Guaranteed.
of being comfortable, as the official gaming chair of MPL, how has this helped our players get comfortable, especially now, playoffs, the stakes are higher?
Absolutely. So these players are not only players or kids, these are athletes. So these athletes stay playing for a long, long time, for like 20 hours or so every single day, training for victory.
That's right.
And they need the right support system to have their back. So they can focus on winning, and we can focus on supporting them and having their backs.
Sample na rin dyan yung first 2 days natin dito in
Oh,
the
yeah.
MPL playoffs. Kaya naman, nakita
Absolutely,
niyo naman,
yeah.
di ba? Super less yung kanilang naging stress, better posture all throughout those first 2 days and until now sa ating semifinals.
For sure. And kanina, we watched the Naruto video, and can I just say the chairs are super awesome and cool, right, Hans?
Really good looking.
And I'm sure a lot of us are curious, when and where can we see them in person?
Yun, nakaka-excite kasi kanina rin, doon namin nilaunch ito sa MPL Playgrounds earlier, and this June namin sila malalaunch na
June
dito
na.
here in the Philippines. You guys are welcome to visit it on the TTRacing home grounds in BGC Taguig.
Okay, I like it. So it starts tomorrow, because tomorrow is June. At some point, right? At some point.
This coming Monday, you can see the Naruto gaming chairs live in our showroom.
All right, I like it. So move over to the showroom at PGC. Now I want to know, because you already mentioned more about that Naruto. Nagkataon lang ba that the collaboration with MLBB is already there? Or how is the partnership with
Oo
Naruto
nga.
like?
Sobrang nagkataon eh. Sobrang perfect timing, especially na it's the playoffs. Also, yung paglabas nga ng Team 7 din here in MPL, in MLBB. At lalo na yung pagpasok din ng aming collaboration.
I like it. I like it. Now, for the golden question, right? We're talking about price range. Let's kick things off first with the Sakura chair. Honey Glaze, David, I think it's now time for you to announce it. How much are the chairs starting off with Sakura?
For Sakura chairs, our original price was 21,449.
Okay.
But our introductory price in the Philippines is only 14,999.
Wow.
But there's more. If you use the voucher MPL 2000 in our website, it will give you a 2,000 pesos discount, making it only 12,999.
So we started off from 21.
21,
And then we
yes.
dropped it all the way to at least 12,900. That's insane.
Exclusively using the MPL 2000 voucher.
Okay, MPL 2000 voucher. Go at it already. But I think there's different prices with the other chairs, right? How about the
Absolutely.
Kakashi one?
The Kakashi one is actually our most expensive, but of course, there are still surprises. The Kakashi one original price will go for 24,099 pesos, and then the introductory price will be 18,999. But with MPL 2000 voucher, you can get it finally at 16,999.
So again, from 24 to 16, right?
Huge bargain.
That's not bad.
Laki ng discount, sulit.
I wouldn't say that it's not bad. It's a solid deal, right?
For sure.
I'm not gonna lie. Now I'm moving forward to, we've already mentioned Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about Sasuke this time?
Honey Glaze.
Sige, kasi crush ko si Sasuke. Magsisimula ang aming original price niya with Sasuke. It's 21,499. Introductory price is going to be 15,999. And syempre, going down for real with the new price here is 13,999.
I cannot believe it. From 21 to 13.99 using the code MPL 2000, right?
Yes,
We have
MPL
another
2000.
one, I believe. Right,
I
Hans?
know. Yeah.
Naruto.
There you
Ayan.
go. Of course.
Hindi pwedeng mawala si Naruto.
Hindi
So,
pwede.
from Naruto and Sasuke, since magka-rivals naman sila, syempre, in the series, almost the same naman yung price range nila. So, nagsimula ito with 21,499, introductory price going to 15,999, and with the use of the MPL 2000, it's going down for real with 13,999.
There we finally have it. I am sure that there are a lot of people looking forward to that. So again, Kalusi, that is MPL 2000. Yan ang gagamitin nyo na vouchers. David, Honeyglaze, it's so nice to be here with you guys
Thank you for
today.
having us. Thank
Maraming salamat. And the question is, are you guys ready?
Super ready.
Are you guys ready?
We're very ready.
Okay. Champions Arena, are you ready? I want to know first, nasaan ang fans ng Team Liquid? Papatalo naman ba ang Team Falcons? This is a best of 7 series, the first one of this season. And with that being said, players, time to shine.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity in this titanic battle are Juven, Chico, JJ, and Patrick, our marshals. Clash of the Titans, but only one of them can take the step towards immortality. Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. The EXP laners, Sanford and Flap Teasy. In the jungle, Kyle Teasy versus Kyle Teasy. It's like looking at a mirror. It's Sanji versus Few in the mid lane. The Rome battle between Daddy JP and Master Ogwen. And in the gold lane, the regular season MVP, Oheb versus Bulletproof Super Marco! And their coaches. Welcome to the stage for Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC. For Team Falcons, Coach Trevor. The lower bracket finals. Who will take the step into immortality? Champions Arena. It's game time!
And these are lineups. We are heading into immortality with Team Liquid Philippines. This is a lineup that has gone through the highs, the regular season first seed. They are looking for redemption in the eyes of their opponents and their fans.
It's been a tough time going for Team Liquid Philippines, tested in their first series against Team Falcons, and yesterday swept by Onic Philippines. We haven't really seen them completely click. San has been answered so far a little bit by Falcons, mostly so by Onic Philippines. So what does TLPH bring to the table? Well, they have the regular season MVP on their side. Oheb's right there. And so far, he's struggled. But if he steps up today, if Falcons cannot solve him, then they will struggle. Meanwhile, of course, the Falcons riding on a high as Kyle Teasy and Super Marco yesterday led the charge against Aurora. Super Marco had 17 kills, 3 deaths, and 7 assists, playing Moskov, Granger, and Harith. And these two actually, Kyle Teasy and Super Marco, they are carrying the MVP performances for the team this season. Kyle Teasy, 13 team MVPs, Super Marco, 10 team MVPs.
That's right. Super Marco also just proving to be one of the most consistent laners in terms of just the lowest average deaths, and as well as, of course, the kill per and very consistent, not the highest. And Kyle Teasy has actually been flexing his hero a lot on that jungle.
Yeah.
Bringing out some really cool stuff.
Yeah, you mentioned hero pool. Team Falcons 54 over the 39 of Team Liquid. Team Liquid run a very tight ship, and it's led them to success in the regular season, ending that with the top 1 seed. But they need to show more. If they have any other cards hidden up, they really need to show it now. It's elimination. If they want to make it to the grand finals, if they want to go to MSC, then they really need to flex the heroes that they haven't shown yet, because so far they've been struggling in the drafts this playoffs.
It has really been a big struggle. I believe the nerfing of the Granger has really affected the performance of Team Liquid quite a bit, especially now that they have to really adjust. Although they still have a really decent win rate using the Harriet in that gold lane. Flexing out some new gold lane options are actually one of the big key factors I'm looking at personally for TLPH.
Yeah, and there seems to be something about the second half of the draft for Team Liquid, especially in their series against Falcons. Yes, they won that, but they were tested every time in the second half. And against Onic, that's where they really lost it.
That's right. And of course, we're going to have a little bit of a preview here of what our teams are thinking. Smart Ping Test.
Easy ngayon. Di na niya didilaan si Sanford. The one that got away. Totga mo yun, Flap, Totga. Ayun na. Sunod-sunod na. Nice leash, Dad. Dali. Hook nila yung bap. Uy, minay grenade dyan. Uy, walang tumama.
Everything is under control. I wanna see TC and JP connection. So, OHEB. Malayo pa, pero malayo na. Pero, manalo matalo, guys. Mahal ko kayo. Be confident, guys, and just play the game. No matter what happens, show them who you are.
That's what I like about Sanji. He doesn't have to worry us with the translations. Really, he just loves us no matter what.
Yeah, good words of wisdom coming in from Sanji.
Of course, that's our Smart Ping Test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart suited promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside the MPL venue.
And in just a few moments, we're going to be going into the nitty-gritty of this matchup. You can see the players are very serious. This is their serious Infinix keys to victory.
This is what we were talking about for Team Liquid. Adapt to survive the final fight for immortality. Flex more heroes. It seems like they've gotten to this playoffs thinking, what we showed off in the regular season, that is more than good enough. Let's just switch up some things. But those things haven't really completely worked out. There were some things that have been hit or miss. So show more, show else what you got to the table. Especially if you can get Sanford and more heroes that are so active and deal damage, that'll be great. Continue to showcase tenacity and punish errors. That's how Falcons were able to win against Aurora. They did not let up. In the moments where it looked like they will back off, they decided to continue fighting. Team Liquid, though, are also really great at that, but we haven't seen enough of it cleanly. They need to be cleaner this time around. Best of 7 series is a battle of endurance. The community beat has been, it seems like, as the playoffs goes on, it becomes a draft battle. It becomes a flex between coaches. So, time to shout out Coach RC for Team Liquid and Coach Trevor and Falcons. You guys are going to be testing each other today. Whoever can adapt more, whoever can flex more, and maybe even show up some new tricks, probably win.
That's actually really true, because I actually been watching the broadcast here, and I think they both agree that the draft really indicates it. Like whenever the whole panel kind of agrees that, oh my god, this draft is good, they do win a lot.
Yeah.
So the draft really is a big tempo setter here, and the teams they have a set way of playing these specific compositions that I feel like they also kind of just read into each other. So I'm wondering if, like you mentioned, if Team Liquid PH can actually bring out some new stuff here, that could mean the big difference between them.
Yeah, and those new things have to be something that can make Super Marco struggle, because he's been popping off since yesterday. He looks absolutely hell-bent, and even in the last game against Team Liquid Philippines, when TLPH were the ones who were eventually able to take victory. Oh, I love how our crowd sounds.
Bring that mic up right there, and you can hear them all just shouting. They are pumped, they are ready. We're going to draft for game number 1.
I think we're not going to be alone this time around. Are we going to be able to get some help? Briggy, are you there?
Request backup.
Yes, Slick Thick, I am here. See, I carried it over up until day number 4.
Really pushing that, man.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What do you think? Bands, first pick predictions right away? Do you have any?
I feel like the Joy is the only thing so far that can be a potential priority pickup for Carl Tise. Although he's had only one Joy game so far in the playoffs, he's been more comfortable picking up the Hayabusa. But it's interesting that Team Liquid Philippines actually decided to ban it themselves this time around.
Right. I love that you don't forget that, but you forgot to shout out the Brigadiers. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine. It's a best of 7. We'll get a lot of opportunities for Brigada to shout out the Brigadoons.
The Brigadoons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So for now, yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here. Obviously, the Hayabusa, you know, just because the Kakashi chair is just so good, and apparently it's really high quality.
Yeah, they might be listening, you know, they might be starting to think of something else. I mean, the few times they actually tried to be creative, it really didn't work, especially if you would recall that first series that they had against Team Falcons. They really struggled. So now that the Joy is also out.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, Jusen's gone. Are they gonna fight for Low Yi?
Yeah.
This time around, with Kalea gone as well. Some of the high-profile picks.
Wow.
What a swerve by Team Liquid Philippines. All right, they want to be able to give Oheb one of his fastest farming heroes, 793 gold per minute this season, and Harith is one of the fastest farmers we have in game.
Yeah, we're talking about that. I mean, Oheb's hero pool has been really the one that they're trying to really manage, making sure that he has a really good winning lane. So the other the other members of the team can actually rotate a lot easier around him.
Yeah, they pick up the Baksha. Not just the Badang, which I also would have considered at this point since it's been a very high priority for Team Falcons. But again, this doesn't reveal much just yet. The flex factor in the Baksha, and you already know that Super Marco will really end up with his Granger anyway, considering that they left it open, that he's used it 7 out of how many games that they played in the playoffs, and always gets the BPI rich guy.
Yeah. All right, so if you're Team Liquid Philippines, you already have a lot of magic damage. I think you need more crowd control to help supplement the Harith. Eve wouldn't be too far-fetched, but the difficult thing is you don't see the jungler on the other side yet. So it's either going to be the Eve or the Farsa. Considering that they banned out the Hayabu. Wait, no. Why go for the Eve or the Farsa when you can get Sanji on his comfort pick on the Low Yi? You get Carl Tise on the Fredrin. They're really going to be playing around this Harith.
Yeah, I love it. We were so used to having the Low Yi banned out. Actually, slipped my mind as well. And there you go. Fredrin, again, can still be kind of flexed a little bit. Some teams are willing to do that. We already saw FLCN do it yesterday as well. So yeah, that can go either way. But here comes the Lucas. Carl Tise has been very proficient on this. Actually, he's been taking a lot of 1v2s, 1v3s with his hero very early on in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Brigada Lucas has been like the go-to answer now for lineups that have Fredrin in the jungle. You pick up the Lucas in the jungle.
Yeah, and I feel like even towards those instances where we see the chip, and the Louis is not too far from that. You go for a diversion play, you see everyone come in and suddenly force a fight, and the Lucas is just there to use the Unleash the Beast, immediately respond back and engage in a fight, and be just as confident in doing so. So they've already answered some of the potential engages that we will be seeing later on from Team Liquid Philippines, but now they're narrowing down the options in the EXP lane. I feel like this is the perfect time to see what we've been talking about, or what you guys have been talking about. Sanford might want to pick something that can amplify the damage that Team Liquid Philippines can provide.
If they want more damage, more mobility, by the way, good to see more of the 2% in the arena. The arena is really filled up. Sanford, I would like it if you would consider Benedetta, please. Open up the map, you get more damage considering that you have a Fredrin in the jungle with you. But it's been a while since we've seen Sanford play the Benedetta. Come on, give us a treat.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. But in this scenario with Fredrin being the lone frontliner, might see something like a Hylos maybe, or we got a Kacha coming in here.
Oh wait, what if the Fredrin Arlott combo finally happens too?
That could be a possibility.
I mean, the Louis Arlott has been a duo ever since, right?
Yeah.
But it dipped in terms of like priority ever since.
Yeah.
So.
But we can't completely turn off the idea. I get you there. And with them banning out the Phobius, that looks like one route that they could take if they decide to go for it. If it's not going to be a damage EXP laner, Team Liquid Philippines can still go for something tanky like a Terizla and whatnot. And considering that they're picking up a Badang, it's a really great ban because Team Liquid Philippines are playing a very tight formation. Clue is still up on the board. I didn't forget Clue this time. Either of these two teams could pick up Clue and it would be good.
I love the Masha though. Talking about damage.
Oh.
Well, send that bomb everywhere on the map and make Falcons wonder if there is a wild Masha in the bush somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the diversion, right? So, oh, but the Mathilda went through. So the Lucas-Mathilda combo.
Yeah.
It'll be present for Team Falcons, and even Super Marco, he'll have a way easier time to get out of trouble.
Flying Q.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see that again. Falcons rotate around the map fast. I think Team Liquid Philippines, either they match up with a Benedetta again in the EXP lane for the rotational speed, or they double down on a tight formation, slow front-to-back composition with something like a Clue or Terizla in the EXP lane. It's very tanky on the side of Falcons with a slower front line with a Baksha and or Lucas. So an X-Borg in the EXP lane might make some sense as well. So a lot of options for Sanford. It's up to them to pick their poison. Rockhart mentioned the Gata Kacha earlier. Oh! Bring it on, you call that Arlott finally showed up. And we get a Franco to boot.
Oh, that's crazy. I love how crazy this is for Team Liquid. We were asking for new stuff.
Yeah.
We were asking them to remove their fear getting into this draft, and they did it.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder if Falcons are just going to dive in to get the vision and pick up a Selena for few right away, or are they going to try to play it safe?
Will they, what else is there? Oh, the Pyramus is there too.
Uh-huh.
If they ever want to like survive the fight a little longer.
Yeah, we have Faramis, they have the Eve. Oh, good call there, Brigida. Faramis locked in by few.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, okay.
Insane.
The Faramis wants to stick close together, but Team Liquid Philippines are good against that. But Falcons can rotate around the map faster, so I'm at a 50-50 here, Brigida.
It's always been a 50-50 whenever I see the Titans of MLBB. But this time I'm just so excited to see the entire throwback on the Louis Arlott combo in the side of Team Liquid Philippines. I feel like it'll add another element of surprise. But hopefully it works for Team Liquid Philippines.
All right, I hear you, Liquid Curly.
Okay, I'm sorry, Falcons guy.
Nah, don't worry, it's gonna be a good one.
It's the legendary face-off here. Representing, you got to rep. It is going to be the Cavalry or the 2% squad. I love that. That's a new title. So we're going to go into it, into the Land of Dawn for game number 1. Lower bracket finals, best of 7 casters. Let's go.
For more than a year now, we have been an audience to one of the most electrifying and must-watch rivalries in all of MLBB sports. This time, only one of them moves forth through the brackets. This is the Clash of Titans. Once more in pursuit of immortality. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Ingan and Brigida. Ingan, did you see that Faramis coming?
I didn't, but considering it's few, the way he saves Team Falcons acting as the captain, you cannot disregard Faramis when it comes to Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's been a storyline we've been discussing even yesterday with Leo on the panel, how Team Falcons just seems to always be ready to save one another whenever it's needed.
Yeah.
And it's not just that, like individually, they're really looking prepared. I mean, look at those 2 Purifies on Few and Okwin.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, but in the hands of TLPH too. They're vitalized also from FlapTZ with the Baksha. But if you can recall correctly, we've been seeing a trend wherein players actually, use the heroes that they had trouble with. They want to prove something this time. Few using the Faramis. This was the hero he used when they lost against TLPH early on in the playoffs.
Oh, that's such a throwback, right? It just happened the other day, and it has struggled indeed to quite some extent. But I think we could say the same for the Fredrin. That was also a losing hero for Team Liquid Philippines the first time they decide to show it up. But I feel like this time there is a significant difference in terms of how they're able to complement what the Fredrin can offer, especially when it comes to the team fights. They're not gonna just leave anyone behind and okay, that was close for a few.
I think Liquid wants to start the demolish Falcons formation.
Yeah.
That's step 1. You mentioned in the draft that Falcons want to do that. Liquid already starting, just the first turtle in. Few put down a third of his health. Another call by JP. Turtle started.
Imagine if that hook connected.
Yeah.
But now the turtle has been started. Flap Teasy trying to zone him out. Here comes the Unleash. The Beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. Who's going to get the turtle? Sanji secures it. Here comes another realm from Few. Will the clash still continue on as TLPH disperse?
No kills for Falcons.
Yeah.
They lose the turtle in some freak of nature accident. Sanji scores it. What's going on?
Yeah, and Team Liquid Philippines didn't have to use much of their resources. There wasn't the final slash that came in from Sanford. He just went in, the members of Team Falcons, just to disturb them, just to disrupt whatever plans they had, and just dashed away, used the vengeance out once he got the job done. And fortunately for them, they were actually able to secure it through Sanji, but that was a close call for Team Liquid.
A lot of action so far from the XP lane to the mid. First turtle spawned there. Second will be going back to the same spot. How about the gold lane? Let's talk about that. How perfect the BPI gold difference. It looks like a lot of the gold is on where it matters for Falcons. They have a small lead, very, very small lead.
Yeah, and this is what you expect from Super Marco, right? He's been always the guy to be so consistent in terms of the farming. He almost never gets left behind or delayed on the farm, which is why this is surprising to see how Oeb probably really wants to get back at all the chances he wasn't able to perform as much in the previous day.
And that's why he's calling on Daddy JP. JP, let me try to get a free kill here. Ogwin to the rescue. So far, both teams just checking range, making sure that this next turtle will be a better go. Because again, a freak of nature, like how often does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that in terms of range and reach, Team Falcons has it all. In terms of reach, there's the Baksha paired up with the Matilda, and range from Super Marco, so they can be as aggressive as possible because the extended team fights clearly will favor later on Team Falcons.
Damn straight. While Liquid wants to play in that short range, they're playing with jabs, they're playing with straights, maybe a few hooks, but nothing to check range really, except for that hook.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that they want, and I mean hook like a punch and a hook like an actual hook, legit. Daddy JP changing the game. The last time we saw Franco in the playoffs was what? In the hands of Yaoi. And that was a valiant effort, but now second turtle spawning, upper quarter, Flap TC versus the scene, Carl TC holding ground.
Again, Flap TC will try to go for the backbite. Is it going to be a bloody hunt? On to Few. Few's the first man down, circling Eagle already committed down as Carl TC goes in with the Unleash. They might go for Sanford. Shockwave Blast wasn't enough to tear him down. Team Falcons lost their captain.
Falcons back to business, taking that turtle down. Half health, JP, no ult. Maybe has a hook. Diversion play.
Okay. Now. Still, Carl TZ will secure it. TLPH still wanting to go for more, but right in the nick of time, Few comes in with another realm. Might go right after JP, but the save from Carl TZ was there. Energy eruption to bring down 2. Wanna make it 3 as Sanji picks up 2.
A devastating finish for Falcons. Not a turtle, not a kill, it was all Liquid.
And it was too clean of a call from Sanji as well. He laid out the diversion for Carl TZ just to get to the turtle, for him to be able to use the retribution. And that entire team fight took long enough. Yes, we did say that Falcons would be the ones winning if it took too long, but at that point it was too long. They were no longer having their skills, and Sanford was able to come back to the fight.
You know, Carl TZ has been doing a lot. Considering the fact that JP is on the Franco, you can expect him to go with the Winter Crown first for his priority item. So Carl TZ will be the main tank of TLPH.
Yeah, Daddy JP was the patsy there. They were afraid of him, so they did not check what was in the bush, and it was a wild Carl TZ. What happened there? What?
Oh, it seems like they found Ogwen, who was simply trying to provide some information as well for Super Marco, since there are a lot more faster rotations from Team Liquid Philippines happening right now.
Oh God, Carl TZ right in Marco's face. Here comes Kyle and Flap.
Forced reaction there from Team Falcons to give enough space again for Super Marco. Here comes the shield unity. Flap TZ getting caught out by 4. You have to watch out for the hook, because there is Daddy JP again. As Sanji picks up one more. NetherRealm paired up with the ultimate coming in from Carl TZ, but he cannot out-sustain anything TLPH is throwing at them.
A second off timing. It's the same trap that Falcons fell for post-turtle. That's literally... Oh my God, one more!
Unbelievable timings from Team Liquid Philippines, and they're looking for more!
Diversion to Marco. Sanford with the final slash beats the kill off to Sanji, and a huge strong start for the Cavalry.
I think it's safe to say this is what they call in the business a liquid stampede.
We haven't seen this yesterday. they missed doing this kind of gameplay, and it's so interesting to see how confidently they answer back to hold on.
Oh, even with the Purify, you can't do that with the ult of the Franco. Few again will drop down in exchange for the turtle Kyle TZ will be getting.
A Pyrrhic victory for Falcons. They sacrifice Few for a short-term goal. That is the last turtle of the game, but they lose top lane tier 1. Liquid are winning trades.
Yep, it's been a very efficient early game so far. 10-1 is the kill score. And you see how dominant Team Liquid Philippines are playing this game. They're making use of the surprise element yet again!
Speaking of surprise, Blapteezy did not expect that as the turret down bottom also goes down.
The way Liquid is playing, I hate to say it, it seems personal. This is for the reverse sweep. This is for that sweep we lost yesterday. I mean, Falcons had nothing to do with that, but they are proving to the cavalry, to the world, that this is how they play.
Oh, Carl TZ jumps in. There comes the Energy Eruption and Circling Eagle. Super Marco wants to dish out the damage to try and save the mid lane turret, but the Stampede cannot be contained.
At this point, Team Liquid Philippines are just able to deal with whatever strengths Team Falcons has when it comes to the team fight. Despite the presence of the Unleash the Beast, despite the presence of the Netherrealm, Team Falcons, they use all those resources at once, but it's not enough.
Netherrealm seems nothing but a blankie to Team Liquid Philippines ammo. Like, this is legit firepower they're playing with. I didn't expect that much damage to come out of this lineup this quick. Another diversion being set up here by Sanji. Falcons not falling for it, not a third time.
Oh, but they have to watch out because Sanford has his flicker and ultimate ready to be expended. Oh, a response from Team Falcons as Flap TZ jumps in. Zaman Force drop down. Kyle TZ with the Unleash the Beast. First man down. There is Flap TZ. Few comes in with another round, but a beautiful hook once again from JP. Super Marco survives though, but not for long. 2 will fall down in exchange for 2. Clash still going on. Kyle TZ sets his eyes on Sanji. Might be able to take him down, but Sanji, the chef is cooking now.
Ogwin coming in. Circling Eagle trying to close the gap. Takes down JP. And it's him and Sanji. Carl TZ going for purple, steals it. Sanji staying.
Oh, diversion. Sanji's gonna back off now. After that long clash, it seems like still TLPH won that trade.
It was insane. There was a beautiful block that Carl TZ already attempted to do. He tried to block off Flap TZ and whoever wanted to go in from Team Falcons, but there was another route that was available. So Kyle TZ got his hands on Oheb, on Sanji. He was able to find those 2 members and zone them long enough so Team Liquid Philippines lack the necessary damage for the front lines for them to do and replicate what they've been constantly doing in the first few team fights.
Yeah, and not to mention, out of the 5 Falcons ready to charge in, JP was on point with his Iron Hook. He got the bulletproof.
Marco couldn't flicker out of range. There was just too much happening in the trenches, in the paint, as I like to call it. Liquid now, starting the dance. They're aware that Falcons are here. I don't know if they know what's in the Y brush. Out of range, out of vision. Few and Ogwin. Marco taking the position. Oh, we're waiting for the diversion here. Watch out for Sanji.
Yeah. You gotta watch out, although they showed all of them. They're going for Flap.
Trying to go for Flap. Energy Eruption already casted down. Flap TZ popped his Revitalize. TLPH caught Falcon out of their position, and now they're in full control of this Lord.
Nothing up, Liquid sleeves. Safe for now, taking control of the Pixel Brush. Falcons, though, very cautious. They're afraid. They're respecting this almost 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, if it's not going to come from the diversion of Sanji, it's going to come from the final slash and flicker from Sanford. And Team Falcons are wary of that. That's why they cannot just come in at any given moment. Sanford good with the zone. TLPH 8k gold health left for the Lord. Kyle TZ jumps in with the Unleash the Beast, and Kyle TZ secures it. Final slash coming in from Sanford as they bring down Kyle TZ as well. They flicker in. They caught Few. They sandwiched Few. And now a diversion to cut off the exit route of Team Falcons. Carl TZ jumps in. Super Marco with the Rhapsody going to pick up one. But OM answers back. And a wipeout for the Cavalry.
They take no prisoners. Dog walking Falcons after the Lord. Trading Sanji for it and everything else on the map.
It was JP on that perfect timing with the bloody hunt. Kyle TZ went in, but the moment they were about to fight for the retry battle. There was the bloody hunt that was waiting for him.
How often does it happen that the big dog gets the one bitten down on? That's what we needed to bite. Again, JP has been a man possessed. He's been in a trance. Bite Few when it matters. Bite Marco when it matters. Now it's bite Kyle when it matters.
Now Team Falcons has to face the fact that the Lord is sieging in onto the top lane with the lead established by Team Liquid. They can get not just one, but maybe even two inhibitor turrets. So Team Falcons forced to defend this. Circling Eagle jumped in as Kyle TZ goes in with the unleashed on base. Sanji Oheb got demolished. Few with a clutch Nether Realm. Sanford's left to defend for himself against 4 members though. Will he be able to escape? But a pull coming in from Few will shut him down. 3 members down for TLPH.
You mess with a dog, you get bit.
Yep.
Falcons clapping back.
Yep, it was a very decisive call from Team Falcons. The moment they saw that Sanford already used that final slash and was unable to connect it onto anyone, they just immediately called for the engage. There went the circling Eagle, there went the Unleash the Beast, and last minute, even the Netherrealm, just so that they could fully commit, even just onto Sanford, because they really want to take any kill that they can at this point.
It's not even the kit that Liquid didn't consider. It was just the damage output Falcons had. What was that, 6K between them?
Yeah.
And still Falcons were punching that hard?
Yeah.
Yeah, Liquid got that coming.
Yeah, unfortunately for Falcons, they only lost 1 inhibitor turret in exchange for 3. Was able to even take away the mid lane turret plus the purple buff away from Carl TZ. So now, slowly, they're diminishing the lead.
And that is why Falcons took that fight up top. They knew that the wave in mid wouldn't crash in so hard, and they risked it. They let that turret go down to half health, and now they can recover. They have about a minute of peace on the map because Lord is spawning in about 30.
Yeah, and if you saw the gold earlier between these two teams, it's not that far. It's not that too big of a gap that exists between Team Liquid Philippines and Falcons on a lane-to-lane basis. And this is probably why Team Falcons is just as confident to engage as well. Like, they can rely on the damage that they can get from Super Marco, that they can rely on the damage that they can get from Kyle TZ. And it's surprising to see them in this kind of situation, despite the map control, despite the early dominance that Team Liquid Philippines has shown us. And that's what's terrifying, because Team Falcons, their lineup, they can just go in all in at once.
Maybe this is what I should have been worried about. Not the early to mid-game damage, but late game. Because look, if Oheb gets picked off, if Sanji gets picked off, where's the damage coming from?
Yeah.
Are you going to get smacked by a Fredrin, by a Franco over and over again?
Yeah, and not to mention the heals that will be coming from Few and of course from Ogwin. But again, the surprise factor is still there for Team Liquid Philippines. If Team Falcons wants to play a 5-man unit as a team, TLPH has enough kit to individualize the formation of Team Falcons.
Yeah.
Yep.
They have complete item builds as well for their gold laners already. JP also picking up the fleeting time. So just one successful bloody hunt that they can eventually convert into a pick-off. Then that'll allow them to just proceed with the fights. Even though it becomes a prolonged team fight, it probably wouldn't be a problem.
All the more now, I think JP has to bite the right target. And I prefer he bites down on damage dealers.
Yeah.
Bite down on Few, bite down on Marco, Kyle TZ if you can. Because if you bite down on a defensive character like this, oh my god!
Everyone's jumping in with their ultimates. Oh! Carl TZ secures the Lord. Here comes the Netherrealm. JP biting down with the Winter Crown also, but Carl TZ answers back with the Unleash the Beast. They're trying to go for Sanji. Here comes the clapback from Team Falcons, but Sanford with a beautiful final slash. The sacrificial play turned into a good play for the Cavalry. A 1-for-1 trade.
They back off.
Sanji!
Falcons knows they shouldn't be picking this fight. Sanji's in the base.
Sanji! Oh! The Lord Stallion might be able to do it though, but Kyle TZ jumps in the nick of time. But still, TLPH holds on because they have a Lord up top.
All right, I'll say this is mission success. They got into the base and they're going for it.
Oh, he wants to go in for the tower lock. Kyle TZ with the Winter Crown play. The minions have spawned, but every single member of Team Falcons now in the picture. Oh, will be able to do it though. A double kill for the MVP. Oh, we're trying to defend. There's a diversion play, a triple, and TL takes game 1.
From the flank, the Cavalry goes for a stampede Falcons didn't see coming. Game 1 goes to Team Liquid Philippines.
Sanji was mad! He wanted to get that game ended right then and there.
I didn't see it. I was staring at the fight. Apparently, he went for the diversion play. Red Morocco, did you see that?
Yep.
what we see and
Yep.
just processing on believing.
Yeah, up here, we're so close to the big screen in the arena. We were just both pointing at it. Oh, Sanji! Sanji! Oh
That
my
was literally us earlier.
Yeah, that was literally us. Oh my goodness.
That was insane. And it could have actually worked a lot faster.
Yeah, exactly. The signature low year, the hands of Sanji. If he's not MVP, I'm going to protest. I'm going to run down and scream, why isn't Sanji MVP? But I'm pretty sure he's going to be, the man deserves it. Damn good low Yi game, and Team Liquid Philippines as a whole played so well around the Sandman as he put Team Falcons to sleep in game number 1.
He's the Sandman. That's canon now, guys. This is Sanji making it happen for Team Liquid Philippines. This is the hero that was picked third during the draft. As you can see, 100% kill participation for Team Liquid. This guy's making it happen.
He sees everything with his eyes closed. That's how cold-blooded Sanji is. He was so good in this game. And honestly, it was his positioning in the first 2 turtle fights of the game that gave so much difficulty for Falcons as to why they could not get the snowball that they wanted. Because every time, well, turtle number 1, of course, this is how Sanji sees the game.
That's exactly the POV. This is POV Sanji.
With his eyes,
with his eyes closed, super focused on where the fights need to happen.
And double kill early on. This was turtle fight number 2, but turtle fight number 1 saw the same story, and every time Sanji was just there with really good positioning. He would get caught out a couple of times, literally 2 times, but it was him being able to, number 1, turtle fight number 1, he was the one who miraculously got the last hit on the turtle, which meant that Team Liquid had shields, which meant Falcons couldn't convert into kills. Team fight number 2, for turtle number 2, we saw that it was Sanji holding a really good angle in the shrub. The Falcons just could not find that low Yi, and they were just wondering, why are these duality procs biting us in the behind every time we want a team fight? And for the rest of the game, it was just the diversion game that Sanji brought to the table.
Yeah, it was super low-key as well for Daddy JP and Sanford pushing and pulling people where they need to be for those duality procs to actually make a difference.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. With the Arlot and the Franco together, it was like, this time, it was the cavalry, the horses rounding up Falcons saying, get over here, stay right there, and we're just gonna blast you with AoE damage.
Exactly, and it also helped so much. It made it so hard for TLPH's Lucas to actually hit the right targets. You can see the movement, right? They're dodging those shockwave blasts time and time again.
Yeah, and the diversion player at the end that Sanji decided to call meant that Falcons had even more pressure, because I believe Few and it was another member of Team Falcons that could not recall back home because another member of Team Liquid, I could be wrong, it could have been Carl TZ that was stopping them from going home. It was either Carl or Sanford, but Team Liquid overall played the much better game. What we said earlier in the draft, Team Liquid Philippines has a much better team fighting comp, sticking close together. Falcons wanted to fight into that, and they failed a lot in the early to mid game.
Yeah, not gonna lie as well, I like what Leo said where, you know what, we might worry about damage here later on in the game, because when you get picked up, when OHEB gets picked off, you're gonna be really lacking. But you know what? Team Liquid Philippines kind of really probably noticed that and said, you know what, guys, we gotta finish this right here, right now.
Yeah, and a quick throwback to the meta that for the longest time people got so tired of, because that's all we saw with the tanky fighter jungler era. During that time, we saw a fall off in the marksmen that dealt damage in bursts. What rose were marksmen that could deal continuous basic attack damage, i.e. the Claude, that being the best time for being a Claude player.
Even Iksha.
Yeah, even Iksha, even Melissa. So Carry, those heroes are good with longer team fights. Well, yes, Granger is still one of the best marksmen in the game, but it just goes to show Team Liquid Philippines went into this thinking, all right, how do we build a lineup that would make the Granger struggle, that even though Super Marco dealt 55,000 damage here, it would feel like he's not doing enough. Like, we look at the game and think, he could do a little bit more. Where is that damage? It's because he deals damages in bursts. He's not like a carry, he's not like a Claude.
Yeah, that's true. And again, in Super Marco here with the flicker, had to dodge final slashes, had to dodge hooks, had to dodge bloody hunts, energy eruptions from time to time. Imagine how hard it was for a Granger to actually do any damage here.
Yeah, it's so difficult here considering that Falcons drafted a lineup that are very dive. Once Flap TZ decides to pull the trigger in a fight alongside Ogwin, it's Super Marco is going to be left behind. 811 GPM for Super Marco.
Doesn't stop him though from being a rich guy.
Yeah, he was still able to farm. He did a tremendous job at that because Team Liquid Philippines, this is the trade-off that you get when you're roaming together as a 5-4 person hit squad alongside your gold laner. The gold laner's farm isn't going to be as high as the opposing gold laner because the opposing gold laner is trying to catch up with minion waves and creep kills. Meanwhile, yes, you're getting gold as the gold laner going around with the rest of the team getting kills, but you don't get as much gold if you were getting farm from the creeps and minions instead.
Yeah, and it's so hard for Super Marco as well to get stacks on the Sky Piercer because the team in general had a hard time getting kills for him, because he couldn't really go through, and he was so busy dipping and dodging. So that's a big problem, right? So we're gonna talk a little bit more about how maybe the Super Marco and the rest of the team were able to do it. But so far, so good. At least he was able to get the rich guy. And in fairness, there was a point where the lead shrunk down almost 2.5k around the end there. You know, maybe save for that last-minute play from TLPH. That could have been still a very close game.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines decided to play with their best strength, which is just being able to open up the map so well with the low E. So for the side of Falcons now, I think they're not going to give that low E anymore. They shouldn't. That is enough warning. At that point, the whole team has to gather together. Even the coach has to admit, yeah, let's never give the low E to Sanji. And that might become the biggest trade of this game because Few plays a very mean low E as well. So we're now going to be looking at the center of the map as the key trade in the draft, which mid laners are going to get picked up in the final compositions.
That's right. Chip might be in the docket if that happens, so we'll see. Those teams love the global. So for the meantime, though, let's take a breather, guys. Let's have a little bit of a fun here in the Champions Arena. Further over to our host, we got a few special guests for you.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. Here we are at the Champions Arena, and right beside me are the champions of the UAAP Esports Season 87. Everyone please give it up for De La Salle University. DLSU Green Aces, boys, it is so nice to have you here today. Pakilala naman kayo sa lahat ng ating mga manonood for everybody who doesn't know you yet.
IGN ko po, Gabowi. Yung role ko is gold lane.
My gen ko po is Caviar, and ngayon po, multi-role po ngayon.
Alright.
IGN ko po is Aspect, and role ko is Jungle.
Hello, I'm Ryu. IGN ko po ay Late Tuto, and role ko ay Support.
I'm Aaron po, tas role ko po is mid lane.
Ako po si Nek, and role ko po is XP.
All right, there we finally have it. Some familiar faces, right? A lot of familiar faces with this team right here. Matanong ko lang, aside from those who have played pro already, any first-timers na nanonood? First time? All right, first time. Sabi mo kanina, first time mo eh, pero hindi. Now, how does it feel watching dito mismo sa Champions Arena? You, because it's your first time. I want to know more about it. Kasi yung una mong panonood, ito pa mismo, lower bracket. So how does it feel to watch right now?
It feels different from YouTube and Facebook. Kasi
okay.
You can see the players, their reactions.
Okay.
In-game reactions.
Okay, so it feels different because the action, you see it live.
Yes.
Right? I think that's what you are saying as of the moment. Okay, I'm glad I got that quick. Now, in terms of the players naman, isa-isa kayo. Sino ba ang peg nyong player? Sino ba yung mga iniidolo nyong player dito mismo sa MPL Philippines? Gabo, ikaw muna.
Sa akin si Rene J.
Si Rene J, alright.
Sa akin po ngayon si Oeben Kelra.
Si Oheb at si Kelra, alright.
Ako si Carl TZ.
Carl TZ.
Sa akin si Baloy, pati si Kenji.
Baloy and Kenji. Parang coach niyo yun, ha?
Ako po si Carl TZ.
Carl TZ and?
Sanford.
The Sanford. There we have it. I like it. Two of them from TLPH. Let's talk to the captain this time. I'm sure kasi na-cover namin yung mga ganap nyo eh. Kasama namin si Chantel, si Brigida, si Womi. I'm sure there's a lot of other, casters na nakasama natin doon. This time kayo naman ang tatanungin ko. May predictions ba kayo kung sino ang magiging champion of Season 15?
Napag-usapan namin kanina na eh. Sobrang hirap hulaan. Pero para sa amin, feel namin TLPH.
TLPH. So tingin mo mananalo sila. What's the score looking like?
Basta umabot ng Game 7 para sulit.
Basta umabot ng Game 7 para sulit ang bayad. I like it. May pakaba effect pa, DLSU. Maraming salamat for being with us today. Hopefully, makasama pa natin. Paano ba namin masusuportahan ang DLSU in terms of all of your matches?
Siguro supportan nyo po kami sa upcoming UAP season, pero matagal pa naman yan. Tapos may mga tournaments po kami na upcoming, like yung XCC, which is yung Infinix Cup, which is mangyayari this Sunday.
Tsaka yung MSL.
Alright, there we finally have it. Muli, maraming salamat to the DLSU Green Aces. It's nice to be here with you guys today. Now, we toss it over to Kalusi dahil meron daw siyang kasama doon. Kalusi, kamusta?
Hans, kasama ko naman dito sa kabilang banda ng Champions Arena. Palakpakan naman natin ang mga naggagandahang members ng MLBB 48. Hi girls, can you please introduce yourselves?
Hi everyone, I'm MLBB 48 Jamie.
Hello, I'm Andy. Hi, I'm Dana.
Hi, I'm Rihanna.
Hi, I'm Line.
Hello po, ako po si Rhea.
Hello, I'm CJ.
Hi, I'm Clariel.
Ayan, ang dami nila. Girls, this is your first time performing in front of the MPL crowd. Kamusta naman yung pakiramdam?
First of all, super big honor po for us to have a performance here because we too play Mobile Legends and we know how big of an event this is because we have audiences from all over the world watching us right now. So it's an honor to hype up the playoffs for today, right girls?
Correct.
That's so great to hear. And nabanggit mo na, naglalaro kayo ng Mobile Legends? Ano na bang rank nyo?
Ay, as someone na... ito mythic. As someone na walang oras maglaro, hanggang epic lang ako. Pero road to legend.
Grabe, ako nga warrior lang. As a simple girl.
Okay lang, basta proud, di ba?
Yes.
And ano ba bang pwede naming abangan sa MNL 48? May mga upcoming shows ba kayo? Performances?
Yes, of course. In the month of June, we have a lot of performances coming up. And besides that, we have our 5th generation edition coming up. So you better stay tuned for that on our social media channels.
Ayan, naabangan namin yan. Invite nyo naman yung mga fans nyo na manood live dito sa Champions Arena.
MN Loves! Live na live dito ngayon. Kaya manood kayo at mag-enjoy tayo para-pareho para suportahan ng mga teams na sinusuportahan natin.
Yes!
Sino bang team ang sinusuportahan nyo? Ayan.
Wag niyo po kaming awayin.
Secret.
pero parehas. Para safe. Safe answer.
Okay. Quick question, girls. Ready na ba kayo for game 2?
Siyempre! Ready!
Okay, ready na sila. So panel, balik sa inyo.
I told you we got a lot of surprises for you guys later on, and this is it. These are our champions for UAAP Season 87.
Yep.
That's Del Salle University, and of course, we got ML 48. This thing is national.
By the way, that was my alma mater.
There you go.
So yeah, so this is how it goes. It goes DLSU. So I still remember.
There you go.
Animo LaSalle. So a lot of star power.
So that's why you
today.
really are attracted to the green.
Yeah. That explains a lot. Yeah, that explains it. Yeah, that's the colors of my old university alma mater. It was also green and white.
That's right.
And sometimes yellow for the alternative jerseys. Huh.
All right, that explains a little bit. While we're crossing that.
One less thing to talk about with my therapist.
We'll talk about that later. So right now, obviously, it's been a very interesting, to say the least, way to bring the old TLPH back into the playoffs, right? This is the TLPH that we have been waiting for, and the TLPH that we actually saw for the majority of the regular season.
Yeah, and it just feels vindicating, you know? Everything that we discussed heading into the draft, we saw it. Sanford on a hero that can deal more damage. That's what our lot brings to the table. Yeah. And then with Team Liquid drawing back and really pulling the curtains, trying to stretch out what they could bring to the meta with the heroes that they decided to pick up. Exactly what we saw. What we asked for from Team Liquid Philippines to show in this lower bracket finals, they've already shown right away in game number 1. They have set the bar. It is going to be up to Falcons now to follow that, because if this Liquid Stampede continues, that's going to be terrifying.
It is going to be terrifying. I think for Falcons got like you.
Oh, yes.
With what you're seeing here, we're going to have to bring in Brigida, because we are seeing old school drafting here for TLPH. Let's see if they're going to continue this here. Again, not the Vendetta yet.
Yeah.
We're looking for that Vendetta maybe later on for Sanford.
Yeah.
Bring it back that flame. But we're going to have to see how Falcons also brings up. Brigida, how are you doing?
Hello, Brigadudes, Rockhart, Renmar, Marians, everyone in the chat. Why did I say chat? But yeah, it's been a really I don't know, surprising draft for Team Liquid Philippines, especially in game number 1. I can't imagine that they've been able to plan all that overnight.
Yeah, great shifts, and as we mentioned earlier, right away, the Loyi getting taken out. Rockhart mentioned the chip still taken out here by Falcons, while Team Liquid Philippines have taken out some of the strengths of Falcons, which is the jungle hero pool of Kyle TZ, and taking away the Kalea, a strong flex pick for Falcons. So speaking of flex, are they going to try to go into this with a Baksha rush or go for the juice in for few?
Yeah, that's something we're going to look at, because like you mentioned earlier, Luyi was banned out by Team Falcons very early on. So weirdly enough, even the chip. So no global presence available except for maybe the Moskov later on.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's going to be on the docket. I'm pretty sure Super Marco and Noma would love to pick that up.
Yeah, or maybe the Ranger, which will not be the option. It's going to be the Jushin indeed. And with the Harith banned out, Team Liquid Philippines will be able to stay away that Ranger we just mentioned. So Super Marco will have to use something else for this game after how many games of already using the Granger. There's no Harith as well. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's the Moskov and the carry so far that he's been playing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Falcons can go to the second phase without picking up their gold laner just yet.
Yep.
Considering that the Farsa is still available for TLPH to pick at pick number 3, which would mean a 1-1 could be turned off.
Yeah.
Plus, if Team Liquid Philippines decide to already show that they're going to be going for the tanky front to back lineup again, then Falcons can decide to pick up the 1-1 and or carry later on. So save the Super Marco pick for later. Pick up a flex here and your jungler for Kyle TZ if possible. Maybe the Hayabusa.
Oh, there it goes.
Badang has been really on fire so far in the playoffs. I think he's only not showed up in like maybe 1 or 2 drafts. So far, every single team has loved to pick up the Badang. Onic Philippines also has, Dilar, when he was guesting here, he highlighted that damage Badang is a real deal.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see that sometime here, but so far the Kakashi Hayabusa picked up for Falcons as well.
And I loved how they picked this up here, since Renmar did mention the Farsa, so that can make Team Liquid Philippines think twice about whether or not they want to pick it up in this part of the draft, since they have to expect that there is going to be a Farsa or there is going to be a Hayabusa, but they still decide to pick up the Farsa nonetheless.
Yeah, they're willing to take that trade. Team Liquid Philippines don't overthink it. Second half of the draft, I think there we go, they take out the 1-1. As expected, even though they picked up the Farsa for themselves, this is a double-edged sword, because Team Liquid Philippines are now telling Falcons, hey, we're probably going to go slow front to back again.
Now
historically, Farsa as well, like just very vulnerable to Hayabusas in general,
yeah,
as well as Badangs.
Oh, okay. So they take out the Lucas too, which was the hero that Kyle TZ did pick up earlier, and that's actually one of the questions as well into the draft heading into the second phase. Like, where does this Baksha go for Team Liquid Philippines? Because at least in the playoffs, I feel this is the first time that they'll actually be picking up the Baksha.
Yeah. Okay. With them banning out the Moskov and 1-1, that leaves Beatrix and carry for Falcons. You know what, Team Liquid Philippines? Go for either the Ling or the Lance.
Oh.
I want the Lance.
I want the Lance too.
Give me the Lance, Liquid.
I love that. It's actually a hero that wins pretty well against a Hayabusa, You can kind of just iframe out of a shadow kill. You can also just go ahead and take out that Zushin when you can.
Exactly.
Love it. I love that move.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going to be a focus here. Phobius banned out at the very last.
And if ever there's a 1-1 pick coming, nah, there's no 1-1 pick
Yeah, it was
anymore.
banned
But
out.
regardless of whatever marksman decides to show up for Team Falcons, right? They'll have a way to access it easily aside from the Farsa and the Granger, which are already plenty of range for Team Liquid Philippines. So they save that hero for last. Like, be it the roamer or the jungler for Team Liquid Philippines, we aren't entirely sure just yet.
Yeah. All right, we already saw Rome Hilda before coming in from Team Liquid, but I think that is an XP laner for Sanford, most likely.
Most likely. Right? We keep saying this, you know, but whenever we say that, there are just times where, you know, it doesn't happen. So I'm just going to stay open.
But with the picks right now, I feel like carry seems like a really good option against Baksha and a Hilda. Clint is not out of the picture just yet. But yeah, the gold lanes are very hard right now.
Maybe Earthal, if Super Marco just wants to look at the matchup, plus it's going to be easier for him to avoid the feathered airstrike.
With the lane.
Yeah, because with the Beatrix and the carry, they're a little bit too slow.
Oh, what?
What? They still go Clint? Good call there, Rockhard, by the way.
I really feel like you're right.
Whoa.
I actually would have loved the airfill, but yeah, the Clint, even in the hands of Keller, has been really inefficient, I would say.
So
but look
far,
at that lane that you mentioned as well.
Yeah. The best choices they could go for at that point, honestly, for Carl TZ. He was either the Ling or the Lancelot.
Yeah.
And even more so now with that last pick, Ling. Brigida, I feel like this Clint might have a hard time.
It will. It looks like it will. It has to consider the Farsa, it has to consider the Ling, and not just that, the Baksha just constantly trying to hunt him down. I mean, he does have some mobility skills, but there are just countless of ways for Team Liquid Philippines to actually catch up.
So in the Clash of the Titans here in the panel, I think the Liquid Girly and Falcons Guy are in agreement. Liquid won the draft.
Yep, pretty much. Even I would agree with that one, 100%. Unless Super Marco can just pull off some really crazy stuff and make sure that his Clint stays relevant all throughout the game. But then again, history has proven that's very difficult.
Yeah.
So let's throw it over to our Land of Dawn. See how Falcons here we go.
Game 2 in this best of 7. First of the board is Liquid. Can Falcons, with their very specific draft, get on the board and equalize? At your service, my name is Leo here with Ingan and Brigida to bring you the action. If I may weigh in, I agree, on face value, Liquid won the draft, but Ingan, do you agree with me that these picks by Falcons, they're specific to them? Like, they know how to use these tools to get back into the series.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, when Flap TZ started to use these some sort of the badangs, the ones that require a lot of highly mechanical skills, he would default to the bakshas, the glues, whenever he doesn't feel like it. So in this case, he can be the bridge for Super Marco to have his power spike early on and dish out the damage, despite the high mobility that TLPH has with their lineup.
Yeah, and part of me is starting to consider what happens if the team fights take too long. Like, what if they just run for more than a couple of seconds for both Team Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines, right? Like, it looks to me that Team Falcons, their lineup might actually be somehow built for that to some extent too.
That's what I'm saying. The picks that Falcons went into game number 2 with are picks that have low downtime, I like to call it. They're picks that, again, don't ultimately just rely on their ultimate. And it makes sense. Look at Falcons' stats all throughout Season 15, right? They're #1 in kills, #1 in assists, and when it comes down to the late game, they are #1 in Lord control, just second in total Lord kills. But again, when it comes down to those big dances, those team fights that last a while, you know, Falcons, they let you know that they are here.
Yeah, one of the key reasons why is, of course, Ogwin is with his badang again, signature of the Unigo cousins. And who can forget their game yesterday, the game-ending set that Ogwin had with the badang that turned things around in their favor. Could happen now.
He said, there's 2 here, 2, I got 2.
Oh, actually, especially now that I feel they'll have a lot more means to create that space, you know? I mean, earlier it felt like they were mostly mid-range, so they always had to close in. But now I feel like there's a better distribution in terms of the positions we can expect from them to come from when the team fight actually happens later on.
Yep, better spatial coverage. When you're up front and personal, you got Ogwin. When you're at mid-range and you want to control where your opponents can go, you got Few doing this. Oh my lord, Sanji at half.
They're giving Sanji such a hard time right now, the Game 1 MVP. Even popped his Purify early on. So now Team Falcons resorting back to their control over the mid lane.
Yeah, and honestly, this is one of the biggest differences in game number 1. Team Liquid Philippines were always pressuring the mid lanes. They were always having an eye on either Few, on whatever you get to actually show yourself up in. And it can be the same with Sanford on the Hilda, but there's less, Final Slash, there's less surprise, there's less threat for an immediate pickoff.
Yeah, not to mention, oh, wait a minute though. Flap TZ here alongside Kyle TZ will draw the first blood with a Wiki Shadow kill onto Sanford.
Oh, Kyle TZ coming up as well.
Kyle TZ jumps in. Tempest of Blades onto Kyle TZ. No Shadow, so he might be able to take him down. That was a well worth the trade for Team Liquid Philippines. But again, Ogwin alongside Few, just right on cue, brings down JP.
Nothing comes for free. Falcons able to clap back, come out on top, 2-1.
Yeah, and just as we mentioned how Team Liquid Philippines, their fast rotations coming out of the EXP lane still might be one of their strengths. Team Falcons decide to focus on that lane first. And just when there was an immediate response from Carl TZ, who would have expected that there could be enough ways for Flap to actually hold the two of them under that turret?
That's the beauty of the new glue. I was tinkering with it earlier this week, and I'm like, how is this legal? How is Munton already changing a very strong hero into a stronger hero? And that's why Liquid, they're always keeping their eyes on bottom lane, on XP.
Yeah, I mean, who could forget the performance of Kirk yesterday with the glue? Flawless KDA. So now if Flap TZ channels his inner Kirk, things could go well for Team Falcons as they start things off with this turtle. Sanford and JP providing a lot of vision here for Carl TZ. Who's going to get the turtle first? Because Kyle TZ just got zoned out, but he has a shadow. He might go in again. Here comes the Tempest of Blades now as he's trying to go for more. First blood drawn again for Kyle TZ onto Sanford. Make it two because Owen picks up Carl TZ as well. And they're not even done. Flap TZ with the spread. Few also. Owen was able to walk away. And JP, no, he got surrounded by 3 and lifted up by Few to feed off the kill to Kyle.
As the great Theo Wom Ignacio said, disgusting. What is Falcons doing with this lineup? Kyle TZ with a steal!
What? Grand Theft Turtle for the young goat.
Falcons took too long. They were relishing in the victory, and then in comes Carl.
And to be fair, that was already one of the things we talked about. We saw it in action. The team fight took too long. Falcons were actually able to win it out. But it took too long that Carl TZ, with the very short death timers that we have, was able to get back into that turtle pit and secure it for Team Liquid Philippines.
The ultimate opportunist. Much like Seth Rollins in Mania. He's coming to get it. That was turtle number 1, folks. Turtle number 1.
It blindsided them again, but still they were able to pick up 3 or 4 kills during that trade. So Team Falcon still has a 1.6k gold lead, and they're reverting back again to the control of the mid lane because even Sanji's having a hard time today.
Yeah, and it's honestly interesting to see Team Liquid Philippines still try to go for the fights, go for the contests, even though we acknowledge the fact that it might take a little more time for them. They're on the Ling, and yes, it is an assassin. Yes, there is some early game presence, but the items are a necessity for you to feel the full threat of this hero.
I guess it's a blessing in disguise that Carl TZ is who he is, and he always looks for these little advantages. It keeps Falcons' lead down to a manageable 1,000 and a half, and yeah, you can show face, but when you're up against Few, who's playing the way he is, I think that Liquid Stampede in Game 1 woke him up.
Yeah. And I mean, even if you're going to look at the matchup between Flap TZ and Sanford, pretty much you cannot see that Sanford's freely roaming or being the secondary roamer right now.
He can't. As the Hilda, he can't. Oh, action in mid!
Action in mid. Kyle TZ already popped the Wiki Shadow kill. JP soaking up the damage, but Few comes in with the Lantern Flare. Flap TZ jumps in once again, and Sanford goes for the back, but Few has his Crimson Beacon. Kyle TZ got stunned down. Point blank shot right in the face as Owen brings him down.
Oh, they're still going. JP had Flap on him. Carl TZ looking to get some retribution.
Oh, Owen had to pop his ultimate to delay the attack of TLPH. Tempest of Blades casted down by Carl TZ as they break down Owen. That's one member down again for Team Falcons.
Oheb was too free, and Team Liquid Philippines had all quad shadows covered. So wherever Kyle TZ wanted to go for an escape, there was at least one member of Team Liquid Philippines ready to answer back, but
what was that? How did Sanji... All right, it was off camera. Who knows what was in the vision of Sanji? He popped the feathered airstrike for a snipe on Few.
You know, we were just talking about that the lineup of TLPH compared to game number 1 lacks surprises because they don't have the Franco, they don't have the Arlot. But Carl TZ surprised us with a solo turtle kill, but now Carl TZ with a Wiki Shadow kill. Sanji was able to wings by wings. And just like that, also Sanji never fails to amaze us with a solo kill onto Few a while ago.
Not even using the Purify. So he's fully equipped for what may happen in this next objective, which clearly both of these teams are looking to set up for. Ogwen and Flapteasy are already within the area, and so are JP and Sanford.
All right, we're back to equilibrium. Falcons can contest. Liquid stole the last one, but it looks like this has their name on it. Kyle Teasy spots Sanford.
Now we're seeing Sanford do his thing, zoning out Kyle Teasy to give enough space for Carl Teasy for an uncontested turtle take. A while ago, before or after even the turtle steal of Carl Teasy, Falcon was looking at the 1.6k gold lead, and now it's on the side of TLPH.
Exactly. It's the way the lead has shifted so fast. But now Team Falcons, they're trying to look for ways to regain it back. But it seems like this is just pure determination from Team Liquid Philippines. They're just not letting anything go through.
The Filipino sniper catching Few again.
Oh, and now Carl Teasy on to Super Marco. He was able to dodge it out, but here comes the stun from JP. Even flickers in. Ogwen with a counter though. As Super Marco falls down, here comes TLPH once again. A Wiki Shadow Kill casts it down. Sanji pops his Purify. JP caught in the middle. And I think Flapteasy was able to grab onto JP. The clash will disperse here, but TLPH, they got 2 kills.
Oh, Kyle's not done. Shadow in!
But the stun! And now the counter from Ogwen! And now the ult from Sanji! And a killing spree for our MVP! OM still knocking down turrets!
Done!
Whoa!
Yet!
Imagine that! It could have looked so good! For Team Falcons, that was a beautiful fist break, or just the fist crack coming in from Ogwen to capture Carl Teasy and actually shut him down. But look at how Team Liquid Philippines decided to still proceed with the fight. But hold on, Few. Does he want to go for this?
Well, Teasy with a Defiant Sword. Another stun from JP as he brings down Few. Ogwen with a beautiful counter, though, as Sanford was able to flicker out Sanji again with a feathered airstrike to stop Team Falcons from extending further. And now TLPH are looking at the 3k gold lead. Almost all extended clashes favor them.
Only God knows when these teams will stop fighting. They will start and stop, and then maybe they'll make their minds and go for something. I think that's what mid was all about. Liquid went straight for that tier 1 up top when they said we had enough, and then they kept going.
Yeah, and it really feels like it's always been Team Liquid starting the fight. It's always them looking for all the fights to happen against Team Falcons, whereas we haven't seen any clear intention from Team Falcons just yet to be the ones first, where we haven't seen Ogwen go in just yet with a flicker, fist break, fist crack combo to capture anyone. At most, it's probably Few, but earlier it felt like it was zoning.
Now Sanji cast a feathered airstrike, immediately bursted down Ogwen. They're trying to go for a response for the Wiki Shadow kill, but JP just has that revitalize to save everyone. And Ogwen falls down.
Like a herd of stallions, Liquid just clump off whenever Kyle presses the shadow kill. That's the third time that they've done this defensive maneuver.
Third time TLPH playing as one unit. And now taking full control of the game. 3.6k gold lead already. And look at the gold difference between the 2 gold leaders. Almost 1.5k.
That's a lot. We haven't seen the Clint really provide much for Team Falcons just yet, despite the presence of already the Endless Battle and the Malefic Roar. And JP has already built the Radiant Armor and the Dreadnought, so he's pretty much able to tank a lot of the damage that will come in from Falcons, because mostly those who are going to go up front are Flap and Few. And now that's just all the more reason for Team Falcons to carefully consider what they're doing next.
Team Falcons, I don't know if they're considering even a contest. In my books, I wouldn't. You're down 4k. Liquid has full control of the pit. JP gets caught here.
Oh, they're going to look for a trade. So, Ogwen! Shuts down OM, but Few gets the Lord! The collapse of TLPH started out by Ogwen. JP with a grab. And now Flapteasy fins off the kill to Super Marco.
Technically, they didn't contest. They just went straight for the turn.
It was a beautiful call from Master Ogwen seeing how grouped up together Team Liquid Philippines was and looking for the right targets. Both JP and OHEB, but more so on OHEB. Them being able to take him out meant a lot for Team Falcons.
Now they transition to a mid lane turret takedown. Lord up top, Carl Teasy waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Sanji with a feathered airstrike, he goes in the middle. Tempest of Blades casted down as Owen has been shut down.
Marco!
JP chasing after Phil. Flap Teasy gone as well. Super Marco bursted by the MVP. Phil got caught, has the Crimson Beacon. Sanford runs after him. Lantern Flare is there, but Phil and Kyle Teasy are left.
Oh, anime fight. Kyle Teasy backing out. He knows the massive losses across the board. 3 down for free. Liquid find a clap back, but they still have to deal with a Lord.
And those clapbacks just come in too fast. Like, be it Team Falcons, be it Team Liquid Philippines, the moment you make even just the slightest mistake, or if you take a bit more longer than you should, then you could expect the immediate responses already coming in. If we would look at that instant replay earlier, Team Falcons, they just wanted to take down this mid-tier too, but Carl Teasy holding that brush alongside every single member of Team Liquid Philippines calling for an engage. They just knew they had the advantage and they took out so many members of Team Falcons.
Call it punitive action. Falcons did steal a few kills, did steal away the Lord when Liquid was up by 4K. Who saw that coming? No one saw that coming, save for Falcons.
Ogwin rather saw that coming because he did this yesterday with this specific hero, the Badang. If you give Ogwin the flicker and the fist break, fist crack, things could change for Team Falcons, and they don't lack the damage to burst down any of the members of TLPH. But again, if they stay too long, TLPH, they win the extended fights.
Yeah, and it's looking a bit more better for Team Liquid Philippines right now, since OHEB already picked up the Wind of Nature as well. They only have to be extra careful in terms of positioning, but so long as Sanford is able to provide the necessary information, unlike earlier where it feels like no one was watching the mid, no one was keeping an eye on the mid brushes, then it'll be more difficult for Ogwin to play around with the angles or the potential setups later on.
In that last Lord fight, Falcons seem to have understand how TLPH were playing more like a herd, clumped up. Now it's Liquid's turn to evolve once again mid-series. How can they change up their tactics, their formations, their movement, so they don't get punished as hard by the Master? Item check here. So far, Marco is catching up to OHEB, but I'm thinking stacks-wise. I'm thinking like just pure raw damage and lethality. OHEB still trumps the bulletproof.
Yeah. Yep. I think he got shut down in the middle of his 6 kills, so that's not the full 60 stacks that you would expect from a Sky Piercer. But again, in terms of survivability, both gold laners have their Wind of Natures ready, so you can keep an eye out of that if ever Owen manages to catch OHEB or even JP and Sanji. But now they're trying to go for Sanford as COPH starts things off with this Lord.
All right, half health. The dance has begun, approaching the point of no return.
We're still waiting for Kyle TC. He dashes in, but OHEB gets the Lord in exchange for JP. He pops his Revitalize, might even be able to walk away as Sanford preventing Ogwin from a setup and disrupting the feathered airstrike of Sanji. And now OHEB chasing after Flap TZ. The daddy has been saved, but Ogwin jumps in as well. Sanford from the back might be able to cast that ultimate. Carl TZ jumps in, Tempest of Blades here and out, and Kyle TZ enters in with the Wiki Shadow Kill, but they share out the damage. One more hit on a JP and no casualties for the Cavalry.
They'll have to defend. Team Falcons has to defend, but for chasing for Sanford. Will Super Marco get the kill? And he does!
The bulletproof, again in the nick of time, was able to get Sanford. And with that kill, TLPH won't be able to use this Lord.
Fade away, ricochet shot by the bulletproof, keeping Falcons in the game. A few punished movements from Liquid. Again, in the heat of battle, you're going to want to get what you can. You're going to want to snowball and punish your opponents when they overextend. Carl TZ committed Tempest of Blades to take down, what was that, Ogwin or Flap TZ? Someone who you shouldn't use your ult on.
Ogwin, I think it was Ogwin.
Yep, and honestly, that entire decision from Team Liquid Philippines to just burst down the objective, it normally would be dangerous with very limited information, but it was so fortunate that Team Falcons, they were actually really taking their time. Owen had to come in from the other side of the right mid bush, but even for Kyle, he wasn't ready to contest just yet. And speaking of Kyle!
Oh, fortunately for Kyle, he was able to shadow out. Now commits the weak shadow kill onto Sanji! And Master Ogwin with a beautiful setup. Kyle TZ is going to fall down though. Ogwin immortality pop. Now they're trying to go for more and double kill. Coming in from Owen. He wants to make it 3. Flap TZ caught in a mix. Carl TZ jumps in as well. One more hit on the Flap TZ. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
Massive for Liquid here. They could have definitely lost more. And Kyle TZ, ever the artist on the Assassins, went in, isolated Sanji, went for the shadow kill, but only found one.
And how lucky or how fortunate is it for TLPH that Oheb wasn't part of the setup. So they had the damage. They had ways to answer back, even though Master Ogwin went in and nearly got that perfect setup.
Kill one didn't even have a flicker. You're right, Brigida. He was fortunate. He was blessed. They were more than lucky. There was someone out there looking out for Kill one saying, please don't kill him, please don't kill him. 61 stacks.
Yeah, and that's because, again, with the kit of his hero, he has unlimited reach, especially towards the 17-minute mark now. So he doesn't need to be in close combat to dish out the damage up against Team Falcons.
Sonata on Sonata on Sonata.
Now, even the Rhapsody was more than enough. Oh.
Slowly but surely, Falcons can position themselves again into a point where they'll force TLPH to respond, but it's Liquid who's being proactive right now. Lourdes began. Sanford gets caught up.
Good grab on Flap TZ onto Sanford, but now JP getting caught in a mix. Ogwin waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. He doesn't know where he is. JP pops his Revitalize already. Got caught by the Lantern Flare. One member down for TLPH. Owen commits the ultimate onto Sanford. Paired up with Fuse Lantern Flare. Super Marco finishes the job as they bring down 2.
That's free. 2 for free. I don't think Liquid should take this fight.
Now Kyle TC. Okay, there was a Winter Crown play coming in from Sanji. Owen delivering the Rhapsodies though. Super Marco from the back. He spots Owen. Wind of Nature battle between the 2 gold laners. He pops Sanji as well. And the chase is on. Owen flap onto Kyle. Owen Mortality pop. And Fiu delivers the final blow
that was
to the
a 2
MVP.
for 1. And Kyle TC going 2 for 1. 3v1. That was disastrous for Liquid.
It was very disastrous. Imagine not being able to anticipate in advance whatever setups Team Falcons were going for, but it wasn't really the setups, honestly. It was the way Team Liquid Philippines decided to take their time again, tanking the front lines. But what they don't know is that Super Marco's already online. He has a full build on the Clint.
JP doing his best to delay and give enough information for TLPH.
Oh!
Lantern Flare is there. He escapes. Oh, Gwen with the combo. Forced out the Templates of Blaze.
Oh!
Is this enough damage? Call TZ finds Super Marco. A killing spree for the young goat as Sanford tanking up the damage. And now the tides have shifted again to TLPH.
And from out of nowhere, it becomes a 3v3 again. A 4v3, a 5v3. Liquid has failed to take the Lord, but recovered well enough to push back Falcons from stealing it.
And it felt like Carl TZ immediately knew they had to find a way to deal with Super Marco, and he was the only guy they took out from Team Falcons. JP, this time around, it was a much more rewarding of him to sustain all that damage.
And he was the guy that Falcons needed to take that Lord. That's why Liquid got it for free. Falcons hesitated.
This is the result of numerous tournaments, numerous grand finals, numerous crucial matches between these two teams. Despite not having enough information, they rely on the tendencies that they found out about each other. That's why this game is long. It's approaching the 20-minute mark, and it's still a close fight.
For the past 400 days, these two in some version of these lineups have gone all around the world and played world-class MLBB. And today, they prove that they can keep going. They can keep changing the game. A forced retreat for Kyle and Ogwin. Watch out for Ogwin. It's the master really who changes the tide of these fights.
But is the damage going to be enough, though, even if Ogwin manages? Winter Crown play coming in from Sanji there, but Flap Daisy flickers in to bring down Sanji. And now they pick up Sanford, force out a lot of flickers. Lord was able to burst down the inhibitor in the middle lane as Pew and Flap TZ working on TLPH. One member down for the Cavalry.
Brigida was not wise. They spent so much just to take down Sanji. They didn't even protect that mid lane.
Yeah, they lost the mid lane turret. However, they were able to deny that Lord Siege. Team Liquid Philippines could have definitely went for if ever they still had had all their members and all their resources complete. And now this allows for a little more breathing room for Team Falcons, but they definitely should be the ones to find the team fights, to find the more favorable fights later on.
Ooh, may I say, the fact that no flicker, save for Flapteasy, was spent in that takedown, in that defense in mid. So maybe, just maybe, Falcons are setting something up.
Unfortunately for them also, fortunately for them, it was the mid lane inhibitor turret that got taken down, so Carl TZ's potential split pushes can be managed by Team Falcons.
Yep. Now we're already approaching that point in the game.
It's the fourth Lord, by the way.
Yeah, where everyone is just full builds, where everything doesn't matter anymore, where it's ultimately execution once again, and the constant adapting you do in game. That feels like both of these teams, as time progresses, as time goes by, they just constantly know how to attack one another, and the seesaw battle is just too real.
Amazing map control by Team Falcons. Despite losing out on their mid lane, getting penetrated there, inhibitor taken down, they still managed to make the map go blue. And this is in front of a Hilda, in front of a Ling, in front of a Farsa. How do they do that?
Yeah. Every single time we think that Team Liquid Philippines have already taken control, even of the upcoming objectives, even of the setup.
Oh!
Team Falcons just find a way.
Flapteasy, guilty. A charge of Grand Theft Purple. How?
That's revenge for Carl TZ taking away their turtle early on in this game. And now no purple buff for Carl TZ. The potentially last Lord dance that we'll see for game number 2.
That's lethal. Going into a fight without a purple for a Ling this late into the game with these high stakes involved, Carl TZ won't let's just say they can't fight.
Yeah, it's hard.
This is gonna be a very difficult decision for Team Liquid Philippines. And there's the conceal already coming in from Ogwen. They're already positioning themselves, and they might find Oheb!
Oheb walks in! Camera switch!
Catches Oheb, pops his immortality. Kyle TZ makes sure to deliver the final kill. A sacrificial play for Ogwen there to keep TLPH at bay. Immortality pop, Sanford leading the charge. Sanji delivers the final kill. JP immortality pop. Sanford caught in a mix once again. Few continuing with the Lantern Flare, might be able to pick up Sanford, but a Winter Crown play is there. Super Marco with a grenade bombardment. But Sanji answers back with a feathered airstrike to shut down the bulletproof. A clutch winter play from Few and Sanji. But Carl from the back, the young goat making plays for TLPH.
Old allies, Carl TZ and Flapteasy meeting on the battlefield. Flapteasy running away, retribution spent by Carl, popping the immortality.
And surrounded by 2, no escape for Flap, but Kyle TZ now in the picture. He's all alone. TLPH has 3.
An emotional roller coaster in the span of a minute. They caught Oheb, but now they're staring down the barrel of a push in mid.
No need for the Lord. Minions onto the middle lane. Kyle TZ against his idol. Uigi Shadow Kill already casted. Might be able to clear it out, and he bought enough time.
Insane! A few minutes back, a few seconds back. The buy and sells. The decisions to stay in this game. And now they're trying to burst the Lord, but Ogwen and Kyle, they're still within the area. But Morgan!
Master! Ogwen! The clutches Lord Steel! In his entire career! We witness it here!
The capacity crowd in the Champions Arena erupts. Cavalry, Falcons, Nest, everyone in between just losing their collective minds. How?
And I was just saying, fortunately, Kyle is far. Fortunately, there's no way he could catch up, but it was Ogwen all along who could get the job done.
Mentally speaking, you have to recover. You can't let yourself be haunted by the fact that a roamer stole away your Lord. This is an evolved Lord, and now they have to defend. Carl TZ going to the flank, just cutting that wave in mid.
Oh, they're gonna need every bit of Carl TZ here as the Lord approaches up top, clears the inhibitor. Fluff TZ jumps in, Sanji, but got interrupted by Carl TZ. Ogwen disrupting TLPH. Carl Teasy want to go for more. Super Marco pops his Wind of Nature. He still has his immortality. Only JP got lost, and they were able to clear out the Lord.
A great defense shown to us by Team Liquid Philippines. For now, they're able to deny and delay Team Falcons and their attempts, but there are still waves coming in from the sides that they successfully are able to deal with. It is just so good that they're able to maximize the Ling at this point, because if not, it would have been terrible for Team Liquid.
Minions sieging in onto the bottom lane. Everyone entering with their ultimates. Flap Teasy with his spread. Carl Teasy was able to pop a lot of immortalities. Sanji able to dish out the feathered airstrike. A lot of resources expended on Team Falcon's side.
Oh, they've accepted the fact that Flap Teasy went in too deep. Better lose 1 than 2 or 3. Marco and Few were at the brink of death. Falcons survived. They could have been punished so much harder, but Liquid, I wonder what their thoughts are on this next Lord spawning in 20.
You know, this is the first time in this playoffs I actually saw a death timer in 70 seconds. That's how long our game is right now. As we approach this 27-minute mark, 10 seconds, Lord will spawn. And Team Falcons, they need Flap Teasy for this potential fight.
I think the longest we've ever seen was in day 1. But wait!
Sanji picks off Marco!
The Lone Stallion made an amazing solo play to pick off the man regarded as the bulletproof, as TLPH takes away the last potential Lord.
How did Sanji get into that position? But all the more, how was Super Marco so far away from the others?
That play, it's a shame we did not see it as it happened. That play by Sanji made that catch by JP on Oheb earlier in the purple side buff of Liquids look like child's play. How did he single-handedly kill Marco?
Again, we're gonna go down to they know each other's tendencies. That wasn't enough information
He was right
for
there,
Sanji.
in front of the orange buff!
Exactly. The culmination of long fights, long clashes of these two teams might come to an end today. Lord sieging and into the middle lane. Can Falcon defend without Marco? Kyle Teasy jumps in with a shadow kill. Flap Teasy immortality pop. Lord still there. Flap Teasy gone. Ogwin desperate attempt to pop the winter crown. Another winter crown from Sanford. All 5 members of the cavalry still alive. They might be able to clear it out. But Carl Teasy goes from the back with a Templars ablaze. And now they set their eyes on the turret, on the tower. TLPH wins this game.
Are you not entertained? World-class MLBB coming your way from the Titans of MLBB. Liquid 2-0.
A nearly 30-minute game before Team Liquid Philippines was able to get it. But my oh my, what a series we're having right now.
Falcons seem to struggle in the clutch moments. Redmar Rockhart, what's going wrong for them?
I mean, 40 minutes of a roller coaster. Redmar can barely breathe.
What the hell, man? Yo, one of these two teams are going to the grand finals and are going to MSC.
Yeah.
That was just insane. The Sandman does it again. Putting Falcons to sleep. It hurts to say as a Falcons guy, but you gotta appreciate damn good MLBB when damn good MLBB is staring you dead in the eye.
That's right. He was so good that the camera can't really catch a few of these kills.
I'm losing my mind.
I'm pretty sure Sanji's going to be MVP there again.
Well
There you
deserved.
go.
Well deserved.
Well deserved, indeed.
Game 1, that's Lo Yi. Game 2, it could have been anyone from Liquid. It could have been Carl. But that pick-off onto Marco, eyes closed, the cold-blooded, eyes-closed killer does it again.
Yeah, and with style, by the way, he has been doing it head-to-head with a glue in his face, with everyone just jumping on him, with Ogwin's Badang just so good in positioning and catching him, he's still able to actually get out and give a good turn for TL.
My goodness, and as the game went on, I don't know if I should still agree with past me saying that Team Liquid Philippines definitely won the draft, but I think the better way to put it is Team Liquid Philippines definitely had a draft that made Super Marco work his absolute behind off in this game. He had to do so much. Kyle Teasy had to do so much to try and access the backline when he could. Ogwen as well, who, by the way, could have gotten the stop of the century plus that Lord that he miraculously stole, if Oheb wasn't just so fast with pressing the flicker away when Team Liquid Philippines eventually won the game. Oheb was able to avoid the entry by Ogwen, but definitely, let's go back to the performance of Sanji here. It's his play in this Farsa, his bravery to try and access the backline and be incredibly aggressive with helping Team Liquid by setting up kill angles. Another great MVP performance.
Yeah, he's been blowing people up from minute 7. You can really feel his explosiveness, and Oheb with his willingness to flicker forward as a Granger as well, just to make sure that these kills are going to register at the very end. Despite the very good sets that Falcon has been doing, despite the really good intro of Flap TC to the backline, it sometimes feels like it's just not quite enough yet. The members from TLPH are able to get out with a sliver of health time and time again, just so they can make sure they can get ready for the next objective.
Yeah, honestly, for TLPH, they just played so much better.
Yeah, it's so good right there. Even these miniature Lord Steals, this game boiled down to just really, really good micro. Actually, you might see it here. They were fighting their butts off in this jungle with so many times that you were buying and selling immortalities and winter trenches, and they're able to really get to a point where Sanji had to micro with his life in front of 2 members of Falcons.
That was an absolutely insane juggle with the Winter Crown. Again, Ogwen miraculously being able to steal the Lord away. Carl Teasy was there. He did press the Retribution. Sanji locking in. Feathered Airstrike canceled quickly. Purify just in time to get away. And of course, Flap Teasy latched onto him. Here, Ogwen, bang! Oheb with the flicker. Sanji with the Winter Crown. Clutched by the backliners of Team Liquid.
For a majority of these games, it feels like Sanji was the bait, and Oheb was like, all right, clean this up, bro. Clean this up. And that synergy just makes it so scary for TLPH. For Falcons to actually make any big plays happen without expecting some really good collateral damage.
Yeah, eventually this became a game of the little things, the small decisions that you make in the middle of team fights. Team Liquid Philippines deciding whether or not to conserve some certain abilities or to use it right away for instant gratification. Same thing goes for Falcons. It just became a trade of who got to execute better. There's so many times all throughout all the fights that you saw that an early Wind in Nature proc by either of these 2 marksmen could be the difference between life or death. The fact that Falcons would have to overcommit early on just to try and reach Oheb, whereas compared to Team Liquid Philippines, Carl Teasy can easily just swoop in and find Marco, and Carl Teasy played this game like a bird of prey. He played this game like a falcon, waiting for the perfect time to entry. But then we also saw moments where Carl Teasy said, man, let me just do this myself. Goes in, jumps to the back, pops a shadow kill, forces reactions out of Sanji and Oheb, forces reactions out of TLPH. It was a back and forth of excellence between the two teams.
Exactly, and Carl Teasy played this lane to a T.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a really big bridge from early to mid here for TLPH, waiting for Oheb to get ready. I mean, Sanji's already doing it, but you know what? Sanji couldn't have done it alone. Carl Teasy was really on point as well here, allowing the rest of Falcons to, he was basically the walking red target if Sanji wasn't present.
And one of the reasons why this game got extended for so long is because Team Liquid Philippines also responded very well to when Flap Teasy would be able to get the grab onto someone. They delay the damage, and Falcons would be, it's sort of like whoever Flap grabbed, that was like the center point of the Mexican standoff.
Right.
It's like, all right, Team Liquid Philippines is waiting for their time. Carl Teasy waiting in the wings, and then eventually it's just who got to deal damage at the right time, who entered at the better time, who dashed at the better time. BPI rich guy, it's Carl.
That's right. We mentioned earlier how he executed this Ling. He is one of the standards for playing Ling right now. If you're thinking about how many people played the Ling in the playoffs, right? I mean, Carl Teasy probably played it best so far. And now we're going to go in back into it. Whew. That's beautiful.
All right. So, let's try to discuss, find some ways to break this down a little bit deeper here. I am at a loss for words in terms of how to break this down with everything that we have because of the very brawly-centric way this game was played. But it wasn't brawl for the sake of brawl. It was just that's what it called for. Certain fights at certain times getting forced out. Look how insanely close this game was. Looking at the timers even, Team Liquid Philippines got the turtles in the game. We didn't get a lot of turtles in this one, but they were able to get the ones that mattered early on. And then it just became a trade of towers. This means these two were just so locked in with playing around the objectives. And yes, they were playing around the objectives. Despite there being so many fights in this game, all of those occurred in the timings around major objectives. And that isn't just turtles, that isn't just lords. Remember, when it comes to the junglers that are dependent on the purple buff, those turn into mini major objective team fights as well. That's why we saw a lot of action. And of course, with the nature of the Farsa and the Ling on the side of Team Liquid Philippines, smaller fights can even break out across the map because of how mobile they are and their role as sort of like assassins. So this just goes to show how close this game was because it wasn't just all about the kills. Again, they played around the objectives so well with how many were taken by both teams all throughout. They were 100% locked in. And it eventually just became, again, back to the main point of it all, who could execute better. That's how close this game was. It became a game of the little things, the little micro moments, also important.
Yeah, so good, man. It was I love that you actually brought it up. It was so crucial, the moments where the lead wasn't big. It was like it bounced between 4K, 2K, and then back to Falcons. It's 2K, and back to TL. It's 2K. It wasn't about like getting that lead and turning it into a snowball. It was more of, okay, what's the next objective? And who's going to win it? Because every single objective, it felt like a 50-50. It was like, toss a coin.
Yeah.
Toss a coin. It wasn't always the jungler as well. It was sometimes the roamers who were getting the objectives. Even Flap TZ got a purple snag there.
Yeah, somehow. See, that's why it became a story of the little things. Somehow the glue was able to take away a purple buff away from the Ling with just a simple bonk. I mean, it's insane, really, the action that we were able to see here, the sheer individual skill and will shown between these two. But then I go back again to the main idea at the end of the draft, that feeling I had of Team Liquid Philippines won this draft, even though Falcons played a very close game. Again, look at the center points of these two teams, the cores, the gold laners, the main damage dealers. This game, the lineups, it was so much easier for OHEB to excel in compared to the Clint of Super Marco.
Yes, I actually want to bring that back because RC, bro, what are you doing? He actually, I feel like he cornered Super Marco to play either the carry or the Clint, or maybe some really weird gold laner like an Iksha. So big props to them. He was able to really formulate a draft that kind of just forced him into a suboptimal, albeit still played very well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they practiced it. But man, oh man, that was really insane.
Yeah, 100%. The problems that Team Liquid has had in their drafting so far in this playoffs, completely gone now. They are drafting out of their minds the adjustments that they've made, the preparation that they've made against Team Falcons, world class. Now it's Falcons trying to catch up to the Stallions.
Yeah. Well, let's give them a little bit of a breather. Obviously, it's going to be a long day. Let's throw it over to our host first. We got something for you.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. We are here still at the Champions Arena at kasama naman natin walang iba kundi ang winners ng BPI Unibankers or Legendary Unibankers Cup. They are here, and for everybody's information, all right, BPI is the official banking partner of MPL Philippines. At sila yung nanalo in terms of that tournament. So hello guys, kamusta? It's so nice to have you here, to have you guys here with us today. today. And Miss Gla, being one of the organizers, of course, you've been here for, quite some time. You've been watching a lot of games. Yun ba yung naging inspirasyon to hold off a tournament doon mismo sa inyong opisina?
So actually, we plan on tapping what the employees generally want. So one of which is the gaming, and then especially Mobile Legends. So ang laki kasi ng following ng Mobile Legends sa Unibanker. So it's also our way to show how fun, and then also yung camaraderie and team spirit, and also showing na BPI is into this modern interest and gaming in general.
I want to know more about that. How did your coworkers, how did all of the employees took it knowing na ay magkakaroon ng tournament? You announced it. What was the reception like for them?
So sobrang overwhelming and saya kasi nakakuha kami ng 47 team registrants just in Metro Manila pa lang, no. So ang daming clamor. So hindi lang yung mga gamers yung interested, pati yung mga non-gamers. So yung mga other employees na kahit hindi naglalaro, sobrang excited sila doon sa tournament. So naging fun yung overall experience sa tournament.
And dahil doon, di ba, out of all of those 47 teams that you have organized together with E-Project, nandito na ngayon ang ating 5 champions in terms of everything that has happened. So guys, it's so nice to be here with you today muli. I want to know more about the experience doon. Kasi, was that the first time na nagkaroon ng tournament in your office?
Yes po.
Was it? Yes. Oh, kamusta naman ang experience all throughout?
Yung experience po namin is sobrang saya kasi not just kami yung unang nanalo dun sa BPI bunkers. Yung pagkaka-organize po kasi is sobrang solid. Yung referees, especially yung mga casters and MC, yung pagiging profession nila at saka yung energetic na binigay nila dun sa game.
I like it. And I'm so glad that you guys are here. You know what? Imbitahan naman natin silang lahat to support or saan ba ang sunod na tournament? Gusto niyo ba ng tournament? Go ahead. And, imbitahan natin sila na magpunta dito mismo sa MPL Arena.
Yes, iniimbitahan namin kayo na manood ng MPL Live. Suportahan natin ang local esports at enjoy ng vibe dito sa MPL Arena.
I like it. Maraming salamat once again to all of our representatives coming in from BPI. Marami pa tayong laban na makikita. Now, I just want to get a vibe check from everyone. Buhay na buhay pa ba ang Cavalry? Everybody is A-okay as of the moment. Kamusta naman ang Falcons Nest? Okay pa ba kayo dyan? I like it. Team Falcons looking to catch up by getting their first point of the day. But for Team Liquid Philippines, it's consistent based on the momentum. Panelists, balik sa inyo.
That's right. Even bankers really like MLBB.
Yeah,
apparently.
It's a global game, man.
It's global.
Pick up your phone and then you play it.
And right after that, obviously, they also just want to give you a better tomorrow. So BPI obviously empowers Pinoy gamers as well with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life, either by digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and others.
Yeah, you can start saving up for a better tomorrow. Just open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app. One ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. You have an even more epic tomorrow with BPI.
Yeah, don't forget to ask your local teller.
Yeah.
Hey, do you play MLBB? Let's go. Of course, for everyone else that plays ML, we have epic news for you. We also have the Vibe app, where you can actually pay bills via QR, send funds, and you also claim rewards. All of that on the Vibe app.
Yeah, but wait, you also have an epic bonus. If you sign up, you also have a chance to win 1,250 MLBB diamonds.
And of course, that's diamonds for flexing your skins and all of that. Upgrade that. Go to World Collector using Vibe app. Download it now and go for a more epic tomorrow with BPI.
Oh, man. I'm excited for the draft to break down already because, again, how Coach RC and Team Liquid Philippines have adjusted with the struggles that they've had in the drafts, all playoffs long, but then now with 2 games in a row of just being able to find at least one weakness point, worked out so well for them.
Worked out. I wonder who can get this post, though. Again, you have to keep your eyes closed. And why is his eye? Oh my goodness.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Give it to the child.
Just Not
give
even.
it.
Let's not prolong this.
Just give it right away.
Just give it right away.
He
That's
wins it.
Perfect.
He gets the assignment. They're getting the assignment too. Nope.
It's gonna be so hard to beat that. No,
Yeah, nah,
sorry.
nah. He wins it.
He wins it.
That's mini Sanji right there.
So perfect. He even looks a little bit like, oh my god, that's insane. Give it to the guy. That's the winner of the smart power post. Again, you can win a redeemable in-game code. And every single photo of Sanji has his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Is that a sign that he's just gonna play Farsa all day?
Again, he's the eyes closed, cold-blooded killer. That's who he is.
Yeah, that's who he is. Play anytime, anywhere with Smart's Power All 99.
Now with 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or you also can pick only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to all networks in the Philippines.
That's right. More data, more GG. Just still 99 pesos for 7 days. So come on, load now. And you can also watch our streams.
Yeah.
While you're at it.
Yeah. Pick up a nice data promo plan with Smart.
Hey. And do you need pro-level speed, though, since you really want a really fast internet? Go for Smart Switch and stay ahead of the game.
You can get your Smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed.
Available now at Smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store.
Yeah, very useful for when you're traveling if you have an eSIM on you, because you can just get a local SIM when you go abroad. Or if you're someone like me and you got your phone stolen, if I do get my phone stolen next time again, we're knock on wood, I guess. At least I don't have to worry about my SIM, because as an eSIM, I can easily just deactivate. So eSIMs are so worth it.
That's right. And you don't have to get a little stick and open your SIM tray. You just register it.
Yeah, those are incredibly annoying. I think
they're so good.
Yeah, we got to come up with a better way, except for those little SIM tray tools.
SIM tray ejectors.
I'm done with that. Yeah. No more.
That's why we go eSIM now, like for everything.
Exactly.
So right now, enjoy it with Smart. We're going to go into the draft for game number 3. And just an update, we are 2-0 so far for TLPH. Again, whenever RC's looking in the back, someone's got to smell it, because Falcons, what's it going to be? How are they going to come back into this one? We're going to call back Brigida, the leader of the Brigadudes, to help us out.
Shoutouts, and now I'm forced to shout out all the Brigadudes, and hello Renmar, rock hard. We're heading into this game after I'm not pretty sure if I'm still over what happened earlier, and immediately the Baksha first pick for Team Falcons, but at least it's limited now to 2 rows.
All right, and TLPH, very fast drafting, just goes to show how well these two teams are prepared for each other, know each other. Juice and Granger, great first picks. Falcons go for the Hayabusa Farsa, great response as well. Very even in the draft right now. Still both very good moves.
Yeah, the classic Trevor Blitz draft, by the way, just going in ham with the first 3, just like it's no one's business. Although the Zushin is a pretty good pickoff for TLPH. Obviously, Oheb still gonna have that muscle memory as well on that Granger. I always love it when teams, like players, just stick to their previous ones. And especially if it did win. That last game was super micro-intensive.
Yeah.
And he was able to actually do a lot with that.
Yep. And Team Liquid Philippines, they're actually that team who, they pick up the Badang, because I wasn't really thinking that they would consider it, since they mostly saved pretty much some of the surprises for JP so far in the way that this game has happened. But now they're considering the flex factor too, and yeah, it's still pretty even now for both of these teams so far.
Yeah, honestly, the draft, again, it pains me as a Falcons guy, but I'm leaning towards Team Liquid again, because so far, the Falcons picks have been, other than the Baksha, reactive. The Baksha as the first pick, a very proactive choice. The Farsa and the Hayabusa was a reaction to the Juicin and the Granger. The Badang is a proactive choice against what Falcons have brought to the table. The first 2 picks of Liquid, the Granger and Juicin, proactive choices as well. They knew the Farsa would be open, they knew the Hayabusa would be open, but they still willingly picked the Juicin and Granger first.
Again, you might be thinking, you know what, it's fine as long as they don't have that Lu Yi, as long as they don't have that chip. That's what Falcons thinking right now.
I guess for Team Liquid Philippines though, they still can't consider the Lucas. It's still an option if ever Carl TZ wants to go that route, especially as they banned out the Ling already here for Team Falcons. Unless they're giving us the Lancelot in this game.
Yeah, come on, give us a Lance Carl Lance game, please. But Falcons has to ban either the Gacha, Lucas.
Yeah.
Maybe they're willing to play against the Lancelot, maybe, but there's a lot of major picks right now that Falcons need to deal with first.
Yeah, so far it does feel like the Lancelot might be a possible last pick either way. So we're still looking for a possible XP laner as well for TLPH. Lucas is still available. And that would be a pretty nasty combo, possibly on the docket here for Falcons if they want to ban it out.
Yeah, and they ban out the Phobius too. So would that tell anything about Team Liquid Philippines and their possible options later on? But again, Team Falcons, what are they more willing to play against? Is it the additional layer of CC that the Gatot Kacha can offer? Especially it'll make things harder for few.
Yeah.
Or is it the Lucas that'll just make this mid-range lineup so far of Team Liquid Philippines a lot more better, and it seems like they'll be more willing to let go of the Gatot Kacha.
Okay. Gatot Kacha for JP. Potentially the pick right now for Team Liquid Philippines. They're... I'm leaning towards... Oh, no! Even better. This was in the back of my head, but I didn't think they'd want to go for a pick-off style. But they're okay with it. This empowers the Granger and the Badang really well, and I think that means we're getting an assassin for Carl.
Yeah,
for sure.
And imagine how difficult it is gonna be to move with this lineup of Team Liquid Philippines so far. There's a Jawhead Badang, there's the Jushin, who's kind of like a tankier mage.
Yeah, you can imagine the alley-oop that's gonna happen here with the Zushin and the Jawhead.
This needs to be a Glue and a Moskov maybe. There's
is.
a Moskov. Falcons, yeah, I think they have to get the Glue here.
Yeah, something that's gonna survive through the Badang when you get caught out. There it is, right on the arrangement as well.
Yeah.
So is it gonna be? Is it gonna be?
Come on.
Come on! No!
Oh. I hate you, Sasuke.
You and the rest of the world.
Come on, man!
I mean, this was the common duo, right? The Suyo, Jawhead, and all that.
Yeah, Brigida, I appreciate you being the voice of reason so much. I will be the voice of, I wish we got Lance Carl.
I wish everyone does, right?
Yeah, but yes, Suyo, Jawhead together. Team Liquid going a little bit more standard here. Although the Jawhead is a little bit of a swerve of surprise, but Liquid Stampede can definitely come online here, while Falcons, they'll have to play this a little bit more counter-punchy. They might not be able to fight well up until past the 8th minute.
It's like regular season vibes for me for TLPH. Even the picks are very regular season, and they're going what they know here, Rick.
Yep. This is a comfort for JP, by the way, in case you all forgot. So
That's right.
Let's see how they set the tempo later on.
Let's see how they play with comfort here in the Land of Dawn for game number 3 of Falcons and TL.
Comfort is out of the question. You gotta do what you gotta do to get into the game, and Falcons have yet to score. Welcome to game number 3. 1 win away from match point. The cavalry sits. My name is Leo, here with Ingan and Brigida. You heard her dulcet tones during the draft. Ingan, how do you feel about this? Were you also looking for that Lancelot?
I was looking, of course, for the Lancelot of Carl TZ, but again, if Suyo is a better pick for them, then why not? And I do agree actually with Renmar in terms of their picks in the draft. Team Falcons sort of reactive, and this could also translate in their gameplay, especially if TLPH is on the driver's seat.
A lot of pressure here on the Filipino sniper down bottom. JP covering his behind. Brigida, Suyo came out here for Carl TZ instead of the Lancelot. I'm going to drill down on that. How do you feel about it going into the Farsa?
It's the first time we're seeing Carl TZ on the Suyo again after quite some time, and honestly, it feels like one of the more comfortable picks for Carl TZ, especially considering the hero pool that he's been showing us recently. But I'm a bit concerned about how he's gonna position himself well enough in front of a Baksha and a Glue. So if you're asking about the Farsa and his capabilities to reach this hero, then they'll probably have to rely on someone else, and then just him following up with the damage.
I hate how it's not even reaching the Farsa that's the problem. It's going through the possible bodyguards. Here he is, looking for a target in Marco. Understands that it's not quite the best target to go for just yet. The backup hasn't followed through. First turtle spawning in the upper quarter, and it looks like Falcons is there first.
Yeah, you know, prior to the matchup of Onic, their last series, Suyo, has a really bad record in the playoffs. So let's see if alongside King Kong, Carl Teasy can turn the tides for this hero.
All right, Turtle started up by JP and Carl Teasy. Ogwin checking range. JP going man-to-man defense. 1/4, 1/5.
Let's see if Kyle Teasy will be able to reach it as Carl will still secure the turtle. But there's the clapback from Falcons, gonna bring down Carl Teasy. They went in even as Kyle Teasy goes in with a weak shadow kill to bring down JP.
Yep, great decision from Team Falcons. They decided to go in for the fight, and knowing that there can be additional damage from Super Marco since the SOD did connect, they willingly took that fight despite everything that we've mentioned regarding the draft, despite the timings. So this is a clear advantage that Team Falcons has already acquired.
Big win for the Big Birds. Get more with BPI. 1250 diamonds on the line in case you register, you join Vibe. It's a chance to take home some goodies in case you haven't gotten the skins just yet. Ogwin checking range. That's a feather airstrike by Few. And again, these are the ugly problems that TLPH have to face. It's going through these frontliners.
You know, similar to what Team Falcons pulled off in game number 2, especially towards the early to the mid game, is the pressure on the mid lane. Again, they don't want Sanji to be as comfortable as possible to eventually scale up with the Zushin, because eventually if Zushin left unchecked, it could spell disaster for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and Ogwin's doing a great job in checking everyone though.
Oh, Spear of Destruction also connects onto Carl Teasy as they bring him down. Next target might be JP here. Kyle Teasy racking up a lot of kills so far early game.
That's double dead. Carl Teasy, even if he could have gotten away, had 2 major cores on him.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the early game burst damage too that we're seeing so far from Team Falcons. Team Liquid Philippines, it feels like they have to build up on that damage, and now they have to chase after what Team Falcons has already established in terms of the lead. This is a Hayabusa on a 3-0, 4 minutes into the game, so you know that they're just gonna be very confident in terms of taking the fights.
You're worried about Kyle. I'm worried about Super Marco. He's making mucho dinero. He's been left down bottom and he can join fights anytime.
Sanford goes in with a beautiful combo there to stun out Few. Few is going to fall down, feeds a kill off to Sanji, but Flap Teasy enters the picture as well. Carl Teasy got dropped there by Kyle Teasy. The Wiki Shadow kill still continuing on. JP caught in the crossfire there as they're trying to save it in SOD! Super Marco lacks the damage, but that was more than enough pressure to apply onto TLPH.
Odd placement by Marco here, forcing Sanji to go ahead, flicker forward, catches him with a choke.
Super Marco getting choked down, was able to dash out, but Lantern Flare caught him as Kyle Teasy gets the turtle.
In exchange for the turtle and potentially the purple buff, they're still gonna go for it, but JP saves it long enough. We saw the Sansan duo in action earlier, going for that pickoff, but what they failed to take into account were the other members of Team Liquid Philippines left behind. Things aren't looking too good for Carl Teasy now on a 0-3.
We did mention how difficult it might be for a Suyo to do much in this game, but I didn't expect him to go 0-3, 5 minutes in. Looking at the items, the sheer definition of chop suey. Carl Teasy struggling.
Yeah. Yes. There's so much that has to be done for them to come back in this game, especially with how Flap Teasy is just able to make his presence be felt.
Kyle Teasy again enters and catches Oheb. It wasn't enough for TLPH to share the damage, immediately got bursted down.
How would you respond to that? It came from out of nowhere. It didn't look like a real fight was going to break out. They just really wanted Oheb.
And it feels like they've completely shut down whatever threat this pickoff-centric lineup, or at least in the early game, could deliver. JP is struggling to find the targets, and who can he rely on for the damage if they're this much behind?
I'll do you one better. 6 minutes elapsed, not a single ejector that led to a good play.
Yeah, not even a defensive one, you might say. You've been saying this all season 14. Oh, wait a minute. Sanford spots out Kyle Teasy, even goes in once again. The fist bump was there to stun out Kyle Teasy and brought enough space for Oheb to take down the turret down bottom.
Okay.
Wait, there's one?
Here's the ejector, but is that the right target? Ogwin quite tanky. Now Kyle Teasy jumps in once again, paired up with Flap Teasy. They're able to burst down the MVP again. 0-2-0 start for Oheb, and now Flap Teasy latches on to Sanji. Beautiful combo there from Sanford, but Kyle Teasy, though, one more hit away, and he's gonna get taken down. Super Marco SOD! Sanji was able to escape, but not for long as Super Marco dishing out the damage. JP falls.
It's gone sideways. boys for the cavalry as Falcons continue to bear down on him. Super Marco never misses. What is that, 100% on the SOD right now?
Man, if you're going to count yesterday's series, that's still 100% from Super Marco with his Moscow 3-1-2 start.
Yep, Team Liquid Philippines, they're clearly struggling in terms of how they're able to layer their skills, in terms of how they're able to carry out a sequence that's favorable for them. Whether it be on Sanford trying to anticipate Kyle TZ earlier in that lower bush, they were unsuccessful in doing so, and now here's another team fight.
Here's the spread from Flap TZ. Kyle TZ jumps in. But wait a minute, is he going to enter again? SOD is going to connect the first man down here. Still no one as JP falls down. Carl TZ might be next, one more hit away. But TLPH trying to counteract as he brings down Ogwin. Sanji enters the picture for the Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare. But Super Marco with a Spear of Misery to track him down. Kyle TZ enters the picture again. Sanji got caught in Crossfire. Flap TZ might be able to bring him down. And 2 members down for Liquid.
And they're still going. 40. Got Flap on him. Can they continue?
Oh, Flap TZ still holding on to Sanford, and now he latches off, and the clash will end here.
To think that we saw probably one of the cleanest games from Team Liquid Philippines earlier. Now it feels like Falcons, it wasn't too reactive of them after all.
Oh, JP with the unstoppable force on to Kyle. Ogwin to the rescue.
And now Ogwin with a stun. Sanford with a beautiful combo. Is the damage there though? Uigi Shadow Kill was casted right on time to help Super Marco with the SOD. And now he's giving out the damage onto JP. JP has to back off. OM desperately trying to dish out the Death Sonatas, but the damage is still not there for TLPH.
And still Marco never misses. Maybe we should start calling him the Philip. What were you going to say? In season 14, I kept saying...
You kept saying that you don't want the Jawhead to be, at the ending or had a bad start because it's going to be hard for them.
Or to be on the defense.
On the defense,
and
yeah.
that's exactly where Liquid is, despite it being just 8,000 gold lead. Bring it up. Can Liquid come back from this way? What's that angle looking like?
It's gonna be hard since you have to pay attention to so many heroes of Team Falcons right now. Kyle TZ, Few, and Super Marco, they're all online. And it's very unlikely that we'll see at least one of them separated long enough that Team Liquid Philippines could take advantage of that. They're just too fast in terms of the responses. And just when we thought it was just pure reactions being forced out of Team Falcons, it wasn't after all.
And not to mention, you have 2 tanky frontliners also for the side of Team Falcons who have yet to die. Here comes the ejector play that can turn the tides around, but Team Falcons still being able to dish out the damage. Again, Kyle TZ jumps in, and Super Marco as well with an SOD. Gonna bring down Sanji, 3 fallen, make it 4. Super Marco wants to chase after Sanford in a double for Super Makmak.
4 down! Not a single clap back from Liquid. Ballooning up to 5,000 gold plus a Lord. Falcons are here.
And I'm not so sure about that call. Taking on Flap TZ, knowing fully well that the other members of Team Falcons are just within the area and that they won't have enough burst damage just yet. Close call for Oheb as well. But that's aside the fact that Super Marco also came in. Few was just free to throw out the Fettered Airstrike, and now Team Liquid Philippines are clearly on the defense.
Right now, you don't want TLPH to be on the defense. So far, they're having a hard time initiating anything against Team Falcons. Even Team Falcons jumps in once again. Uigi Shadow Kill from the back, paired up with the Feathered Airstrike from Few. All the while, Super Marco just working on the turret, delivering the damage, gonna bring down JP. 1 member down. Ogwin still quite tanky as TLPH takes care of the Lord.
You see the damage coming from Super Marco. And now that we're about to look at his items, this pretty much explains why he's almost 2k ahead of Oheb.
Another jump in from Flap TZ. Sanford got caught there. SOD casted right on time as Team Falcons focuses on the top lane.
Whether it be from lane to lane, whether it be across the map or literally point blank right in front of you, Marco never misses the SOD. And they're continuing to apply pressure. Top lane up next, Shadow Kill!
Oh my goodness! Kyle TZ went after Sanji once again. 2 members down for TLPH. TLPH's Team Falcons also gets the inhibitor up top.
The bloodthirsty blade just does not let up. They're approaching 10k!
Yeah, it's already an 8.1k gold lead. And Few just got his hands on that Divine Glaive. So imagine if they get away.
Oh, a throw onto Super Marco. They catch him, but a quick response from Team Falcons. Super Marco stays alive. The Bulletproof still here. Kyle Teasy delivers the weak shadow kill to bring down JP. Sanford is gone as well. Flap Teasy working on Oheb, and they take down Carl Teasy. A double for Marco.
He missed, but he never misses. A forward flicker to take down the young GOAT. Look, folks, he did not rock Purify. He survived that engagement with a flicker.
And he had the Wind of Nature too. So he was able to survive the damage from TLPH!
There's the engage. Kyle Teasy again jumps in with Shadow as they take down Inhibitor in the middle lane. But TLPH fortunately will be able to clear out the minions.
A bare base, an open field for the Stallions to think about what went wrong. Ingan, you said, at this point in the game, Liquid does not want to be on the back foot. They don't want to be in the defense. I'll tell you now, at minute 1, they didn't want that. The game started. As soon as they began the draft, they did not want that. As soon as they locked in that jawhead.
It's hard. I mean, you saw JP, all his ejectors are defensive, are reactive. And in the rare cases that he wants to be proactive, it's Flap, TZ, or Ogwen that he manages to throw.
Conceal play already committed by Team Liquid Philippines, but there's an answer from Team Falcons.
Here comes Ogwen with Shield Unity, keeping TLPH at bay because there's a major objective up for grabs. Lord is up.
Now that they've already used up the Conceal, they'll have to find other ways to go around this, but it's gonna be very difficult, especially for Carl TZ. He's still pretty much behind, although they already might want to take this on.
Ogwen from the back, and they latch on to JP, a mega kill. Coming in from Flap TZ, one member down. Team Falcons, do they go for the extra engage? Few chasing after the members of TLPH. Cast the feathered airstrike. Marco with the SOD again as Kyle TZ gets the Lord, but he shut him down. Is this enough time for TLPH? Because their base, there are minions for Team Falcons, and TLPH will clear it out.
A slight miscalculation by Falcons. They thought they could go, but another chance at ending the game here. Oh, Sanford and Kyle TZ. Kyle TZ single-handedly pushing them out. Liquid lives another day.
Yeah, but JP's so heavily punished in this game. He can barely look for a setup for Team Liquid. There's almost no one within reach that he could toss towards the members of Team Liquid Philippines. Fortunately, they're able to buy enough time. We're already approaching 15 minutes. So Oheb definitely, probably at least is lacking just one more item.
The trade onto Super Marco bought enough time for Team Liquid Philippines to take care of the Lord in the middle lane without any pressure for the side of Team Falcons. But it was all part of the plan of Team Falcons to go for a sacrificial play, secure the Lord. But fortunately for the Cavalry, they were able to get not just one, but two bodies of Team Falcons.
And a majority of that is held in weight by Marco. You take out Marco, you have half the problem solved. In comes Ogwen. Kyle TZ coming in, shadow kill!
And also Wiki shadow kill to be able to keep TLPH at bay, but the clear of TLPH is just too much. Oheb being able to dish out the damage, and you can clearly see TLPH slowly scaling up.
What was that? Kyle TZ, we've seen him do this multiple times in this game, but that was the first time we saw it lead to really nothing.
I mean, they were prepared. Again, the threat of an ejector, and at the same time, Sanford being able to have his flicker and the combo from the Badang can turn the tides for them. For sure, Ogwen knows that because he's been doing that with the Badang.
Yeah, but this is going to be tricky, though. Team Falcons, Flap, and Ogwen have already picked up their immortalities 15 minutes into this game. So they were already winning pretty much most of the fights that were taking place. But now they can afford to go a little more aggressive since they already have those items within their builds. But they also have to consider that, yes, Team Liquid Philippines, they are gradually scaling, and there will be definitely some opportunities for them considering that the lead is slowly shrinking, now down to 5K in favor of Team Falcons.
Falcons is still in control, that much we know. The map is blue, Liquid, the amount of space that they can play with, very limited. I'm wondering, who is building anti-heal? Where is it right now? Because Flap, #1 on top of the charts in damage taken, and he's died a record 0 times. I think they have to deal with him first, and then maybe we can talk. Maybe we can find a comeback angle.
Yeah, but it does seem like Sanji's the one who tries to go for either Few or Super Marco. He puts himself out there. He actually tries to disrupt so much of the backlines, and that's a huge responsibility if you're Sanji. You want to do so many things at once, being the Jushin of this lineup.
So much weight on the shoulders of the lone stallion. Sometimes it always comes down to him to do the job. In game 2, he did just that, took down Marco alone, but now he needs help. Oheb and Carl Deasy, not a single Sea Halberd between them.
Yeah, and that help could start from JP or either Sanford. One good setup on the proper targets. Could spell disaster for Team Falcons, but this could be a potential play for the Cavalry. We saw in game number 2, Sanji was able to solo kill Super Marco. That set the tone for the game. Could they do it here again?
All right. 3 members of Liquid moving up. The concealed by JP. They walk into him!
Few goes in with a feathered airstrike and they burst down Sanford immediately. Kyle TZ quite low here. He has to back off. They set their eyes onto JP. He still has his immortality as TLPH has to back off.
Was that an ambush or an unfortunate encounter?
It was something similar to what happened with Sanji and Marco in game number 1. He just waited for the Curse of Crow and bursted everyone right in front of him. And Team Liquid Philippines definitely had to go back because they had to take into account Super Marco and the potential split. So with an exposed base, this is going to be a difficult defense.
That's painful. Now Liquid knows how it feels for them to walk into a random bush and get blasted.
They did it in game number 2, and now Team Falcons again with the clapback. Lord is on their side, 5k gold lead. TLPH has 5 members to defend, but is this gonna be enough for the Cavalry?
All right, Lord marching up. Amazing synchronization by Falcons. 3 waves coming through, and the fight breaks out.
There's the ultimate Wiki Shadow kill and feathered airstrike. JP was able to throw out Ogwen, but there's the Revitalize coming in from the Master. Flap TZ latches onto Sanford. Super Marco jumps in and locks on the base. And Team Falcons finally a win.
In the clash of titans, you can't expect a sweep. Not like this. Falcons on the board, 2-1.
They've learned too much from what happened in the past 3 days of the playoffs. They definitely cannot let it end like this.
And they were dominant. Falcons, amazing work. Let's start the Red Martin Rock card to see exactly how Falcons did just that.
Marco, there's Super Marco. Oh, we're on. Hey.
There you go. So that was a bit of a, sorry, we were reenacting Super Marco just going ham in that one, and the Falcons are on the leaderboard, or scoreboard.
Okay, there was another reason as to why I was flipping out over Sasuke showing up instead of the Lancelot. There's magic damage on the side of Falcons. Farsa in the mid. You had the Baksha in the roam, and then the glue in the EXP lane. The main adjustment to Suyo was his removal of magic defense with his immortal form. And going up against a lineup that has a Farsa and a Baksha on the other side, it's tough for Suyo to shine. Hence why you saw Falcons take control of the game early on. Kyle TZ went crazy on the Hayabusa. Carl TZ went up against the monster that he made by winning a world championship. Kyle TZ, 9-1-9. He was the guy in this game number 3.
That's right. This is the monster that was born out of Kyle TZ's TZ blade.
Yeah.
And we are seeing it in action. Full stop here. He's giving so much. Actually, even at the very end, those Shadow Kills were able to actually take down single targets on its own. So that just goes to show how ahead this Hayabusa was in terms of damage scaling. And when you scale that well, you are the biggest threat. Aside from obviously Super Marco, who's just on the opposite side of the map, wreaking havoc to your towers.
Yeah, and again, let's go back to what I mentioned in the draft earlier when it came to Team Liquid Philippines. They were more proactive with the choices that they made, while Falcons looked like they were a little bit more reactive. However, sometimes the best offense is a good defense. The reactions Falcons had in the draft were better in the long run, and they played it in game. Although, there was something that Brigida tried to foresee, where maybe what if Falcons will be reactive? No, they were very proactive in the game, while Team Liquid Philippines were the ones reacting to what Kyle TZ was doing in the early to mid-game, to the point where even when JP, he saw Kyle TZ, he was like, I really want to get this dude down. Team Liquid Philippines were there to respond, but Kyle TZ was just able to get away, and eventually that became the not the right pick to try and go for.
It's really hard to blame TLPH as well for playing that way because it was so hard for either JP or Sanford to make a pickoff happen because in order to do that, you had to get close to the glue. You had to get close to basically a walking wheel, which is Ogwen. And you're going to get pushed off by either the Spear of Misery, right? It's so difficult.
Super Marco, excellent in this game. The fact that he was able to survive that with just a flicker out. And of course, Kyle TZ, yet again, this is his highlight reel as well, being able to just find the back line. The only error I think that Falcons had in this game was when Super Marco decided to go in here, because this was where it started to feel like Team Liquid Philippines would have enough to turn the game around. But then that was it. Now, Falcons were sharp. Falcons held key objectives. It was Team Liquid Philippines desperately trying to find the unique angle to crawl back into this game and find a better position for themselves. But Falcons stuck to their fundamentals. Yes, they played defensive in the draft, but they played proactive in the game.
Yeah, you can feel the giggle from Falcons in this one because I feel like Super Marco super locked in on what he needed to do. Again, almost each and every SOD actually hit.
Yes.
And it really had a high impact, except for that last one you pointed out. But everything else was just, oh wow. And you actually gave us a bit of a masterclass as well on how to really execute that Farsa very early on.
Yeah, and again, another thing to point out about the lineup of Falcons here, they have the Revitalize with them. There's no Revitalize on the side of Team Liquid Philippines, and that's why the early pickoffs that they tried to attempt just could not push through. There were members of Falcons who would just have enough health to survive and then keep fighting. And well, this is what this lineup is built for, fighting. Remember the last time we said where heroes that are stronger with continuous basic attack damage are very good against lineups that are tanky, slow front to back. Yes, Team Liquid Philippines are playing pick-off in a way, but when you have the Granger with you, you have an element of slow front to back with you. But Super Marco said, let me come from all angles with my SOD, being able to reach the back line when I need to.
That's right, you have the pickoff lineup, but everyone else in front was so hard to ejector. And the guy that you're supposed to ejector, Few had a Purify, and Super Marco obviously is very far away from the fight. And the Hayabusa, good luck catching that one. So I get the problem that TLPH had here. Obviously, it was very difficult for them to actually make kills happen. That's why it's a 25-6 on the kill score with Kyle TZ as our BPI rich guy. Everything else, Few did a majority of either making the damage happen or getting into the KP.
Yeah, definitely popping up here. The living legend in Few, showing why he is a living legend. Just when this team needed the most, you saw Falcons really understood that they cannot lose this game. They cannot be down 3-0 because it's going to be a titanic crawl to a turnaround. But they took over. They knew they needed to win this one.
Yeah, and of course, 824 GPM is no laughing matter. Like we said, that's the reason why he scaled so well. Like, one target in TLPH was equal to one shadow kill. Actually, one shadow kill was like 1.5. So that's how strong Kyle TZ was in this one.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about some of the minutiae of the game. Yes, this game was determined a lot by the moves of Kyle TZ, going in with the shadow, committing the shadow kill, and the rest of Falcons just following up. Or the moves of Few, going in, being aggressive, utilizing the Curse of Crow, the stun right away, and then bringing down a Feathered Airstrike, so to set things up for Kyle TZ and the rest of the team. This was a game determined a lot by the kills that Falcons were getting aggressively. Close, relatively, up until it eventually got out of the hands of Team Liquid Philippines, because when the Lord spawned, and Team Falcons were able to get that without a problem. They got kills to boot as well. The lead just expanded. Team Liquid Philippines only got 2 turtles in this game, got a turret. Yes, they were getting the turtles, but then again, the question is, can you convert the major objectives into even more objectives? The answer was no, sadly enough, for Team Liquid Philippines. While for Falcons, the answer for them was, yes, we will be able to convert the major objectives. Mainly, they weren't converting the turtles, they were mainly converting towers. They were converting lords into towers, and they were converting that into gold, into space. Space, which is very good for a lineup that has a Moskov and a Farsa with them. Again, the fact that they had the Revitalize and the Baksha meant that the early game team fights and pickoffs that Team Liquid Philippines wanted to get are going to be so much harder to take. When you have the glue rotating out of the EXP lane to join the fights alongside the Baksha, alongside the Farsa, that will make Suyo struggle. Suyo going up against magic damage is a struggle for early to mid. They leaned a little bit too hard, I feel like, on the Jawhead and Suyo combination. If that was something like a Gatot instead of the Roam, then you would have the taunt to counter-engage what Team Falcons wanted to do. You would have a jump into the back line to make sure that you could try to force a reaction out of Super Marco. And of course, we know how Gatot can survive long enough in team fights anyway, so that he will be able to deal that sudden burst of basic attack damage that he would get with his passive. And most importantly, if they had a Gatot in that lineup for Team Liquid Philippines, they would have had an extra Revitalize to match the Revitalize of the Baksha. Though it would be a little bit nerfed compared, because Baksha naturally has the anti-heal, at least you'd be able to increase your chances. But I still also feel like that Suyo should have been a Lancelot, man. It's not just me fanboying. It's because of the whole magic damage relationship that we pointed out. So let's look at the item path here for Super Marco compared to Oheb. He was getting his core items first. Of course, with the 1,500 price of the Sky Piercer, we'll get that before the Golden Staff. But the fact that the Golden Staff came almost the same time as the Sky Piercer of Oheb, it shows just how fast Super Marco was able to get farm without that much of a problem. Oheb got his Malefic Roar almost the same time as Super Marco. Credits to Team Liquid Philippines for being able to keep the farm of Oheb relatively close, but they were just losing everything else. Their Roamer pick-off type against a lineup that has a Baksha and Glue, so difficult to pull off. I feel like that, again, will hammer down that point. Miscalculation, could have been a Gacha plus something else. Probably would have fared better up against the Feisty Falcons, and increasing the chances the Team Liquid Philippines will be able to capitalize on punishing the errors that Falcons could have potentially made. But we live in this reality where it was Falcons who won the game. The item progression for Few as well, very good. He got his Lightning Charge 12 minutes in, but that's because he was very active with being present in the map. He got his Divine Glaive at 14 minutes in, and by that point, you're already locked in. So, a great game by Falcons, a great draft, and of course a great game by Super Marco. Let's look at his average patch 1.9.64 stats for the mid-game stats for the 8 minutes. I did not break that, did I? Oh God, my goodness. Whew, I thought I'd lose a chunk of my talent fee there. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so 67% kill participation for Super Marco. Definitely much better. Usually around the 8-minute mark, he's around level 10. But here, he was level 11. Gold difference, look at that massive gold diff compared to the average that he's done since post-patch, but in this game number 3, just goes to show how much better of a time Super Marco was able to have this time around. Again, because Falcons, as pointed out by the casters earlier, decided to focus on one thing this time around: their control and their advantage in the center of the map. The fact that he was able to deal almost 7,000 more damage than he does on the average by the 8-minute mark, insane numbers. So let's revisit what we saw in that last draft. Team Liquid Philippines was on the red side, but I feel like that was a red side that could have been played much better, considering the fact that that is their comfort side. 17-6, they usually do red side so well. It's their most heroes picked in that side, but it just didn't work out. The Moskov, the Glue, the Baksha, Farsa, Hayabusa, all together. Fantastic draft by Falcons. Fantastic way of being able to play it. They weren't reactive in-game. They were proactive compared to their reactiveness in the draft. You love to see it. It was a dominating game, but it was a game that the Falcons needed to potentially start their crawl back into this one.
That's true. It was really well needed, especially because you need that tempo. In the best of 7, like we mentioned earlier in the Infinix Keys to Victory, it's a test of endurance. And in order to pull something, you got to have some wins. You got to have some dubs. Even in life, you got to have those small wins so you can go and win the big picture. right?
Yeah.
So I really like that for Falcons.
Yeah.
And we're also seeing a bit of evidence why a lot of teams really strayed away from the old drafts of regular season, right? We're seeing evidence right here.
Yeah.
So I hope that we can see something very more similar to Falcons here, that's sticking to what they know as well and maximizing the heroes that we have, like that glue is still really scary as well. I hope we see more of the glues, the Hayabusas today.
Oh, terrific game by the Falcon squad. Kyle Teasy, of course, MVP. Flap Teasy on point with the centuries. Great timing alongside Ogwin. Few was a monster in this one. And, of course, Super Marco, we saw what he did.
That's right. So let's throw it over to our Champions Arena once more with Hans and Calusi. We got an interview lined up for you guys.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. It is Team Falcons getting a point. 2-1 ang ating score. But before we proceed with all of the matches, Calusi, I'm sure that we have an esteemed guest with us today. Everyone, please welcome from the Department of Tourism's, of course, that is none other than from the Director of Film and Sports Tourism, Director Roberto Alabado III. Direk Robbie, it's so nice to be here with you today.
Yes, good afternoon, and it's very exciting to be here also.
And you know, honestly, dun sa napag-usapan natin kanina, right? I think this isn't your first time watching.
Oh no, I was here in the M5.
M5 World Championship.
Yes, yes.
So that was a really big moment para sa atin being able to host something as big as that, right?
Yes, that was really big. Just imagine a lot of people coming from all over the world visiting the Philippines just to play and to see the matches here.
Well, we're definitely the strongest, Calusi, so that says a lot, right?
For sure, for sure. Direk Robbie, I wanna ask, how important is having these events for tourism? Lalo na pag sinabing MLBB, Pilipinas agad yun naisip.
Yes, ang kinakailangan kasi natin, in tourism, we're asking for reasons for people to travel. Kanina, my finisher kanina, galing pang La Union. They traveled coming here so that they can watch this. So we are always giving reasons for people to travel. That is tourism.
That's very great to hear. But how about esports as a whole, Direk Robbie? Where do you position esports now in terms of tourism?
Yes, in esports, we're looking at last month, I was with university sports coaches, mga sports directors, and I am so amazed that even universities right now here in the Philippines have their esports teams. So this is a very good exposure for all of us so that we can see the importance of esports. So they are having their own games on the university level. And mga universities and colleges. So this is, I think, a good way so that we can train and develop people so that we can have more world champions here in the Philippines.
You know, Direk Robbie, I want to know more about that. Because again, not only are we talking about, you know, esports, MLBB for tourism, but also sports in general, right? A lot of people are asking me, honestly, kailan ba mangyayari yung MPL sa Cebu? Kailan ba mangyayari yung MPL sa Davao, sa Boracay, sa Siargao? Is that something that potentially could happen in the future?
I would really welcome that because just think na pag umikot ang mga tao, like dito, ngayon nandito tayo sa Manila.
That's right.
What if next time nandun sa Cebu, people in Cebu, makikita mo mga taga Mindanao pupunta ng Cebu, Manila pupunta ng Cebu, and we have a lot of people traveling just to see the games. This is what we want in tourism. Kaya kung pwede po, eto ay akin ang hear it. Let's talk so that we can make this happen.
I like it. So, I don't know if we have people from the Champions Arena who live from very far places at bumiyahe lang sila. Pero gaya nga kanina, di ba, La Union daw yung sabi?
La Union. And ang fun ng idea na, what if nga naman yung MPL Philippines sa iba't ibang lugar na tayo sa Pilipinas nga magkaroon ng ganito.
Right, we're never really sure, but Direk Robbie, I think that's for another conversation, and we are so happy to have you here with us once again. The ideas are tremendous, and we are going to be looking forward to that in the future. But now, let us get back to the games. This is still Team Liquid Philippines going up against Team Falcons. Panelists, it's your turn.
That's right, MPL Philippines in La Union. That's very interesting. Or Cebu.
Yeah.
Cebu's pretty good. Like, have really good internet, too.
Yeah, great internet in Cebu. They've got great establishments, a lot of awesome restaurants there.
Very picturesque
Yeah,
place.
very picturesque. If we ever end up in La Union, popular beach and surfing destination here in the Philippines. Imagine having a tournament there. That'd be wild. I mean, I don't think we'd be able to, have the tournament on the beach itself.
Probably
that
not.
would be a logistical, technical nightmare. But the fact that we're already there, hopefully maybe we get to see go around the Philippines more. I mean, in Indonesia, they had a playoffs in Bandung last year. Last year. So hopefully we'll get something like that here in the Philippines.
Maybe somewhere up north as well.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the big enthusiasts up north. Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Bataan.
Yeah.
So many, especially Bataan is like literally the birthplace of so many strong pro players in the Philippines.
Yep.
Kyrie, Edward, and the likes.
Yeah. A lot of people there. I'd want to be able to go to the southern regions because it's cool there. As cool as this man's scalp is with clear.
And did you know that men actually get 5 times more dandruff versus women's scalp? So that's why you need specialized shampoos like Clear Men with triple anti-dandruff power for 100% dandruff-free hair.
Because no one understands men like Clear. Power up your dandruff scalp. Supercharged with Clear.
That's right. Big thank you to Clear for giving us a few of those as well. That's going to be my stock for like a few weeks.
Yeah, thanks. You helped me save up on my toiletries budget really well.
That's right. It is effective. Like, not even kidding. Like, not just because they're sponsored. I use Clear a lot. So
yeah.
Big shout out to you, Clear. And I really hope that we can see more very beautifully scalped viewers. Just like that guy.
Beautifully scalped.
Beautifully scalped. Like,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was an adjective.
Is that correct? I hope that's correct.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an adjective you could use. You know what? That's cool. Beautiful scalp means you have beautiful hair.
People with beautiful scalps. There you go.
Yeah.
That's better. But you know what? Speaking of beautiful people, so many people around the whole Philippines right now are actually tuned in and watching the MPL Philippines playoffs. We are in day number 4, and here we are, right? In all their form and glory. Oh my goodness, look at that.
We have watch fests going on all over the country in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, the 3 major island regions here in the Philippines. And of course, it's just nice to have a quick look at, at our PH and English casters desk and our PH panelists as well, with Midnight and Chantel being there. So MPL PH Watch Fest, you really just have to understand that this is a national thing in the Philippines.
That's right.
All over the country, people are watching. That we've set up opportunities for people to watch live if they couldn't make it here, all the way to Greensan, Makati. So shout out to everyone who is watching at our Watch Fests.
Yeah, for the longest time, usually these Watch Fests, MPL Philippines finals, playoffs, have always been the time when MPL players, ML players in general, would meet up with their squads and just see each other in real life.
Yeah.
So I hope that you're able to do that. Invite your friends over to your local Watch Fest and just have a lot of fun enjoying the MPL Philippines playoffs. Again, we are the best of the best, and usually the best of the best ranked gamers also meet up during this time.
Yeah, hopefully I don't run into any of the ranked gamers who increase my blood pressure in solo queue. No, I'm kidding. I'd love to meet you guys. I can teach you a thing or two. No, I'm kidding. I'm messing with you.
Are you actually kidding? Let's call in backup here for our draft for game number 4. Brigida is joining us.
Hello! I had so much fun waving at the watch parties earlier and seeing how hyped all the audience were, but this is what makes the entire evening exciting. It's Falcons securing a point against Team Liquid Philippines and us not going for a sweep.
Oh, you don't want us to go to a sweep?
I mean, I did vote for Liquid, but I would not want the sweep in the lower brackets final.
Yeah, no one would want to sweep at this point. So far, though, our draft very similar to game number 3. Same picks. Is it going to be a Hayabusa and Farsa again for Falcons? Or this is going to be the same one. Will it change here for TLPH, the third pick? They steal the glue. Great response by Liquid.
That's a great response. Honestly, just slowing down the durability of Falcons, because that was the biggest problem of OHEM earlier. That glue is just, it's so hard to really do it, especially if you have so many good frontliners up on that's absorbing all your Rhapsodies and Desonata hits.
Yeah, and at least now they have someone who can be that solid tank to just take up the damage from Team Falcons, especially considering that right now the damage distribution just looks too well yet again. Because earlier it felt like Team Liquid Philippines were relying too much on the setups. They had 2 heroes to go for setups, and once you put them in dangerous positions, it's just so hard for them to get out.
That man just put up a sign saying that he came all the way from the southern isles of the Philippines.
Wow.
Just to watch MPL. Thank you so much to the commitment of our community.
The real South. Yeah, that's a real South peeps. So hopefully all of you are enjoying. We also have our cosplayers on venue.
Yeah,
the
we do.
Yeehaw South of the Philippines.
Yeehaw South.
We don't get to see the Hanzo, by the way, but we see him now as a cosplayer.
That's true.
Speaking of junglers, though, are they banning out the Ling again for Team Liquid Philippines?
I would highly suggest they do, but then again, they can just shift things up here in terms of the draft. That banning out the Ling means you're most likely. Whoa, they want the Ling?
Whoa!
What?
Is that a challenge?
Oh, hey!
Oh, no, this does not look good for Falcons right now.
Wait. What if we like bring it back to the days where you pair up a Mathilda with a very reliable utility jungler, you know?
Yeah.
Like an alpha?
It's either gonna be an alpha or a Fredrin, I feel like is what we were also thinking about here. So yeah, they could go tanky, put it all in the Granger basket. That would be a great draft for Team Liquid. Falcons need to respond and do. They gotta go tanky again, and I think Super Marco needs something that can move really well while dishing out basic attacks and can also survive.
So is that the Earthel?
That sounds like it, doesn't it?
It might not be enough in terms of the damage. However, they do have the high boost and force with it.
Kimmy?
Might be okay. Kimmy?
Wait, they went for a Bea.
All right, there we go. I like that.
All right, not the gold laners we expected for sure. I want the Khalid as well. Big swap out. And looks like you guys were on point with that one. It's the Alpha jungle for TLPH.
Frightening early game. Team Liquid are leaning on their Liquid Stampede identity. While for Falcons, they do have a Khalid with them in the roam that could potentially set the tempo here. But this is not going to be as easy a game as game number 3. Up in the air for me, this one, but JP guesses Matilda. That might be the X factor.
Yeah, that's right. But again, very old school DNA. I know you guys missed the regular season alpha almost every game kind of thing. And TLPH is bringing that back with a little bit of flavor with the new and improved team.
Yeah, you have to look at the Falcons rating though. Crowd control up the wazoo. And that might be the difference maker here. But again, it's a glue on the other side. Every time there's a glue, it's just always the X factor.
All right, let's load up into the game for game number 4. Falcons keeping it close. Let's go.
An old favorite makes its return to the Land of Dawn. Very little stats we have on Jungle Alphas, now making its way into the playoffs. Welcome to game number 4. Finally, Falcons on the board, but far from equalizing. This is a clash of titans. Ingan, is this the right time to bring out the Alpha again?
Yeah, if you pair it up, of course, with JP's Mathilda, could be a viable option for TLPH, especially as we approach the 8-minute mark. Things could go well for TLPH up against Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I feel like it's not just the Alpha that the Mathilda could work well alongside with. It's also the Jushin. If they want to like match Sanji and his aggression, then they can do just that because they'll get the Circling Eagle, they'll get the Guiding Wind so they can quickly get out of danger. And I feel like you could say the same for Sanford, right? We often see these kinds of duos wherein the XP laner just dives deep in the back lines, but there's someone to fetch him. There's someone to save him if ever he gets in a very dangerous position.
And the Wazoo is, I don't know if it's protected enough, is because there's only one Purify for Falcons. It's just few. So should they be targeting Marco? Is that the play here?
Yeah. Especially in the early game, don't let Super Marco scale up early on. Carl TZ goes in with the ultimate, paired up with Sanford there. They want to go for the first blood kill. Purify popped by Few and TLPH. They got what they wanted.
Yeah, they were clearly forcing a fight there. Even a pickup at most for Kyle TZ, but he got his level 4, so I feel like that was a bit of a signal too for Team Liquid Philippines to maybe be a little more safe in terms of their next few decisions because there is an upcoming objective and they definitely do not want to lose someone before that.
The aforementioned objective, the turtle, spawning in just a few up in the XP lane down here, bottom quarter of the map. Even without kills, I'd say Liquid is ahead here.
Yeah, especially with the way they're controlling the map right now. A lot of zone from JP and Sanford. Free turtle for Carl TZ. Let's see how Team Falcons will respond. What trades will they look for?
Wow, I feel like for now, none. They won't be getting anything. Kyle TZ is still about to secure his purple buff. And all those resources burned by Team Liquid prior to that turtle were so worth it.
Yeah. Compared to game number 2, we don't see actually Few and Ogwin be as aggressive in the center of the map compared to what we witnessed in game number 2. So far, TLPH, Sanji, and JP, their combo again is slowly working for them, giving a lot of space for Oheb. And this is what Brigida is mentioning. Not just the Alpha will benefit from the Matilda, but also Oheb. Eventually, he'll stack up fast.
Yep, and a game that has Oheb losing a lot is a tough game to win for Liquid. And now it's clear, they're in control. Feather strike!
Everyone jumping in. Kyle TZ goes in with the Owigi Shadow kill. Sanji was able to Crimson Beacon out and sustain the damage. Again, no casualties. So far, 3 minutes in, no first blood.
Yeah, and they're allowing Oheb to do the double lanes. You'd like to see this for Team Liquid Philippines. One of the probably biggest factors for them establishing and carrying out the entire Liquid Stampede thing is when they're able to gain full control or dominance in terms of what we see along the mid and along the river side, which was something clearly that they were able to do in the first 2 games, but they lost it in game number 3 and you knew what happened.
We're on our way to actually witnessing a brand new kind of Liquid Stampede. They don't have to kill you. Still, no casualties, yet they're already approaching a 2,000 gold lead. Liquid is running through you, hitting hard, hitting fast. Without having to kill, they're just getting what they want, then moving on.
Yeah. Having a lot of information, not giving Kyle TZ a good time. So far, game number 3, Kyle TZ started out strong. He even came to a point before 8 minutes. He was 5-0-0 already with Hayabusa.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, they don't really need to... Oh, wait.
Just the damage from Ogwin. Forced out to use a Raging Sandstorm. Got caught out there by the Circling Eagle of JP for Sanji to be able to take him down. Kyle TZ jumps in with a Shadow already with the Yuigi Shadow kill.
Whoa!
But just one Crimson Beacon was more than enough to save himself.
Fancy feat by Sanji. Didn't even need to use the flicker.
Yeah, and look at that. The first casualty we see in the game was actually just a punish. It was just Team Liquid Philippines reacting to seeing Ogwen all alone in that area. And now this could potentially be another free objective for them.
Yeah, Carl TZ again, uncontested turtle take. So now Team Falcons, they might just go and default back to their usual strategy, feed a lot of resources for Super Marco, eventually help him scale up, and it's going to be Flap, TZ, and Ogwin to help them reach that point.
Even if that is the plan for Marco, he's 1,000 behind from Oheb, already on his way to becoming the BPI rich guy of game number 4.
Oh yeah, and he first had to build that that Sea Halberd before anything else because he knows how much they have to deal with in terms of Team Liquid and their overall sustain, but they're able to hold onto this turret. And at least for Team Falcons, they're not allowing Team Liquid Philippines to convert anything just yet into a turret.
That's right. On a fundamental level, Falcons is playing the right way. They know how to stem the bleeding, but again, it seems like Liquid is ready for this. Liquid is prepared to go slow but steady and still stampede through.
Yeah, and slow and steady wins the race. They now converted one objective, a turret takedown up top. And if you're going to look at the level gap between the junglers, 2 level gap already. Even if nothing's happening, Sanford jumps in again. Beautiful stun onto Marco and to Kyle TZ. Treating like this purple buff is a lord. There's a Shadow Bomb. Kyle TZ might be able to take it still, but they stole it away.
Oh, they're barely allowing Kyle TZ to get his hands on the purple buff. And that diminishes the threat you could feel from him. Be it in the gas, be it in the pickoffs, you know he doesn't have a purple buff.
And that was off of the back of a failed flicker grab. Sanford didn't get to press it. I guess there wasn't enough stacks on the targets, yet they still got away with it. Carl TZ coming in!
Jumping in, forced out Super Marco's dash and flicker. So a major resource expended already for the side of Team Falcons. Meanwhile, Oheb having the time of his life. Every single lane, he's there pushing turrets.
Big money, big XP, forcing Few out of here. A Sonata almost lethal.
Fortunately, Flaptz was able to block it out, but JP jumps in from the back to deliver the final blow onto Few. JP might fall down here, but he stays alive as Owen jumps in to make sure to take him down. And we get shadow kill finally for Kyle Teasy to trade out Sanji.
We've only seen 4 kills so far in the past 7 minutes, but it feels like we've already seen so much. Though this is the 3rd consecutive turtle that'll go into the hands of Team Liquid, so that's an easy 5K gold lead for them already.
Throughout those sequences, I'm talking about the past minute, Kyle hasn't farmed anything. He had to be on guard and be ready to join fights. What did that lead to? Carl TZ maintaining his XP lead. We're approaching a 3K XP lead here. And again, I don't even want to talk about gold lane, man. Oheb is out farming Super Marco like crazy. This is the Baby X duo at work!
Another jump in from Carl TZ. Just for the Spear of Alpha, they force out the Raging Sandstorm. Now immediately transitions to the middle lane to take it down. Oigi Shadow Kill, not enough damage. Oh. Sanford latches on to Flap TZ. Even if this is a backshot, they might be able to bring him down and face the kill off to Oheb. Owen might be the next target here. That's Sonatas again for TLPH, and they converted those kills into objectives.
Yeah, you're starting to feel how TLPH definitely know that they're running out of time. They have to make things quick because Super Marco is one of those, he's on one of those heroes that you will have a terrible time fighting up against if you do reach the late game.
And we are at the mid game, the cusp of the Lord coming through. In about 40 seconds, Lord will spawn in the lower quarter. And again, the map just doesn't agree and align with Falcons. It's a shame that few can't wings by wings from bush to bush, that Flap can't just roll up in the bushes, because they have to protect their cores.
Yeah, and apart from that 3 consecutive neutral objectives, they had to concede because of the spike of an Alpha paired up with a Mathilda. And now they might even be able to pop an energy shield down bottom and take away the orange buff. They take away Kyle TZ, immediately disintegrated him down to the ground. Perfect timing, 15 seconds, Lord is up.
That's what I'm talking about. Again, #1 GPM and DPM all season long. #2 total kills. That's a season MVP for season 15. Oheb.
And how did Kyle TZ suddenly disappear like that? We barely see any kills.
There was no Skypiercer stacks.
There were no Skypiercer stacks, but he just got deleted with a Rhapsody. So that just goes to show how much ahead Oheb is already in terms of his farm, in terms of his items.
Now TLPH capitalizing on that lead by taking away every single jungle creep that they can see. Kyle TZ stuck at level 11 compared to Carl TZ who's level 14, so automatically Team Falcons have to concede this unless they go for the trade kills instead.
I think that is the wise thing to do. Falcons, just let it go. Just commit to defending. You are built to defend. You have the high ground advantage. You have good firepower to do just that. 8K now ahead, Liquid Philippines. And alone on Oheb, alone, 3,000 over Super Marco. Tell his coach, tell his mom, tell people online, he's got a lot of money.
He has money. We're not going to believe whatever he said in the past anymore. It's different now, and it's going to be easier for Team Liquid Philippines to make use of this Lord that they secured, because they've already pretty much taken out some of the holy shields that are still intact for Team Falcons. Fortunately for them, they still have the one in mid, and they have Super Marco. You know how reliable the Bennett Rage, that Nibiru's Passion is going to be when it comes to wave clear.
Yeah, but the thing is, TLPH dive-centric lineup can always disrupt the Feathered Airstrike and the ults that can come from the Beatrix, especially with the lead that they have. There goes the ultimate from Beatrix. Try to clear out the Lord.
Shield popped in mid, but Falcons take care of business. In comes Kyle TZ, Shadow Kill.
He has to call Wiki Shadow Kill to be able to clear out the minions, but immediately Flap TZ got deleted. The Cavalry respecting the damage of the Feathered Airstrike, but they were able to pop all energy shields.
Not even the backshot felt tanky enough. And now they're going to transition to the mid lane. Oh, look at Sanji!
Even Sanji goes in with the Crimson Beacon to zone out Team Falcons. Base now exposed. Super Marco able to clear it out, but there's minions onto the bottom lane. Oheb gonna make sure to bring down the turret.
And down it goes. 2 lanes exposed. Falcons have to defend. If in the mid game it was dire, now approaching the late game, I don't know what the worst is over worst, because that is what they're staring down. A 12K gold lead approaching.
Oh, Flap TZ trying to zone out and size up TLPH.
I think at best it's a successful Raging Sandstorm into a Bennett's Rage for Super Marco and the Feathered Airstrike, but so far Team Liquid Philippines, they're not allowing themselves to be put in such a position!
The lantern flare from Sanji was just too much. In an instantaneous burst there for TLPH, just an 11.5k gold lead.
I'd hate to say it, but we're throwing back to 2022, early 23. A slow-paced stampede.
Sanford again with the flicker in. They caught Kyle Teasy, feeds off the kill to Oheb. A double for the MVP. And match point for Team Liquid Philippines.
Precision macro put on display by the first seed of the regular season in Season 15. Team Liquid Philippines 1 game away from going to the grand finals.
Such a carefully executed, such a clean way, and probably a different version indeed of the entire Liquid Stampede.
I'm not comfortable with this. Renmar Rockhart, how'd they do that?
That match point was super quick. I mean, they figured out something very early on in that game, and they did not let go.
Yeah, again, it was just a remix of the previous draft, except this time around, TLPH drafting on the red side, changing things up greatly. They went for the glue 3rd pick, then Matilda Alpha last 2 picks. Now, when it's a lineup that has an assassin versus a lineup that's focused for the fighter utility jungle, then the assassin lineup is willing to give up the early turtles, the first 2 ones, because you're going to try to get ganks elsewhere, get wins elsewhere, but Team Falcons just could not get that. Or, if you are confident enough to play better than the opposing team, then you're going to try to take it to them to the skirmishes. But the skirmishes that we saw that led to 0 kills for a long amount of time meant that this guy got to farm up so easily. This was textbook old school utility jungle playstyle by Team Liquid Philippines that meant that they fed into their carry, their gold laner, their regular season MVP to take control of this game quick.
1011 GPM. Definitely got money in the bank. And with 100% KP as well, basically filling out the whole graph. He did everything that was necessary for TLPH to actually get into it. And yes, you can confirm, he's got money. You can ask for it. You can ask for money.
He is the rich guy. I mean, not the BPI rich guy, but he probably will be. Okay, so for Falcons, now their lineup was, again, their choice. They decided to keep drafting the same way. It was Team Liquid Philippines setting the tempo in the 2nd phase with their glue 3rd pick. There is a realm where they could have gotten this win, but it was more difficult to get there compared for Team Liquid Philippines. Again, the reason why the utility fighter jungle playstyle dominated for so long, especially when it's paired up with a strong support roamer, is because it's easier to pull off. The lineup that Falcons has, compared to the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, is more difficult to pull off. And especially when it's empowered by a really good and strong EXP laner with great crowd control that breaks formations in the glue, then Team Liquid Philippines definitely had this in the bag at the end of the draft. With the way that they played, yeah, it was just way too tough for Falcons to control.
That's right. And despite the lineup of Falcons looking like it could give you a good fight at the very late game, with that Matrix and Super Marco, we were not given an opportunity to actually witness that. Bearing that is a 12-minute and 13-second game. So there was just no way for this lineup to shine. Few was the closest that we could get to see Falcons putting up a fight against TLPH. But then again, he was consistently getting dove on non-stop. Lantern flares over his head. It was just so hard to actually get things done by the score side.
Yeah, this was a fantastic game by Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, and JP to set everything up for Oheb. The rotations of Team Liquid Philippines, really good. They were able to invade the jungle at the right amount of times. They weren't forcing things to happen because they knew naturally they had the easier lineup to pull off again, the deadlier lineup, because they literally, one ultimate from the Alpha changes the picture of a team fight for Team Falcons. Even though they have the counter in the Feathered Airstrike, that's pretty much it. Kaltizi can only do so much with the damage of his Shadow Kill, especially, as you see, he did not even scratch 20,000 damage dealt in this game, only 18,327 because of the shields provided by the Matilda. And confirmed, he does have money.
He does have money.
1,011 GPM, crazy.
That's the highest GPM we have so far in the playoffs. I think
Yes,
the closest
yes.
was like 940 something by King Kong. So this is absolute masterclass of how to use that Granger. Again, nerf to the ground as much as you want, but you know what? You can never nerf the player. He is the Filipino sniper.
Yeah, this is the great thing about the meta, honestly. In the post that I made before the playoffs, this meta right now rewards creativity and flexibility. This was one of the main conditions here for Team Liquid Philippines. Show your adaptability to survive, because this is the meta where assassins and fighters in the jungle equally thrive. All right, so we're back on the screen right here, and I think it was very clear what happened. Falcons just had a more difficult lineup against a lineup that's literally 2 button presses away from being able to win the major objectives. Falcons, understandably so, in their chances to find wins in the early game, decided to back off when they needed to. Again, the thing that you really need to respect against a lineup that has a Matilda with it, the shields. That is such a game changer. And it took a while for Falcons to get their major defense items, healing reduction items, as heroes on the hands of like the likes of FLCN and even Ogwen had to go for a different build path. No major objectives on the side of Falcons. Everything went Team Liquid's way. Just a slow climb up for Team Liquid to dominate. And again, the age-old relationship between a lineup that has an assassin center core against a fighter center core. And the thing about Alpha is, yeah, you think of him as a utility fighter type of jungle, but the man, Cyberman, I guess you could call it. Yeah, he is a cyborg. Deals true damage. So it's like it's like an assassin as well that's tanky, that has strong spell vamp paired up with a Matilda. Crucial point here, of course, in the 5 to 7 minute mark. As you saw, if Falcons were able to get a win there, could have been a different story, but they just could not. Let's follow the path here of Super Marco compared to OHEB. 6 minutes was able to build up the Sea Halberd first. Between 4 and 5 minutes, OHEB already had the Hunter Strike. Malefic Gun for Super Marco, which he really needed to rush out as quickly as possible so that he had more reach to deal with, to pair up with the Farsa better, and to stay alive better while dealing damage. By the time he built the second item, already up to a Malefic Roar was OHEB. And when you get to this point, and with the Malefic Roar on the marksman and the opposing jungler is not having a good time and is working through a deficit, that usually means the team that already has the main core items of the marksman will absolutely stomp the lineup that has the jungler still trying to catch up, unless the marksman did some god mode farming. But no, it took 14 minutes for Super Marco to get to his Blade of Despair. It's just no other way to put it, man. This is 100% all Team Liquid Philippines with the draft that they had and with how sharply they played it. So now let's look at the playoffs where we are, the heroes used per role. See this very wide pool of EXP laners, exactly as I predicted online, where this is the one of the main pinpoints of the draft that we have to think about because of the flexibility of that role and what you can pair up there. But then as the playoffs went on, we learned that, all right, jungles, 100%. You can juggle it between fighters and assassins, between the Baxia, Fred, and Lucas, and the rest of the more mobile assassin pools that we have. We're not just stuck in Joy versus Tuyo anymore, thank goodness. The roam pool as well, very varied. All across the board, but the mid lane pick is where it's at, as we have one very important trade there, the Juicin and the Farsa. There's a hero here, though, that I'm surprised we haven't seen all series long in the Kimi, which goes to show that these two teams are over-respecting number one, the mid lane trade with the Farsa, Juicin, Loyi, Eve, those heroes. And number two, the trade between the assassins of the Hayabusa and Ling. That's why we haven't seen Kimi at all this series. That's why we've seen 1-1 respect banned out. And for the Basha, why that became such a linchpin, as the flexibility of that baksha opens up so many possibilities in the drafts. Look at all the flex that you have that you can juggle between roam, EXP, and jungle, and even one of the key picks that we have yet to see in the draft is a flex as well in mid and gold. This is why the meta that we have for the MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs and the playoffs for global MLBB esports in this meta game is one of the most diverse and creatively demanding metas that we have with all of the flex. It's like a quiet creep-in of the utility fighter jungle meta where it's not just where it's not just locked into one role, it's locked across many roles.
And that's exactly where I actually imagined seeing MLBB for the longest time, because I know we did so many shifts from fighter, from assassin to fighter to tank to back to assassin, and now it's just like it's no man's land in jungle where you go pick you want what your composition needs. And for the longest time, we're not stuck in a 1v1. And I really love seeing that as well.
Yeah, well, speaking of no man's land though, Falcons find themselves in no man's land. They need to pull off an insane comeback here if they want. But again, they're up against a team that just know how to control early to mid so well that I wouldn't be surprised if this game number 5 goes Liquid's way, breaking my Falcon Sky heart, and they do it in Liquid Stampede fashion. Falcons, whatever they're talking about right now, has to be a major shift in draft identity, in draft priority, that'll shake up Team Liquid to their core.
That's right, and they're literally under us.
Yeah.
We're on the platform. The players holding areas below.
If I'm not careful, I'm gonna break through a ceiling and right into the huddle of Team Falcons.
In the middle of their meeting.
So I'm just parked right here.
So we're trying not to move. I'm just kidding. So yeah, right now we're seeing where the meta is. But what about where all of our teams are in terms of MSC and EWC?
Siyempre yung unang-una yung comps. Nakamiss na magsalita ng Pinoy. Pati yung kultura ng Pinas siyempre. Tsaka yung family ko, tsaka yung mga kaibigan ko dyan. Siguro abangan nila lahat ng team kasi lahat ng team malakas kahit sa China and sa mga iba't ibang bansa rin. Kumbaga may mga bansa na nagdo-dominant yung mga team. Yan. Abangan nila lahat ng magka-qualify. Sa mga fans number nila, supportahan nyo lang supportahan nyo kami and yung mga iba't ibang team sa iba't ibang region. Pati yung mga import sa iba't ibang bansa.
Siguro ngayon mas mahirap siya kasi yung meta nung unang season namin dito sa Malaysia, nung season 11, paulit-ulit lang yung mga hero nun Tapos sobrang dali lang talaga laruin kaya yung ngayon kasi dami-daming hero pwedeng gamitin sa meta kaya mas mahirap i-draft pati expect yung mga gagamitin ng kalaban niya. Siguro yung Onic kasi wala pa kaming bawi sa kanila Simula nung nakalaban namin sila kaya gusto namin bumawi sa international. Guys, sana supportan niyo kami sa laban namin ngayong playoffs this Sunday. And sana makapag-secure kami ng slot sa MSC para makatapat namin yung ibang PH team.
There you go. From our fellow Filipinos, Cram and Innocent, all the way in MPL Malaysia, our defending EWC champions, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, and I love that I actually brought it up. What we were literally talking about. There's such a diverse pool of heroes that even they are having a hard time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love that. So hopefully we'll meet them in getting ready for Riyadh. From July 10 to August 2, it's 1 game and 2 champions.
So MSC, the Mid-Season Cup, and the MLBB Women's Invitational unite for the biggest MLBB showdown ever at EWC 2025.
So don't forget to get that MSC 2025 Tournament Pass ticket, which are officially on sale. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, get your pass for knockout stage and grand finals now at webook.com. That's WEBOOK.com.
And don't forget to watch the world's best clash in Riyadh. Don't miss your seat and be part of the moment in MSC.
Yeah, by the way, MWI 2025, the best women's teams in the world, also free for everyone. So don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports live.
That's a celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us and be part of history celebrating our women in esports.
Yeah, honestly, being part of MWI last year in Riyadh was one of my favorite events for 2024. The crowd there is really great. The women of MLBB esports are so fun to talk to, so fun to get to know. They're always so happy to meet the new fans. So please catch MWI if you can in Riyadh.
Yeah, it's really going to be fun. So book it now. And these are basically the representatives of Lakas ng Pinas. They embody this term and show us why we are the home of the champions. From M4, M5, and M6, the 3 remaining teams in the playoffs have won all of those trophies.
It's been 3 years since the Philippines as a region has won the mid-season cup. It's sort of a poetry to it that the World Championship winning rosters, or at least versions thereof, from the last 3 World Championships, are now at the top 3. It feels like we're seeing a potential, it's like a combine for the Philippines to see if, come on, we gotta make each other stronger. Yeah, only one of us can be champions here, but everything just so that the Philippines can get back on top of the mountain at the end of the mid-season cup. Because again, we've been winning World Championships, but the mid-season cup is now equal in terms of illustriousness, and it's been a while since we've seen a PH team get that prize.
That's right. Although we have been pushing each other to the limit, I feel like, in this whole metagame, every single team in MPL Philippines seems like a possible contender for that cup. So at this point, I wouldn't put it past us. And EWC, you better be ready. And one of these teams definitely will be joining us in the battle for immortality as well. Because again, don't forget, the winner here will be joining the grand finals tomorrow in another best of 7. I mean, they already will book their ticket. Whoever wins here will be booking their ticket, so that'll be really fun.
Yeah. By the way, side selection update, Team Liquid Philippines has picked the blue side for this very crucial game number 4, wherein if they win this, they are going to the grand finals to face off against Onic Philippines. One step closer to immortality. They will take down their rivals in the Clash of Titans. They will go to Riyadh for FLCN EWC 2025. Blue side Liquid is great for them because they have the Loyi, the Juicin, the Granger, the Glue to play around. And both teams have decided, let's change up the pace of the mid lane trade. Juicin banned by Liquid, Loyi banned by Falcons.
What do you think, Brigada?
This will change things up. Definitely, we've seen the Jushin for almost all of the past few games. I think it was only except one. It was in game number 1 wherein we didn't see the Jushin because it was also banned by TLPH when they were on the blue side. So we're turning back to their sides in game number 1. This is exactly how they were in game number 1.
No, so getting into it, we still have no global presence. Loyi and Chip basically just respect banned all season, all series long after that immense game.
Yeah, I think it's the Hayabusa that's gonna be open for this game, alongside the other junglers too, since the Joy is yet to be banned out.
Yeah, there's actually a chance we might see the Joy here, but the Kalea is also open. In game number 1, Fanny, Juice, and Hayabusa was the ban of Team Liquid, while Falcons banned Chip, Kalea, Joy. Again, we were talking about this at the end of game number 3, man. The mid lane focus. So Falcons are leaning onto that. They've decided that Sanji is their biggest headache in this series so far. Liquid open up with a Joy. Kalea Batang, Kalea Granger open for Falcons.
I wouldn't be surprised if they also pick up their mid laner in this first free Falcons. If they can deny even more from that mid lane mage, Sanji.
So it's probably the Kalea. Like Falcons may consider the Kalea at this point. So they have ways. I mean, the Tidal Strike into the Joy works really well, especially if you want to just break the momentum of a Joy trying to go in and looking for the stacks.
100% they get the Kalea. Whether or not they'll get the Granger or suddenly swerve and show up a Joy, excuse me, an Eve. I don't think that'll happen though. Granger, and is it gonna be the? Yep, it is.
Okay, that's one way to break the tempo of TLPH. Remove that muscle memory of the Granger from OHEB. That's pretty smart.
So now, as you mentioned, there are so many mid lane picks which are already taken out. So might they want to consider picking up their mid lane here? Oh!
Oh! Valentina, the hero that was on the hands of Sanji as the lone stallion, last man standing in Game 4 of the Grand Finals of MPL Philippines Season 13 against then Falcons AP Brent. Can he pull off heroics again as they are potentially trying to block off a Lucas jungle pick on the side of Falcons?
Yeah, and I will never forget how Sanji on the Valentina, one time in the regular season, even stole away the Death Sonata.
Yeah.
Like, he's been doing all those tricks on the Valentina, and ultimately it does really block off one of the most, probably one of the best possible options for Team Falcons at this point.
I love it. Not to mention he also has access to the title, the Tsunami Slam rather.
I wanted to say it, the Fredrin is the best option right now for Falcons. They could not go Suyo, that is 3 magic damage dealers. They couldn't go Lucas because there's a Valentina on the other side. They can't go anything like Alpha or whatnot. Fredrin has to be the base here for Falcons. Liquid also picking up this Valentina means they're thinking in the long run, they're thinking ahead of potentially blocking a Faramis pickup from Few. If Falcons decide to pick up Faramis in this draft, yeah, it's going to be the timing of whoever gets the better timing of their Nether Realm. That's going to be the main trade here.
Yeah, I really want to be able to at least complement though the crowd control, the massive amount of crowd control coming in from Falcons right now in terms of the Energy Eruption and the Tsunami Slam title strike combo. So it's not, I think they need a little bit more burst on that mid. Hopefully they can find it though. Because it'll take some time for Super Marco to get into shape with that Ranger.
Yeah, and it's always been the fast rotations that have made a huge impact on the outcome of the early game between these two teams. But even in terms of that, the options look quite limited unless they're gonna opt for something along the lines of what a Kimmy mid is there, although there's a Joy on the other side, so it doesn't look too well.
I think Falcons might even want to consider the Selena if they want to pick up a hero that necessarily that won't have an ultimate that could be stolen away by Sanji's Valentina, meaning that the Energy Eruption of the Fredrin is going to be the main target of Sanji instead. He can still use that for crowd control. I mean, we saw it at the M6 World Championship when Super Friends did that crazy play in the top lane as a Valentina cosplaying as a Fredrin. So I wouldn't be surprised if Selena is being considered here, but something in my gut tells me Faramis right now is the main debate for Falcons. Faramis or Selena?
Faramis has been snubbed all series long, hasn't it? Sorry, no, Selena rather.
Yeah, Selena has been snubbed.
Interesting.
It has.
Can see that.
So do they reveal it here? They go for the focus first. They're really saving Fuse Hero for last. I mean, he's one of the most flexible, or like one of the players with the deepest hero pool too. Team Liquid Philippines. We're looking at what role the Baksha will be put into.
I think you put that already in the roam for JP. The Baksha and Valentina Joy together in the center of the map means the chances of Liquid Stampede happening are going to be so much higher since they're all magic. Magic scales relatively quicker as they are cooldown based. At the same time, you reduce the healing of the Kalea. And again, the Baksha being one of the main reasons why, or excuse me, one of the main counters to the Kalea as to why he's popped up.
What if they carry here or something?
Yeah, I'm okay with the carry. Sanford Terizla, good call on the carry there. Great draft by Liquid. This is built for Stampede. They can end this quickly.
and this is what I was saying yesterday, the Terizla against the Fredrin. Like, it's these kinds of lineups where the Terizla has an easy time just landing the penalty zone on his targets.
That's right. It's also a bit more durable in terms of enduring the Tsunami Slam combo just in case, and if you get Energy Eruption, you can kind of disrupt the front free Falcons.
Did you steal Selena here?
Might be checkmate. Can Few play Valir?
Oh.
With all the slow front to back, might be good, but you're giving Valentina a free Purify, meaning Sanji can pick up Flicker instead. Oh, wow.
It's been a hot minute, Cecilion.
Wow.
Welcome back.
It's been a while. This guy has been snubbed as well.
Yeah.
Like for the entire playoffs, I feel.
Falcons has decided their fate here lies in the mid to the late game. This is them saying, yep, early to mid, it does not look good for us. But if they can hold on, then the Sicilian and Granger will be able to deal the damage that Falcons needs.
That's what we're going to look for here in game number 5 rather. And we are getting into a pretty good lineup for TLPH. I think I kind of agree with what Renmar said. They've got the solid lineup that can really shred through the Phobius and the Brethren. And yeah, looking really good for TL.
It's a good old Liquid Stampede. They can end this quick against the resiliency of the Falcons. Which one is stronger?
That's right now, as we load up into game number 5 here, TLPH versus Falcons. Match 4.
The Cavalry stomping towards immortality. One game away from the grand finals. Can the Falcons soar in just in time to stop the ascent? Welcome to game number 5. Leo at your service alongside Jose Ingan and Brigida bringing you the action. It's been a while since we've seen Sicilian. How do you feel with this core coming in the hands of the GOAT?
Yeah, it ensures that if ever they don't have a good start, and if they can extend it towards the late game, they can rely on Few to clear out the waves, to clear out the push, and eventually have a comeback for Team Falcons. Super Marco early cast of the Flicker out.
Yep, he already had to burn his Flicker. Since Carl TZ, his jungling pattern, he was able to go first towards the gold lane. But this is something you would expect from Team Liquid Philippines. It's just why you need double the mindfulness from Team Falcons. But wait, okay.
A Flicker for a Purify.
Yeah.
Cross map.
I feel like they'll be okay with that, especially heading into the first objective. Again, Team Liquid Philippines, the way they drafted too, it looks really well in terms of the mid-range capabilities. And Team Falcons, knowing that the Purify won't be available, it could be easier for them to call whoever they want to target in the next team fight.
So far, I'm still counting the moments that Few isn't in harm's way. Because every minute that passes by, that Falcons is still in the game, that Few is actually doing well, gets them closer to victory, gets them closer to equalizing the series.
Yeah, and not to mention Super Marco, assuming he scales up, get the stacks in, even with his Sky Piercer, things would go well for them. But again, the problem still remains for Team Falcons. Even if they have a tanky Fredrin, if Oheb, the MVP, starts to be online, it could be hard for Team Falcons.
Wow. 4-man rotations immediately. They're starting the turtle.
Penalty zone coming in from Sanford here. Who's going to get the turtle? Still going to go in hands of Kyle TZ. Now they want to extend their lead by taking down Sanford. Flap TZ, Infernal Pursuit, going to bring him down. Next target is JP as Owen picks up the kill.
2 free kills plus a major objective towards the Falcons. Carl TZ struggling to get his orange.
Beautiful Dark Wave paired up with a Tsunami Slam. Carl TZ is getting ganked up by 3 in an amazing start for Team Falcons.
Yep, Team Falcons were quick to decide on what to do. They decided to burst down the turtle. They had 4 members there who were early in terms of the setup, and Carl TZ wasn't even able to finish getting his orange buffs. He was already forced to provide assistance to Team Liquid Philippines, who then were clearly losing out since they were able to already isolate Sanford. So the past few minutes, like that entire sequence prior, what we're seeing right now, they've been perfectly in favor of Team Falcons.
Yeah, there seemed to be no plan going into that first turtle. If there was, we didn't see any semblance of it.
Yeah, or it could be disrupted by the good initiation there for Team Falcons. And you guys mentioned that the more this game holds on, the better it is for Team Falcons, considering that Few is on the Sicilian. But what way to, make that power spike faster with a 3-0 start and a 1.8k gold lead?
This is greater than better, man. This is amazing because Falcons is staring down a 2k gold lead, and it seems like Liquid aren't even pressing down on their resources. Like, they're just folding. I don't know what's up with this non-aggressive approach suddenly.
Yeah, everything just falls into place for Team Falcons. The way they were able to force out the Purify for Sanji, and Sanji is someone you expect to be at the turtle fight. It's a completely different scenario if we're talking about how they forced out the Flicker from Super Marco, because you know what Super Marco does on the Granger when it comes to the early game. He's just all about farming. He's just all about getting the PPI rich guy.
So far, it seems to be a tandem approach to Team Liquid's comeback in game number 5. They're sending these pairs of heroes to do things on the map. That's top lane, Oheb and Sanji. And it seems like, the call is just don't go for the turtle anymore. We already lost.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to look at it, at least for... Oh, wait a minute. There's going to be a Tsunami Slam, but it was Sanji, and Ogwen counters out with his own Tsunami Slam as Calsteezy enters in for the energy eruption. Sanford jumps in with the penalty zone. Ogwen quite low, so he has to back off. Calsteezy trying to soak up the damage, but he's getting stunned out by 4 members. He was able to dash in, but Sanford with a final blow to bring off Calsteezy.
It's so similar to what happened earlier, except it's more successful this time. Calsteezy resuming the purple buff he had to let go of just to provide the damage for Team Liquid. Since you did mention it earlier, they're really investing much of their resources onto OHEB because that's where primarily the damage will come from. At most right now, it's from Carl. So he really has to juggle between balancing his farm and being able to follow up on his team.
He's doing everything again. Just go with the things for Carl Teasy, keeping TLPH in the game compared to the previous game wherein Team Falcons conceded all neutral objectives. The better part is for TLPH, they're at least doing something. You mentioned that they're sending out mini squads of 2s to try and go for the push and even go for trades. It's looking good still for TLPH.
A minute before another turtle spawns, upper quarter this time. JP gets caught with a Tsunami Slam.
Let's see if JP can out-sustain this. A lot of chain CC. And now feeds off the kill to Super Marco. A conceal to speed things up and try and go for the top lane turret as Kyle TZ zones out Sanford.
That's tough. You can't be spotted using the back shield unity. Once they find you doing that, they just cancel it, go for the commit, because there's no way for JV to escape those kinds of scenarios. He's only on the Revitalize, so he can be a potential easy target for Team Falcons when they're always grouped up together.
That's the hard pill to swallow, is the Baksha has no out. He has an in, clearly. The Baksha Unite, the Revitalize, but no way out, so you have to be careful. So far, still approaching 3K ahead, about the same spot we saw Falcons last 2 or 3 minutes ago, and that translates to about 1,000 between OHEB and Marco. Carl Teasy looking to isolate Flat, but he's too chunky.
Yeah, old teammates having a 1v1 down bottom as Kyle Teasy works on this turtle. Now Team Falcons will be able to respond there. And it looked like TLPH again will concede this neutral objectives as Falcons secure the turtle.
They're letting it up. They also know that Carl Teasy still has something to accomplish down bottom. And now, as he wants to secure his purple buff, a team might break out.
There's no retry for Carl Teasy here, so he's going for the kills instead. Sanford goes in with the penalty zone to zone out Super Marco. JP trying to tank up the damage, but Sanford's the first man down. TLPH has to disperse, but Owen jumps in and feeds off another double kill to Super Marco.
It's looking like it's going sideways as Carl TZ goes down. Super Marco going with a triple.
Triple kill for Super Marco. Even expended the flicker to make sure he catches Carl TZ. And now that's going to be a 7-1 scoreboard for Team Falcons as they focus their attention on the middle lane.
Oh, Team Liquid, they tried to do so much just so OHEB could also get his early power spike. I mean, they handed over the energy shields. If it's just that, they provided the assistance that was necessary for him to somewhat manage the lane a bit better. But now, look at how they're the first to lose their tier 1 turrets. Look at how he's now 2K behind Super Marco with that 4-0 KDA.
Marco chasing down Liquid like they owe him money. Currently at about 400 stacks, 40 Skypiercer stacks as well. It's an unbothered game for Super Marco, not to mention for Few.
Yeah, Few's having the time of his life. He's the late game insurance that they need, even if they're not even sure if it's going to reach the late game with how things are going for Team Falcons. Owen also, almost all his setups are connecting and transitioning not just to kills, but to objective takedown. That's why all first-tier turrets, as you mentioned, are gone for TLPH.
Yep, they have so many ways to start things up, but they have so many unanswered problems. Now that, or if ever they do decide to engage in a fight, if ever JP decides to jump on someone, that's not gonna be Few. There's no way it's gonna be Few, not unless he puts himself in a dangerous position. It's always gonna be either Flap Kyle or Ogwen, and these are targets who can immediately go for the punish.
Not to mention Few has his Purify off of cooldown, so if ever, some way, somehow 40 or JP find him, it's a simple battle spell, ult, walk away. Free Lord here, going over to Falcons as top lane just gets stolen away by Liquid. It's the only thing they can do.
Yeah, at this point, TLPH is happy with that. They didn't overcommit and try to go for at least kill trades for that Lord take after Team Falcons got in. At this point, they were able to push down at least one turret up top. But the problem remains as a 5k gold lead for Team Falcons.
Yep. They'll have to defend this upcoming Lord. They do have the resources, but Kyle TZ might he go for a pickoff?
Energy Eruption. Okay, Sanji jumps in with his stolen Tsunami Slam, but he had to pop his Purify. So again, no Purify for Sanji in a crucial defense for the Cavalry.
Liquid has the counter blessings. Number 1, Sanji survives. Number 2, they're keeping bottom lane tier 2. Number 3 is they're making good time here to defend the Lord. They'll have to sacrifice his tier 2 up top, holy defense in mid, but that's all in the face of inevitable defeat.
Whoa.
Falcons are slowly rolling up inside their base.
Yeah, interestingly enough though, I think this is something you would expect in a Joy Fredrin matchup. The gold seems to favor Carl TZ nonetheless, but wait!
Ogwen jumps in and immediately they burst down Sanford. Just look at the damage from the whole squad of Team Falcons. Despite the revitalize of JP, is quite low. Now Sanji desperately trying to defend that. Oheb had to pop his Purify there, but they do, however, be able to clear out the Lord.
Oh, turret's not gonna stay. That's penetrated top lane. Oh, might be a kill!
And FlapTZ jumps in and feeds off the kill again to Super Marco, but in exchange for Ogwen. And now Sanji as well is gone. Carl TZ trying to defend the mid lane turret, and they will do so successfully. But Kyle TZ again jumps in. He was able to dodge out the Energy Eruption and save out their mid lane turret.
They had to sacrifice so much. The way they were trying to hold on that top lane turret, but they had to give up JP, they had to give up Sanji, and there are just so many ways for Falcons to hold down any member of Team Liquid if they wanted to. So few is just too free.
FlapTZ, Winter Crown play mid-air to try and save himself as Kyle TZ jumps in again and catches Sanford. Super Marco delivering the bullets. JP quite low, Death Sonata, but Super Marco stops there. That was just a warning shot.
Here's the painful truth. Liquid aren't even halfway ready to pick a fight with Falcons. You saw how Oheb was just struggling to stay in that fight throughout the pinwheel, throughout the ult, and nothing. Falcons just kept walking up.
It's another conceal from Ogwen too. He doesn't have the flicker, but that's already enough. So they could zone away the members of Team Liquid and take down this mid lane turret. So whatever they were trying to defend and hold on to, one by one, they're slowly disappearing from their eyes.
8K. Now Falcons looking at an 8K gold lead with the Lord spawning in the upper quarter. I don't know. All right, we've seen crazier things happen in the playoffs, but Liquid, it would be wise not to try and contest.
Yeah, I mean, crazy things happen, especially if Sanji has his hands on the Louis, but in this case, he has a Valentina that most of the time can only get the Tsunami Slam. Now, JP again being the main target of Team Falcons, already committed the Tsunami Slam onto him as Super Marco bursts him down. Sanford from the back, they might be able to catch down Few, but Super Marco picks up a double, a kill onto Few, but a triple from Marco. OM answers back, a double for the MVP, and that's gonna be a 4-for-3 trade.
That's a bargain for Team Liquid Philippines, and this puts them in a position wherein they're confident that Falcons won't burst the Lord. There's nobody there to take it.
Yeah, and at least it was enough time bought for Team Liquid Philippines. At that point, they were forced to attack because Ogwen already committed the Tsunami Slam to JP.
Yep, and you're starting to see the pattern. So far, now that Team Liquid Philippines, they're starting to feel the damage from Oheb. You cannot simply go for JP whenever you wanted to. You have to take into account wherever the other members of Team Liquid Philippines are, because Oheb can just throw out those shurikens and just deal the damage, especially towards the other members of Team Falcons. And that's also including Carl TZ, who can just dash through everyone and go to whoever he wants to target.
Okay, maybe 5 minutes ago they weren't halfway. Now they're approaching that point. Oheb hurts. Lord, now at about a fourth of its health, a fifth, and it gets a soft reset. Kyle TZ lets it go.
Let's see if TLPH can put out a miracle here up against Team Falcons. They were able to dwindle down the lead of Team Falcons. Sanji quite low, so he has to back off. They're bursting down the Lord. TLPH concedes.
Yep. They can't risk it. Sanji was too low. And if Team Falcons did force out a team fight, which is possible that they do, it's likely that they do, since they have to. They already took note of how Sanji was already poked down, then it could have been worse for Team Liquid. They barely have any turrets remaining in their base. And now all they have to do is hold on to their defense capabilities.
Literally just one turret, bottom lane. Liquid has to use that turret, the inhibitor, to buy time and fight, because Again, the only real way I see Liquid coming back from this and even surviving to defend is by turning on Falcons. So they're going to need to use that turret to try and get extra firepower from the extra damage, because Falcons is such a chunky lineup coming in.
But is there enough time for TLPH to reach that time? A conceal for both of these teams as the Lord sieges in to the middle lane. Owen waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The Sanguine Claws are also connecting. Kyle TZ jumps in. No more inhibited turrets for TLPH.
They buy time. They use that turret like a meat shield.
We're just being reminded of how terrifying a Granger Sicilian combo is. Now, Team Liquid Philippines are clearly struggling to deal with it.
Oakland jumps in. There comes the Tsunami Slam. They're trying to burst down JP alongside Sanford. Calls easy from the back. He catches Phil and brings him down. Winter Crown plays from Team Falcons, but they cannot out-sustain it. Carl TZ is going to fall down. A mega kill for OM, but Falcons, Super Marco is there. JP alone and Team Falcons, they survive this series.
Not so fast. Match point ain't nothing. The game continues. Falcons score 3-2.
Whoa. At first, this cannot end with a sweep. And now it also cannot end in just 4 or 5 games.
This is why they call them Titans of MLBB. Everyone looks up to Liquid and the Falcons. Redmond Rockhart, break it down.
That was just awesome. Well.
Oh my goodness. So that's 2 dominant wins for Falcons in this series. And yeah, a throwback to when they won a World Championship with the Fredrin. Well, you know, there was something about the lineup of Falcons that I really thought that they would lose the early to mid, but then they did one thing so well early on. There was a time where Few was considered one of the best carry players in the game. So what they did was, let's funnel all our rotations and early game resources to the Sicilian. Control the center of the map with Few, get his stacks and farm up, so that by the time Super Marco gets his items and is farmed up, the damage is equal. Both the Sicilian and the Granger together hit the apex of their damage at the same time in this game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that in this game, where we saw when Few died, he actually, the gameplay of Falcons actually slowed down. That was near the end. So the moment he went back, and you know, it was game time again. But Super Marco would then be able to achieve this. Again, Brandon brought it up. Sicilian and Granger on the same team past 10 minutes. It's just a scary force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and Falcons, it seems like they had a game plan. All right, so all of us are going to be putting Few in a comfortable spot to farm up. Let's get trades in mid. Okay, at the same time, Super Marco, double lane when you can. If you can't, wait for us. We're going to go up to your lane and make sure that you can get some farm and get some advantage over OHEB. So Falcons were clear. They played around the idea of 2 cores, not just try to funnel into one, but everything for Few and Super Marco. All the rotations to the center of the map, the aggressive positioning of Kyle and Flap TZ, and Ogwen being so gung-ho with pulling the trigger with his Tsunami Slam, all of that so that Few can get stacks, and all of that so that Super Marco has all the space in the world.
Yeah, and Super Marco just had a fun time on this Granger. You could see the struggle of OHEB on that carry. I mean, still pretty good, but he was basically overwhelmed by bodies here. That's what Falcons did, so they could kind of mitigate what the carry was doing in a lot of these fights. I mean, not saying it's still a really good pick, but you can see that he was struggling to pick targets with the jumping phobias, with Ogwen so scary around the map. It was just not as easy as the time with the carry, and that was when Super Marco could really shine.
Winter Crown right there at the end, just in time. He was the one who got Tsunami Slammed by Sanji, but the fact that he was able to pop off the Winter Crown, survive the onslaught of that damage, meant that he could dash back, deal the damage that they needed to seal off the victory. Falcons had a far sturdier lineup. The Fredrin 3rd pick was perfect. I just did not foresee the adjustment in rotation that they were going to do in the early game, so that instead of waiting for mid to late, they're the ones who controlled early.
Yeah, mid to late was just phenomenal for the Sicilian and the Granger. Fully stacked up and ready to go. plus the micro of Super Marco. That's just such a good combo. He's 14-1, and few didn't get any kills, but you bet your butt he really got a lot of those assists.
Yeah, and you saw that for the side of Team Liquid Philippines this time though, that Carl TZ was still, as Brigida pointed out, was able to farm up. And we saw in the main sequence wherein both Few and Super Marco went down, it was the efforts of Carl TZ and even Oheb being able to find a good angle of entry into the fight from the wings to be able to take down the back line. They were still lacking something. JP and Sanford didn't survive long enough. Flap TZ and Kyle TZ always survived long enough. They were the main walls of this lineup that centered around the pickoffs of the Kalea, while it was the Phovius and the Fredrin together that was holding down the front.
I really don't envy Sanford in this game, by the way. He died so many times that early.
Yeah.
And there was just no hesitation from Owen to actually pick off that guy, that big beefy guy in front. Usually you'd want to avoid it. If you're a Kalea, you want to go ahead and hurry hero lock. But no, whoever's on front got taken out so easily. Super Marco, good trust on your DPS.
Yeah, and it really looked like Super Marco also just won the laning phase straight up against Oheb. Always pushing Oheb back into the lane, and even though Oheb was still able to keep up in the farm and kept things close, Team Liquid Philippines eventually equalized their rotation so that Oheb would get more farm as well. Again, the main point here, the Sicilian and the Granger just hit their power packs at the exact same time.
Yeah. Hitting it 977 GPM, not quite hitting the peak, but that is scary for a Granger in the short amount of game time that we actually have. So again, all of this enabled so well by the team, by the rest of the team. Ogwin just very happy to just serve it up on a silver platter.
All right, so let's break down the nitty-gritty of the game here, and we're going to look at the gold graph first. So follow the red line, that is Team Falcon. So for the first 4 minutes, still neck and neck, but you see here at around the 2-minute mark is when it started to diverge for these two teams. Falcons were the ones who was able to get the first turtle of the game. So again, with the rotations that they had, feeding more to Few and the Sicilian specifically, they were able to keep it in such a pace that the gold graph would continue leaning towards their side, that there'll always be a gap between them. They're getting objectives. Team Liquid Philippines did not get their first tower until 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Understandably so. Again, similar to when Team Liquid Philippines played the Alpha Matilda earlier, Team Falcons playing the Kalea Fredrin this time around meant that they were willing to give up their early game objectives. Which I feel like there were some moments, though, in the early game that Team Liquid Philippines could have been a little bit more aggressive. But similar to what Falcons tried to do against the Matilda Alpha, except this time it felt like there was just a little bit of over-respect towards the tankier Fredrin and what Falcons brings to the table. It seems like they just doubled down the idea of, okay, we're the ones who's going to wait for our mid to the late game power spikes, wait for the power spikes of the Joy and the carry, while Falcons took the approach that we thought that Team Liquid would be taking. They were the ones who were controlling early to mid. So let's look at the Sicilian of Few and the Granger of Super Marco. So by the time Few got to build up the glowing wand, it was 6 minutes into the game. So the 3 core items of the Granger already locked in before 10 minutes. Few got his magic lantern between 10 to 12, so that's around 11. But what Few was getting was a bunch of stacks. Remember, with Sicilian, the more mana he has, the better the damage he'll be able to do with it as well. And that's what he was getting. The rotations of Flap, constantly leaving lane when he can. Kyle, TZ, Ogwin, and Flap all meeting towards the center, towards the river to help Few. There was an image early on in the game before the first turtle got up. It looked like Few just had a bunch of bodyguards, and that's what Falcons were doing. All of the opportunities that they could get to make sure Few safely got minion waves and get his stacks, they made the most out of. Going back again to the example that I just stated, Flap barely touched that minion wave. He just stood there so that he could get the passive EXP from the minions going down, but made sure that Few would be the one getting the stacks from the minion wave hits with his abilities. Let's go back to comparing Super Marco again in this one. Game number 5, 8 minutes in, mid-game stats, crazy. farm gold, still within reasonable range usually, but the gold diff, 2,000 plus. Damage dealt, 9,000 more. Kill participation, more than half of the kills. Super Marco was part of, and the kills and assists, Super Marco was there when Team Falcons needed him to. Fantastic drafting by Team Falcons. The Fredrin third pick, and then again, the most important part, adjusting the rotations so that the mid to the late game will come much quicker. Team Liquid Philippines doubled down on the idea of, you know what? Let's just farm first. Let's just make sure that we get our items first, and then we'll go. An approach that eventually hurt Team Liquid Philippines, an approach that eventually benefited Falcons to force a game number 6. Let's look back at the draft that happened there. The Fredrin third pick, Granger Kalea first pick up against the Joy. Tale as old as time, Fredrin versus the Joy. Joy will struggle, especially if you are a little bit more reserved in your approach. But Falcons, around the Sicilian, around few, were considerably more aggressive. Fantastic adjustment by Falcons, something that you don't usually see, but they played the perfect strat heading into this game.
It's just very rare to see Carl Tizzy, by the way, on this Joy, not as scary or not as proactive as we were very used to him seeing him.
Oh yeah.
It just feels like it could have been more impactful in this specific game where they were buying time for this carry to actually get in the form, to be able to shred the Phovius or the Fredrin in a matter of seconds. We did not see that.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it was just really good mid-control by those three of Falcons that really enabled or slowed down this Joy from going crazy and just running away with the game.
Yeah, again, I understand the approach that Team Liquid Philippines went for. The fact that Sanji on the Valentina, of course, had a very difficult game. It's difficult for Valentina to deal the damage here. So they just had to play with the cards that they were dealt.
And we'll see if that's going to change later on, because right now we have to take a little bit of a breather. Let's throw it over to our MPL playgrounds.
Pause muna tayo sa mainit na bakbakan sa Champions Arena because outside of Champions Arena, we have MPL Playgrounds where you can go here for free. Kanina nga lang nagkaroon ng MLBB X Clear Head Battle kung saan may mga nag-participate na community members natin, and simple lang naman yung mechanics. They are given statements and they just have to answer if the statement is clear or not clear. Kapag tama ang sagot nila, may makukuha silang clear packages for free. Over to my left, you can see the clear booth where you can also get free clear products, and simple lang din yung mechanics nito. You just have to follow their social media channels and you will instantly get these exclusive freebies. May kasama tayong tropa dito sa MPL Playgrounds. What's your name?
Edmond.
Edmond, who is your MPL Philippines Season 15 champion?
Para po sa akin, Falcon.
Team Falcons. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Jeric.
Jeric, who is your MPL Philippines Season 15 champion?
Solid ako, Onic. Onic.
Onic Philippines. Kasama ko ngayon dito si...
Hello, parang JP po.
Hi, parang JP. Sino ang champion mo this season?
Onic.
Onic. Sino bang team yung isa pa na gusto mo maging representative for MSC?
TLPH.
TLPH and Onic. Hi, what's your name?
Bill.
Sino namang team ang champion mo this season?
Falcon, ng 2%.
Falcons ang 2%. Bukod sa Falcons, sino yung napupusuan mo maging representative for MSC?
Onic at Falcon.
Onic and Falcons. Hello, what's your name?
Hello, I am Mark.
Mark, sino naman ang champion mo this season?
Ang champion ko this season is Fanatic Onic or Onic Philippines.
Onic Philippines. Bukod sa Onic, may napupusuan ka pa bang team para sa MSC?
Team Liquid Philippines.
Team Liquid Philippines. Kasama ko naman ngayon dito si
Chris.
Chris, sinong team ang champion mo this season?
Sa MPL PH Season 15 is rekta MSC na Onic Philippines.
Onic Philippines. Bukod sa Onic, sinong team pa ang gusto mong mag-represent for MSC?
Sa ngayon, sa performance ngayon talaga is Team Falcons eh. Kasi simula Cebol Combine pa lang, maganda na talaga yung performance nila. Kaya deserve din nila ngayon na mag-represent sa MSC.
If you're here at the venue, don't miss the chance to visit MPL Playgrounds here at ground floor. We have games, booths, fun for all MPL fans. And for those watching from home, you can still join the action at Greenson Makati for our official watch party hangout with Ben Pigs. We've also got cosplay performances and exciting giveaways. Let's hang out and have fun together. The MPL Playgrounds is open for free on first-come, first-served basis depending on the capacity. That's it for MPL Playgrounds. Now, let's head back to the Champions Arena.
There you go. That's Calusi with the MPL Playgrounds. I actually visited that a few moments, I think last night.
Oh.
It was really fun. It was a really fun vibe. They also have like a big screen where you can watch the games while you're browsing around and looking at the TL merch.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to celebrate the games here, but then you're downstairs surrounded by merch while watching, and it's fun, and you might spend money. It's a test of willpower, honestly, yeah.
That's true. Here is PH versus the world, MSC and M Series win rate versus other regions, and you will notice a very, very interesting trend. It's pretty high.
Wait, so this is our numbers. Okay, against the world, and of course, with the storied rivalry against the teams from Indonesia. Of course, they are so far like our best competitors. So PH versus other regions, all-time match stats. We played 139 matches against teams from other regions. We have 108 wins. Ties are because some series are just BO2. It's
That's
just
right.
1-1. And that's why there are ties.
Don't worry, don't panic.
Yeah, not because the base broke at the same time. 29 losses with a match win rate of 77.7%. Meanwhile, PH versus other regions all-time game stats, still really good as well. We stay winning. Philippines stay winning.
So basically, if the Philippines had an MLBB profile and you search their ID number, this is the win rate that they will appear on their profiles. It's very high. It's all of it is like above 60%.
There was an interesting number that I saw there though, that in MSC it looks like no Cambodian team has yet to win against a series. They've been able to win games, but haven't won in 10 series against Filipino teams. Maybe that might be something that'll change up in MSC, of course. We got a feature yesterday from Lee Ching, one of the casters from MPL Cambodia, who said he was very happy to see CFU Gaming go back-to-back and go to MSC. So, yeah, it'll be very exciting to see CFU back in action in MSC.
That's right. And again, every single team in the world is just improved. Just because if you're watching, you're learning so much from each other as well.
Yeah.
That's just the evolution of it. I mean, it's actually I'm actually very amazed that the Philippines has been able to keep this high level of dominance for a longer time, and I really feel like this year might be the closest they'll ever get.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on. We haven't won MSC in 2 years. We got to give it to Onic Esports. Got to give it to SRG.
There's just something with MSC.
Yeah,
there's
something with MSC. We win it 2 in a row with Execration and then RSG, but then after that, it's just been like, whoop.
There's some things that science cannot explain, and MSC is one of them. Let's go into the draft for game number 6. Again, request backup from Brigida.
Hello. So we aren't going home with just the game number 5. We are slowly getting closer to maxing out the series.
Nah, I'm sure we will. We're going to game 7.
He's calling it.
Saying it now.
It right now.
We're going to game 7.
The Falcons guy's calling it.
That's calling it. What do you know? All right, we'll see a bit of a slower... Okay, I'm a little surprised. We're seeing a slow start here on the draft for Falcons. Normally, this would be the phase where Trevor is just, okay, guys, lock it in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's go. No, it's not happening.
Yeah. You got to go for a unique pick here, and it is the Baksha, because if they went for the Joy, that means TLPH would go for the Frederick instead.
Yeah, and they actually banned out the Joy, so...
Oh, right, yes.
Now that leaves
Granger.
The Granger that they should definitely steal away from Super Marco as much as they can. And potentially, what other options are still out there?
I think they could just also just go Granger Badang, honestly.
Yeah, although I'm not entirely sure if it's been effective for TL, so they'll change things up and actually get the Harith Glue.
Yeah, that's a massive swerve, because now if Falcons want to go front to back, they now have to think about their damage profile. Although for TLPH, I wonder if Falcons will consider picking up. I think they go Farsa Granger just to be safe. They have to show their course already.
Yeah.
And then just accept the fact that TLPH will be able to pick into it instead. But if they go for the Farsa...
Oh, wait!
Whoa!
The swerves!
Whoa, okay. Whoa. They're going for the unexpected moves in the drafts.
I actually like this. This is something that is it's a bit of a power move, isn't it? When you pick up your Lucas, you make sure your Valentina is locked in on the next slot. There's just no way to actually slow it down if it decides to go on XP. So there's a lot of flexibility still that we can see from this first three picks of Falcons.
Yeah.
I like what I'm seeing.
And there's still a Matilda too. So I'm not entirely sure if Oakland will be considering that later on, but Flap has had a history of using the Baksha XP. So speaking of the Matilda, they steal it away, they deny it from Team Falcons, which I feel is a safe option as well if you're TLPH at this point.
Yeah. Although this lineup of Team Liquid might be a little bit susceptible to an Esmeralda. However, there is a glue on the other side that can just easily grab onto the Esme and might be enough of an answer already for it. There is a Baksha also on the side of Falcons, which now I think the Matilda forces the Baksha to go roam, so that more often than not, you're actually being able to dish out the healing reductions that you can. Got an alpha bat?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
they took out the alpha as well.
Wow.
And the Granger too for Super Marco. So they're narrowing down the choices or the options for Carl Teasy, but hey, I mean, I'm okay. We're closing into maybe seeing the Lancelot.
Oh, that's what you're going for. That's what you want to see, Brigida.
No, but this is actually Matilda, so would they actually want to go for that kind of route? I mean, the link's still open too, but you have to consider the Baksha and the Lucas already.
Yeah.
And the Valentina, actually.
That's a gnarly ban on the export, by the way. That's really cool. They're just covering their bases that could have tandemed really well with the Matilda. Matilda export would have been nightmare for the Lucas. Matilda Alpha would have been able to match really well. Oh, this is it. Carl on the Fredrin, Matilda. They're going all in, dive, not a lot of reach. The reach is going to come through their mid laner, and it's just a lot of magic damage early on.
And the Farce is still open too, if ever you want to go for that. Although there is a Valentina in the side of Team Falcons, I feel like it'll pair up well with the lineup that they have so far, unless they want to change it up a bit. But for now, we're looking at an XP lane.
Yeah. Or do they go damage with their EXP? But it's a glue on the other side. The Lucas and the Baksha might have too much pressure if they're the only front lines.
Is it really going to be an Esme? Or
might just be.
That could work well here, draining all those shields provided by the Matilda as well as
Whoa,
okay. But it's a high loss instead.
Oh, okay, this has to be a double revitalize comp by Falcons. If they really want to make the most out of the Baksha and the high loss together, have to go double revitalize and then rush Dominus Isis when they can.
Yep. So Sanji has to make a decision here. What are you willing to give to the Valentina?
Farce is open, but you don't want to give that as much as possible. So that's a bit of a problem. Kimmy.
The Sicilian was there earlier too, but they're still going for the Farsa.
Okay, okay. That's not bad, that's not bad. I mean, it's just a feathered airstrike. It feels like this is a Farsa versus Farsa matchup, but then again, it is a bit more mobile Farsa on the left. Looking more XP. So.
Maybe it's been a while since I've ended a draft leaning towards Falcons. This might end up being a curse, I don't know, or a premonition.
Are you?
But if this is double revitalized for Falcons, we might be going to Game 7.
Oh.
Let's see. Let's see. That's so exciting as well, because I feel like this matchup on the mid feels like it's all time-based, isn't it?
Yeah. And look at the lineup rating. Favoring Falcons. Early to mid-game potential, of course, the late-game potential of TL good, but all other departments is Falcons leading, and it is double revitalize.
Double revitalize, a very sturdy lineup, can move very well. That's Falcons for you, TLPH. Will this be it? They're still on match point, but they are looking like they could face it. Let's go into the map.
Another epic chapter being written in
Welcome
the
to
Clash of
Mobile
Titans Odyssey. Welcome to Game 6. Match point for the Cavalry. Yet, in case you missed it, Falcons just mounted such a dominant game in the previous bout. Leo at your service alongside Ingan and Brigida. I think we've read through all the options. Like, all the heroes that are coming out, even the Alpha got scouted.
Yeah, it got scouted. Good drafts there from Coach Trevor inside of Team Falcons. And I do agree with what the panel has been saying. The double revitalized setup so far has been working in the playoff, especially if you pair it up with tanky heroes like the Hylos and the Baksha.
Yep. And so far, we're seeing how aggressive both of these teams want to play the mid lane, since it's been very vital so far. In the past few games we've been seeing here in this series. Oheb gets the last hit on the crab. But, oh my goodness.
I thought Ogwin was just tanky. Apparently, he hurts. The shield hurts.
That was all just Ogwin.
I feel Sanji has been poked down a little bit prior to that since they've been exchanging blows in the mid lane, but it's crazy. Ogwin did pretty much majority of that all alone, so now we're expecting to see how fast and efficient the rotations are going to be. This is a Farsa, this is a Baksha. There's so much things you can expect in the early game to turn out.
Yeah. And for Team Falcons, you're really hoping on or banking on the fact that Kyle TZ needs a near perfect early game up against TLPH, because if it comes to a stalemate or he fails to rack up kills, TLPH can control neutral objectives.
But remember, TLPH also very cautious about this approach. Their lineup could just as quickly falter if Kyle TZ pops off. First turtle already spawns. Falcons first to the scene. And Sanford looking for someone to latch on to. Few yet to hit level 4.
Kyle TZ immediate with the Unleash the Beast and catches Sanford there. You have to back off. Glorious Pathway already casted down, and TLPH slowly trying to retreat. Sanford pops in once again and latches on to Few. Few has his own grab and spread though. Sanji with a wings by wings to relocate. Carl TZ goes in with the ultimate onto Ogwin, and they taunt him once again. They might go for the first blood, and they will do so successfully. The young goat serves up the first kill.
One Falcon down, and the turtle dance continues. Both teams taking their time. Such is the nature of a utility jungler-centric lineup.
And if you're looking at where Falcons could have possibly gotten a trade, even Oheb, he's doing a great job. Super Marco's actually forced to hug his tower so far in the past few minutes of this game. So you know that Team Liquid Philippines have clearly established the lead.
Oh, Circle Eagle drop down to just try and zone out Team Falcons. So far, 1 kill, 1 objective takedown, 1K gold lead for Team Liquid Philippines. And we're seeing the effect of the JP Mathilda again. Everyone seems to be where they needed to be at any given moment.
This draft was crafted to learn from the lessons of game number 5. Liquid are evolving. The Stallions are rolling with the punches and using these lessons oh so quickly. And that's why they're in the lead now. I'm waiting for Falcon's turn to maybe try that approach again in the turtle. Number 2, is that the right way to go about this, Brigida?
Yeah, because earlier we did see that the SOD, after a while, actually didn't connect. And we're so used to seeing it connect, especially if we're talking about Super Marco, but it's been a different story for the first few minutes here in this game. So long as that keeps happening, and of course, so long as they don't get to actually take out any member of Team Liquid Philippines whenever they engage, there'll be endless ways for them to sustain and regroup for an engage.
Yeah, but the thing is, TLPH good at hunting down individuals for the side of Team Falcons. Good cast of the Circling Eagle to try and zone out JP. Super Marco as Oheb got all the gold plated.
Dear God, Oheb making bank.
Oh, and wasn't this the exact same approach they were going for when they wanted to funnel everything into Oheb and just allow him to deal the damage against Team Falcons? And they're making it work yet again. So much support provided by JP to Oheb.
And they may as well do just that. Look at this, a lot of focus on top lane. Super Marco, with the assistance of Ogwin, helping secure that gold crab. Turtle spawning.
Kyle TZ working on his purple buff. Team Falcons, they know that they can and have to contest for this neutral objective. You see the 2 beefy frontliners of Team Falcons providing enough zone and vision, but still TLPH has a good hold over the turtle. Sanford jumps in with the spread. Will he latch onto Flap TZ or Kyle TZ? Few with the feathered airstrike, and they're zoning and ganking up onto the middle lane. Zaman Force casted down by OEB, and Kyle TZ answer back with a JP kill. Spear of Destruction connects. He's focusing his target onto Sanji, but Sanji was able to slither away. OEB got demolished there, and Team Falcons with a turn, but TLPH, Sanji with a double.
2 for 2. Liquid was holding an ace in the hole, and they clap back.
And that ace in the hole, isn't that the feathered airstrike? I've been looking at Sanji for some reason. My eyes were glued to Sanji. He did not release the feathered airstrike the same time Few decided to release his copied feathered airstrike. And we'll be seeing that in the instant replay. It took a while for Team Liquid Philippines to feel that they could actually get an advantage in this team fight, which clearly looked like Team Falcons were at the upper hand. But look at Sanji just repositioning himself long enough to block off the members of Team Falcons who were chasing them and allow some time for the rest of his teammates to actually fight back.
Okay, with the help of hindsight, we now know the reason why Sanji held it. It's because he was off of cooldown. Yeah. He was holding it, waiting, and maybe that's why TLPH had to suffer some losses. But also, I think the genius of the Santan duo together, Sanford came in, flickered forward, jumped in with the glue, and that also added a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and honestly, it was a blessing in disguise, the cooldown of the feathered airstrike, because that in turn helped Sanji relocate when Super Marco entered in with the Spear of Destruction, so he was able to maximize the damage of the feathered airstrike.
Spread is a lethal thing if you let it become one. Oheb dropping the Zaman Force, taking down tier 2 in the bottom lane, so this does put the map at equilibrium.
Yep, it's pretty much equal right now. Carl TZ though, he will be denying any intentions from Super Marco and Kyle to get any more objectives away from them. And they'll have to manage that wave up top first before they actually try to set things up for this upcoming turtle, which likely Team Falcons might go for. They just can't freely leave Super Marco to do his thing, and this is what we see again and again.
And they're setting up for it, and they did the prerequisite. Send Marco away, Few steal the feathered airstrike, and then you can go. But wait, they're staying there.
But there's a different plan.
Oh, can they find him?
Oheb trying to look for Super Marco. SOD dropped down. Zaman Force as well. They're ganking up on Marco, and a shutdown kill for Oheb.
They neutralized the coast-to-coast potential and just fought him right where he stood and fell. The bulletproof.
Read them like a book. One member down is TLPH, hoping to get the turtle. Flap TZ, Glorious Pathway dropped down. Kyle TZ with the Unleash the Beast, but Sanford is there to zone him out. Few was able to take down Sanji. Now Oheb is in the picture with his Zaman Force, trying to soak up the damage. Owen and Flap TZ quite tanky as Sanford just zoning out Kyle TZ.
Oh my god, Oheb does 0 damage in the pit, and they're still going!
A lot of sustain from both of these teams. Nothing really happening. We're past the 8-minute mark. Turtle still up for grabs. Now Sanford is here with the spread. Super Marco jumps in, Appraiser's Wrath. Carl TZ secures the turtle.
Ogwin, deep behind enemy lines, gets punished, dropping the Zaman Force. Oheb gets a kill.
Ogwin down, Super Marco trying to dish out the damage. He has to back off there. Sanji with a feathered airstrike and the signal that the clash is done.
Everyone's just too tanky. Oh, SOD nearly connected onto JP, but going back, the fights, they just last too long earlier. If you would recall how it all began, Kyle TZ, Sanford took too much of his attention. I feel you could say the same for Sanford too, and the way he's able to manage Team Falcons. But when you leave the tanky front lines of Team Falcons right in front of TLPH, especially during the downtimes of the Zaman Force, you just know it's not gonna end up anywhere.
And this puts us into perspective. Looking at these two lineups, they're both relatively ult dependent, right? But Liquid is just ever so slightly less ult dependent. They have a slightly higher uptime, and that's what made that turtle fight even more of a win.
Yeah, we're seeing what TLPH can do with this lineup.
Oh,
wait, Pew had to back off, being chased down by JP and Carl TZ. Double dash was there. He used his own energy eruption, but still Carl TZ secures the kill.
And Falcons can only walk up to witness the murder that occurred behind their tier 2. What was Few to do? He spent his flicker, he spent everything!
Yeah, there was 2 dashes, a flicker, an IMU to try and delay the push that TLPH was doing there, but In the end, JP and Carl Ceesay was able to pin him down as OM has an orange buff. Another energy eruption dropped it down by Carl Ceesay. Look at the feathered air strike. Appraiser's wrath. Is it going to connect though? Flap Teasy answers back with a glorious pathway. Here comes Carl Ceesay with the Unleash the Beast. They're playing under the turret, but everyone's still tanky. Sanford dropped down into the base of Team Falcons. And that was a trade for the Falcons.
That was such a beautiful energy eruption into the feathered airstrike, into the Zaman Force from Team Liquid Philippines. But exactly as you mentioned, Team Falcons, they're just too tanky, and that's probably one of the biggest things they can bank on in this game. Out-sustaining Team Liquid Philippines, especially if they're able to do that. Taking out Sanford, because he's such a big piece of how Team Liquid Philippines is able to hold everything together.
So between the better uptime and the chunkier lineup, it comes down to decision making. Can Liquid take out the key targets before Falcons can make up for their lack of damage?
Now
we'll find out in the lower pit.
Gonna try and use the Lord as bait up against Team Falcons. Is Super Marco pushing the bottom lane. Flap Teasy already dropped down the glorious pathway. SOD is gonna connect. Carl Teasy secures the Lord. Kyle Teasy got it bursted down. No trades for Team Falcons, but Super Marco working on the inhibitor down bottom.
Nothing personal, kid. Marco fails. Oh my lord, the minion was not in the right spot.
Now he has to back off and be present in the defense of a lifetime for Team Falcons. Lord sieging in the middle lane for TLPH.
Every single member of Falcons matters right now. Kyle Teasy still absent. Lord smashes into mid, top lane taken down.
Everyone crashing down. Marco still able to free hit. He has two frontliners that can soak up the damage. Sanji with a feathered airstrike. And Infinix turret already bursted down. Oh, it falls down as well. TLPH, they still have 5 cavalry. Flap Teasy trying to back off. Kyle Teasy jumps in with the Unleash the Beast. SOD for Super Marco. They shut down OM. A double for Kyle Teasy. He wants to make it 3. Sanji got left behind in a 3-kill swing for Team Falcons.
Liquid Philippines overextending, over-welcoming their stay, gets punished hard.
And what did we say about finding key targets before Team Falcons gets to go or gets to show all that sustain they have, gets to fight back, gets to buy enough time for Kyle Teasy to get back. And that's exactly what happened, because what they were able to take earlier were Flap and Ogwen. And I don't think those are the best targets.
Now with that clash, Super Marco looking at the Trinity build and the Rose Gold Meteor. So in terms of damage department, you know, Super Marco can do Super Mac things once again. TLPH has to respect the split push that can come from Super Marco.
All right, let's take a look back at that moment inside Falcons base. Liquid smelt blood in the water. They could have sworn the game was going to end. But here's the key. They took their eyes off of Marco. They let Kyle Teasy get to them.
Yeah, the key is Kyle Teasy. Perfect casting of the Unleash the Beast, the flash combo and flash step set up perfectly. Yep. And all throughout that, they forgot the SOD from Super Marco.
Yeah. They burned so much too earlier. Sanford went in for the flicker already, but was pushed back. So now they get to delay the game a bit more, and Super Marco is just able to proceed with pressuring the map as well up against Team Liquid Philippines. Now checking out the items. Currently, few also already picked up the Lightning Truncheon. It seems like they're trying to invest much more in the damage that can come out later on, since they know and acknowledge the way they're lacking so far. But if you look at Super Marco, he's just one item away from completing his build.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll reach the point where economy doesn't matter anymore. It's all about positioning.
Oh my goodness.
For Falcons, that's a long way out.
Yeah.
Liquid, though, has room to juggle. They have to watch out for the very specific...
Oh!
Sanji again?
Oh!
This is the exact same spot where Sanji was able to burst down the Clint of Super Marco earlier in the series.
I don't think Marco's going to fall for it again, but no, this is JP and Oheb going for the gank, and Marco smells something's fishy.
They know.
They know.
Oh!
Okay.
Wait.
A lot of vision provided there for Team Falcons with one shield unity from Ogwen.
Lord, started up by TLPH, approaching a fourth of its health. A third, soft reset, Flap Teasy, aware of the situation, calling the rest of Falcons in. Oh. Watch out for Marco, he has an SOD!
SOD is going to be crucial, it's going to connect, but is he going to cast it though? Flap Teasy dropped down the glorious pathway already, and Call Teasy secures towards the Lord. They're trying to go for the kills. Few with the feathered airstrike, but the first man down is FLCN. A double for the MVP. They want to make it 3. Ganking up on Master Owen. Super Marco preoccupied with Sanji, but he was able to flicker around. And look at the base. A triple for OHIM. Super Marco with a Sanji kill. And Few is here to delay. But the minions, will they be able to do it? TLPH in the picture, and another perfect chapter ends! And this historic rivalry, Team Liquid Philippines, a step closer to immortality!
Going straight to the grand finals, punching their ticket to MSC and AWC 25.
Just as everyone thought that Team Falcons could have gotten it. They were performing so well. The Liquid Stampede prevails. They regroup, and overnight, they're back in shape.
A few stumbles along the way. A reverse sweep loss. A clear sweep loss. And here, an epic match against their co-Titans of MLBB and Falcons. What a time to be MLBB fans. What a time to be a member of the Cavalry.
After missing a chance at M6 World Championship, TLPH back to MSC.
That was so beautiful. The entire series was beautiful.
And this here is a moment that is painful for so many all around the world. Team Falcons PH will have to bow out of the playoffs here in Season 15. They fought valiantly, they grew so much, but now they take their final bow.
It was a hard-fought battle for Team Falcons. You know, their run in the playoffs, first team to eliminate a second seed as a 4th seed. They were able to pull it off, but unfortunately came up short against TLPH.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going on stage to talk to Team Falcons Philippines.
In that lower bracket finals, we've seen one hell of a matchup, but in the end, it's the valiant effort of Team Falcons that have brought them this far. Gentlemen, araw-araw kayong lumaban all throughout the playoffs, and the whole Champions Arena knows it. And we really do hope that you keep your head high as you make your exit. Few, this is not the decision that you've wanted, pero nakarating kayo sa puntong ito. In behalf of your team and everybody else supporting you, ano ang masasabi mo sa Falcons Nest?
Ayun, sobrang thankful pa rin ako sa naging run namin ngayong season. Kasi based sa regular season namin tsaka sa scrims talaga namin, feeling namin sobrang hirap na sobrang hirap na makakuha kami ng MSC slot eh. Pero ayun, nilaban namin, trinay pa rin namin yung best namin simula nag-start yung playoffs. Tapos nakaabot kami ng lower bracket finals.
Still, congratulations pa rin.
A solid effort, still a job well done. Everybody, please give it up for Team Falcons! Gentlemen, you may now take your bow. Still a solid showing from Team Falcons, but the only Titan standing, your second grand finalist and our MSC representative, it's Team Liquid Philippines! My goodness, gentlemen, marami kayong pinakaba, marami kayong pinaos na tao para sa araw na ito. Coach RC, talk to us about this feeling. Talk to us about your preparations. That hindrance na nasabi nyo nga, it hurts nung na-sweep kayo. What was your motivation para sa naging laban nyo ngayon?
Binigyan ko lang din sila ng enough time para makapag-isip-isip kasi the more na parang sasabihin ko sa kanila yung mga mistakes namin, the more na madadown kasi sila eh. So parang kahapon walang imikan, tapos sabi ko sige okay lang, Tas basta ang importante, ngayong araw nakapag-reset tayo ng maayos. And yun, nag-prepare na lang kami kung ano yung mga nalalabing oras namin kahapon. Talagang sinulit na lang namin sa practice.
And nagbunga naman, Hans. Now let's talk to Carl TC, ang ating young goat.
My goodness, Carl!
Carl, favor naman, tignan mo nga muna si Oheb. O, tignan mo si Coach. Ay, tatabi muna siya. O,
Hanggang
tignan mo
dito,
ulit.
tabi pa rin sila?
Tignan mo ulit si Oheb. Ayan. Para sa'yo, Carl, gaano ka-importante ang addition ni Oheb sa ni Coach sa team for TLPH to get consistent wins?
Siguro po yung sobrang laki pong impact yung parang nakaka-refresh na may bagong teammate ganun. Tapos sobrang good vibes din kasi talaga si Oheb kaya goods na goods talaga kami lahat. Pati si Coach RC din.
And nagbunga naman. Now, nababalik ka na sa MSC. On a scale from 1 to 10, gaano ka confident na makukompleto mo na ang M trophies?
Siguro po 5. Pag nag-champion siguro bukas, yun, 10.
I like it. I think they like their odds based on that. Carl, papasa naman yung mic sa katabi mo. Ayun, yun talaga yung pinili no? Yun talaga Oheb, talk to us about this. Yung moment na to this time around. Kasi nababanggit mo before, during the awarding ceremony, na yung regular season MVP. After that loss yesterday, you felt like you didn't deserve it. With the showing na naipakita mo in this lower bracket finals, do you think na deserve mo na yung regular season MVP?
Pag nag-champion na bukas, yun na lang hintayin ko.
I think more about that is ito mismo ngayon na makakaharap nyo ulit si Kelra. Carl, pasintabi lang Oheb, this is, another moment for you. What's gonna be another difference para makuha nyo yung championship against Onic Philippines?
Siguro this time mas prepared kami ngayon kaysa nung first match namin na ang gulo ng laruan namin, hindi kami in sync. Siguro yung mamimit bukas ng Onic na TLPH is hindi yung TLPH na na-meet nila ng upper bracket finals. Mas better and mas discipline na TLPH yung makikita nila.
And the cavalry definitely approves of that. Sanji, since nandito ka naman, nakita nyo ba yung farsa ni Sanji? Sanji, ibang klase yung pinakita mo all throughout that series. Kwentuhan mo naman kami what was going through your mind. Kasi again, halos mga besties nyo rin yung kalaban nyo kanina and you guys promised each other na gusto nyo na kayo yung magharap. So how is it feeling na dito kayo nagkita sa lower bracket finals?
Ayun, medyo malungkot din kasi gusto rin namin sila makasama sa MSC. Tapos gusto ko rin sana doon sila bawian sa MSC mismo eh. Kasi sila naglaglag sa amin doon eh. Kaya ayun, malungkot na masaya din kasi nakapasok naman.
And, anong magiging difference ngayon that you're going to MSC again with almost the same entire roster? Anong magiging pagkakaiba ng TLPH ngayon compared to MSC last year?
Feel ko, may connection na kasi yung jungle sa gold namin. Sobrang, sobrang galing. Yung chemistry nila sobrang taas.
Dun pa rin talaga magbo-boil down yon, Kalusi. We will not keep you guys waiting. Go ahead and get your well-deserved rest. Champions Arena, this is your second grand finalist, Team Liquid Philippines! And with that win, you may now take your bow. Kalusi, we have finally found out kung sino ang dalawang grand finalists in our MSC representatives.
Ang daming nangyaring plot twist this playoffs, kaya excited ako for tomorrow, Hans, kung sino talaga ang magwawagi this season.
It's the Sonics going up against the Cavalry for tomorrow, but for tonight, we're gonna toss it back to our panel.
And after a series that almost went all the way, we have our second MSC 2025 representative for the Philippines. Congratulations to Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Team Liquid Philippines looks so strong. That last game especially, so neck and neck. The double revitalizer Falcons just keeping on. But the difference maker was this man, the regular season MVP. The big money man himself, 9-2-2.
Yeah, showing up right when the team needed him the most.
Yeah.
Just when it looked like Team Falcons wanted that Game 7. In comes OHEB. Plus, not to mention the combo, of course, the Matilda and the Fredrin, man, keeping that mid-game point.
Yeah, again, once we saw the composition of Team Liquid Philippines get completed, you knew what they'd wanted to do, which was just make sure that they could play everything for OHEB. Similar to how Falcons played game number 5 for Few and for Super Marco, this time around Team Liquid Philippines played simply just for OHEB. Sanji also, alongside Sanford, deserves a lot of credit for the success of Team Liquid in this game. They're paired up with Carl Tizzy. This specific play right here was the play that started it all slowly for Team Liquid because Falcons needed that. And then the two other times where Team Liquid were just able to pick off first Super Marco in the top lane and then Few in the jungle of Falcons behind the second tier tower near the purple buff. This one right here shows just how familiar Team Liquid are with the positioning of Team Falcons.
And they were also able to play around the Valentina. I think was so crucial. When you saw a few times their Few was actually trying to select whether to go for the Defender Airstrike or that Energy Eruption. And then everything else was just TLPH going non-stop. The Stampede was not slowing down in this game. This is at 12 minutes, almost 12 minutes.
This is the part where it didn't slow down, but it tripped up just a bit. Team Liquid Philippines were able to continue galloping though, despite Falcons getting win there. But the problem is, Falcons lost way too much. That at this point, this was a Hail Mary. They slipped in their fundamentals and they banked on the idea of the all-in. One last Hail Mary play to try and win it all, but they overstepped, forgetting that the Falcons standard is to take care of the minion waves first, get the kills later.
That was just a little bit of slip up, and when they actually thought they could have reset there. But then again, the call was, you make those calls in the minute, right? In that moment. It really could have been gone either way. That gold lead was very negligible. So there, that really could have been anyone's lord right there. But for this one, it will be TLPH. You can even see the scores and the gold here in that last one. It's as close as it gets after a matchup.
Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines are still such a solid unit, man, especially when they're playing around their comfort heroes. Of course, JP's Matilda is one of the most often banned heroes against Team Liquid Philippines. Definitely up there. Now that it's paired up yet again, making its storming return back through the meta. The Fredrin paired up with the Glue, and especially now that Harith is back in the meta as well, compared to the height of the whole Fredrin show way back when, it's an even deadlier version of what the Cavalry, then Orcas, were familiar with for such a long time.
And the Fredrin Matilda really is a big throwback, and could make you wonder, maybe they kind of just forgot how to fight against this specific combo and forgot how powerful it can be. The certain spikes that this duo can do, I really wasn't very impressed. Not to mention, obviously, the Glue is just so strong right now. In the words of Leo, it's like, how can this be, how is this legal? How is this guy allowed to exist?
From broken to busted, the Glue story. I think that's the autobiography if we're ever going to write one for a hero in MLBB.
That's true.
Look at the big money man himself, 877 GPM. Again, Team Liquid Philippines just knew the game plan from the beginning. They knew they wanted to play around OHEB, and they played their strategy so damn well. Again, I'm a heartbroken Falcons guy here, but I can't help but gush and glaze over what Team Liquid Philippines have done in this game number 6. It was absolutely brilliant performance by Liquid. Well-deserved Grand Finals and MSC slot.
Yeah, and you get this by being in comfort. Coach RC was able to spot that. He put OHEB on the Harith, obviously very high win rate. Carl Tizzy, he spent years on that Fredrin. JP, you know what? If you guys are still blaming JP, you know, you can't blame him this time. He was able to really baby out the Baby Cakes duo in this specific game.
Yeah, Baby Cakes, Sansan, led by Daddy JP. it's brilliant. And you know what? A part of me, no, not even a part of me, like wholeheartedly, I believe that what OHEB said, that Onic Philippines are in store for a different version of Team Liquid Philippines compared to the one that they faced in the upper bracket finals. I definitely see that happening. The fact that this didn't go all 7 games, yes, there were some games where they lost in a very quick fashion. It was a very one-sided game leaning towards Falcons, but they got to bounce back from that quickly. And I'm pretty sure those are learning experiences as well for Team Liquid, that tomorrow's grand finals against Onic Philippines might be closer than a lot of us think.
Yeah, and Onic Philippines analysts and coaches must be in full swing right now, just studying that and getting ready for the possible TLPH they will face tomorrow. Definitely feels better, right? It feels so different that I really wonder, is Onic going to be up to the challenge this time around?
I'm pretty sure they're going to be up to the challenge, man. Come on, it's Onic. I think there's not even an age-old adage. It's a more recent adage. Come on, it's Onic. I'm really just hoping we get another Game 7 banger tomorrow. No one expected Aurora versus Onic in last season's Grand Finals to go 7. Hopefully this one does.
And I really wonder, are there still any more surprises up in store for us, right? Even at the very end. Let's throw it over to the Infinix mic check next.
Boy ako, pre. Diyan ako. Maskap. Ay, wala na ako. Ingat ko. Tangko, lukas. Tapahin. Tap. Uwi na, G. Sumabog. Yawi ka na, G. Bot. Hintap, uy. Hintap, uy. Diyan ako. Alis mo na, pre. Hero. Double to, pre. Hero lang. Lukas ako pumasok. Double to siya. Kuha. Lukas ako, pre. Tap ko. Matras. Matras lang. Pao, pre.
They were calling out. No.
Yeah. Team Liquid, always some of the most animated players during the Infinix victory moments. And by the way, just another thing to point out, I think that was a heartbreaking ultimate release as well by Few, because his feathered airstrike just was just out of range there. He even flickered forward to try to close it in, but the fight got out of his reach.
Way out of it.
Way too fast. And yeah, Team Liquid Philippines were able to capitalize and take that win. Congratulations as well, again, to the Cavalry. I know there are 2 members of the Cavalry. I don't even know if Miracle's a Cavalry. I know he's a BTR guy. So Trex, Gideon, I don't know if y'all are still watching. Trex might already be asleep. It's a different time zone that he's in, but congratulations to all the fans of Team Liquid there. Well-deserved spot in the grand finals.
That's right. Everyone watching on the watch parties all over the world, I hope you got a glimpse of that, and maybe it give you an idea of how, what the representatives are going to look like coming into MSC, which we'll see each other very, very soon.
Yeah, look very fly with their new jackets. I feel like it's a new jacket buff for Team Liquid,
For sure. And it'll probably be very good if, in a very cold temperature place, I'm sure the venue is, despite the temperature outside.
Oh, yeah. 100%. That's one of my key memories, I think, from being in EWC last year. It's like, oh, wow, the building is cold. Walk out. I'm burning.
There you
Just
go.
sizzle.
So I heard a lot of stories of that behind that one. So yeah, I feel like it is going to be a bit of a challenge, obviously, still for Onic. This is not going to be like before, where you see someone facing against Onic Philippines, it feels like it's game over.
Yeah,
right?
honestly, it's so cool because this time around, it's another chapter, an unexpected chapter to the long-held story of Kelra versus OHEB. Now under different organizations, they meet each other again. Kelra now going into this again, of course, a world championship in his own right. OHEB, many years removed since his world championship, but it seems like we're seeing another peak of his career. Regular season MVP. He's paired up with Carl Teasy. If you told the 4 years ago version of us that one day we'll see OHEB and Carl together in the same team against a team where Kelra has a world championship, none of us would have believed it. So it feels like tomorrow's match feels like really good fan fiction.
It's going to be a crazy mix. It's a crazy mix of, if you told this to a younger version of you, it's like, you must be nuts, right?
You're crazy?
But it's very cool that all of their stories wove into this, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see TLPH, you can see Onic Philippines. They have they have basically blood from almost every single MPL team just rolled into one, which is very Filipino, by the way. That's just how
Yeah.
Filipinos are built. Bloodlines from so many ancestries going into one and making us who we are today. And this is the DNA. Despite that, though, of course, the DNA of Onic still being very much super fam. TLPH still retaining the kinds of strategies that they pull. Despite so many iterations of coaches, they still play very much TL, very much Orca, right? So it's very amazing how we are at that point in time where we are mixed up and we are, just a Filipino way to do things.
Yeah, and these are two storied franchises in the Philippines. We were talking about Onic and Team Liquid Philippines. Let's go back to what we saw earlier from Falcons and TLPH. Matilda, Fredrin, Farsa. Who would have thought that that'd be the winning combination paired up with a Glue and a Harith to send Team Liquid Philippines to the grand finals against Onic tomorrow?
I had a lot of hope for this as well for the high loss because you know what, I love my high loss. And then enabling a Lucas and a Baksha to get into target. But then once they do get into in front of their targets, like the DPS actually was super reliant on just the Moscow. If the Lucas runs out on the full combo yet of the Unleash the Beast.
Yeah, we saw especially once Sanford gets the Lucas on the grab, it actually just forces Kyle TZ to scramble, do what damage he can, and then just back off instantly. That's already instantly majority of your damage gone. That's why it felt like Falcons, yeah, they were holding on. They were extending team fights, but the damage was just trumped by the raw firepower of Oheb on that Harith. So the fact that Team Liquid Philippines just played this so well and it shut down, especially some key moments, the things that Falcons wanted to do. Again, there was only so much Falcons can do at that point.
Yeah. Again, being very reliant on the Moscow is also just... It gave Team Liquid a very clear target on what they needed to do in that draft. Look for Super Marco, slow him down, everything else will follow, which is exactly what we saw. As much as everyone is so micro-intensive, this whole lineup of Falcons was very micro-intensive. It was just so difficult for them to actually get ahead. Once that first blood, that first snowflake that happens, that drops before a snowball, a big avalanche happens, when they got that first kill on Super Marco on the top side.
Yeah, and no way in hell Falcon saw that coming. The fact that Oheb and JP were there together, and of course later on their pick off into Few, as we pointed out earlier, really, really cool. So again, we find ourselves here, two of the most storied franchises in MPL Philippines history. Onic Philippines, from the old days of VUIs together with Dilar, Iyaknu, Greed. Even Zico was playing then.
That's right.
To this version of Onic now, dubbed as the Super Fam, against a Team Liquid Philippines that traces its DNA all the way back to the first ever two-time, well, back-to-back MPL PH champions in Sunsparks. The player that was there for those two rosters, and he still is here now in Team Liquid Philippines, it's JP.
Daddy!
They go way back. JP will yet again face off against Onic in a grand finals in MPL Philippines. And JP is undefeated against Onic in grand finals in MPL Philippines.
That's something you gotta remember about JP. You guys can say whatever you want, but you know what?
Yeah.
He is a championship caliber player since he started way back then. Back-to-back, international, and all that. So keep tracking that until tomorrow. This is playoff stage show for the Infinix Fancy Laban, where we do see Phoenix Army and the Cavalry as well fighting each other in the champions tomorrow.
Phoenix Army and the Cavalry. What a story for the Fancy Laban. I know there was a lot of eyes also on the Bees to show up in a surprise. But then now it's Team Liquid go strong. Imagine if Team Liquid go for the double tomorrow. Like the Cavalry win Fancy Laban, and then for somehow Team Liquid Philippines wins the grand finals too. That's going to be a crazy way to end the season for the Cavalry.
That'd be very insane. Like double championships and a really big celebration, most likely in their boot camp or somewhere where the Cavalry will gather along with their fans. That's really something. That would be something. So again, these are things that you have to remember. Like, how is the research for Onic right now? How do they see TLPH? And I really wonder if TLPH can keep this up, because if you remember, TLPH has been up, down so far all playoffs long.
Yeah, but TLPH are going into the grand finals with a 13 series win. Is it 13? Yeah, 13 series win streak. They ended the regular season 10 series win streak. Their first match against Twisted Minds.
Yep.
Their match against, who did they face off against in the next round? Why am I blanking on this? Aurora.
There you go.
And then in the upper bracket finals.
It's been a wild ride here in the lower bracket finals. It's been a pleasure giving you the games. I'm Rockhart. This is Renmar. We're signing off for the meantime, and we're throwing it over to our host. And check it out.
See you in the grand finals.
And there we finally have it, our remaining two teams. It's Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onic Philippines.
Tapos ang serye ng Clash of Titans dahil Team Liquid Philippines ang nagwagi at maghahanda para sa paparating nilang laban kontra Onic Philippines.
They are the strongest teams of the nation. Sila ang magbabandera ng bansang Pilipinas sa MSC at EWC 2025 at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
At bukas, there can only be one. Isa lang ang karapat-dapat na tawaging immortal.
The question is, will it be back-to-back for the Sonics, or will the Cavalry say something else about it? It is now time for them to transcend being legendary and start becoming immortals.
Champions Arena, get ready for MPL Philippines Season 15, the Grand Finals.
Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi.
At sabay-sabay natin tunghayan bukas ang Lakas ng Pinas! We'll see you guys tomorrow!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pa